It's
The
fire
way
though,
he's like
bro. It's so
standing and there's like old houses in the background and shit.
yeah, but like they did everything. Right? They did the cinematography, they did all of it, and I just think that it doesn't say flat Earth in the whole entire video, and that's good. There's so much information that people need to learn, just like where did this heliocentric idea come from? If you believe the model, you have to believe that these sun worshipping sorcerers just so happened to get it right with like
Hey, Gio,
sorcery
are you
as
still here?
what?
Does Turtle Plane know that we're here talking?
I can hear you, but I don't think I can hear Witsit.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Riggs,
Yeah.
do you got a link to Witsit's channel?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Oh, it is. Fuck.
Yeah. Later.
Anyway, you see what I'm saying?
Is
Though,
that
isn't
guy
it crazy?
trolling or what?
I don't know. He's here all the time. But isn't that crazy, right? Like the official story is, well, these people just happened to get it right. They had a
Yeah.
sun worshipping religion, and they were sorcerers, like admittedly, right? Like they were big into sorcery and alchemy, and that was their motivation for their cosmology, and they just so happened to get it right. You have
Yeah.
to believe that if you believe the current model.
It's like this.
Yeah, we've heard it all before, man. Like there's a thousand different coincidences, and it just so happens to line up that they're correct about all of them. And if they're not correct, then they're going to add just a couple tweaks just to make sure that it works.
Like a theory that comes from like alchemical hermeticism, like a cult concept that was just conjured up, and then they claim, oh, we happen to be right about it. And here's a picture of it after they went to the moon.
Crazy.
And after eons of time of humanity having all kinds of very detailed and complex cosmologies of the Earth and never having to do with a globe or any of that, and then these alchemists and
well, then they say that they know what physics is and that these are all the properties of physics, right? And they say, oh, well, Newton, and relativity, they're basically the same thing, like, no, actually, they're not the same at all. You got special relativity, right? And then you have the quantum, like completely different understanding of reality, quantum, right? And then you got these, dark matter, dark energy, all this stuff. Like, actually, none of this coincides with each other and none of it fits together. And it's a bunch of different, puzzle pieces that don't fit. But
No, it ain't even puzzle pieces. It's just fucking pure crap.
It's just pure crap.
Yeah, it's like a shadow side of alchemy, because I mentioned alchemy, but there's actually like very positive and beautiful parts of alchemy as well. But yeah, this is like a black magic occulted version of alchemy where they're trying to like fuse these different ideas. Because like the way in alchemy, there's like a vessel, and within that vessel, there's different things added and combined. So yeah, it's like they've like extracted ether in a sense, and then tried to like add other things, like in terms of like relabeling it and recontextualizing a lot of that into quantum and relativity and these different components.
Well,
like the entire.
If you learned how to do magic, right? Well, let's say that you're not a really honest guy. Let's say that you don't really care too much about being honest. Being honest hasn't really served you very well, right? Like you've told people the truth and they don't like it. So you know how to trick people. You know a little bit about a magic trick. You know that you practice it a little bit and you realize, wait a second, why don't I just lie to everybody and use my little magic trick and they don't know? And then I just keep doing that. And then I'm well off and nobody knows any better. And then people come in here and they say, well, why would they lie? It's because they have $1 trillion industry right under everyone's fucking nose. And it's not that it happened overnight. They've been crescendoing. They've been working on this. You know, they've been using their little Mason hammers and chiseling away at this model of bullshit for a very long time. And they're just kind of perfecting it over time. That's it.
Hey, Rix.
Yeah, and they're
Hey.
trying to maintain it.
Yeah, it's just a maintenance thing. And guess what? Probably tomorrow they're going to say, oh, by the way, relativity's bullshit. Here's this new system we're going to put in place. But it's all okay because they're basically the same thing. And then they're going to get everyone to agree with that bullshit too. It's just a constant, conditioning experience. They're conditioning you with with whatever the new thing is. It has nothing to do with reality, nothing to do with science, because they told you it was science. Doesn't mean it is.
Yeah, there's even kind of a dark side of that getting people to accept the new thing is like, in a sense, like a definition of mind control. It's like whatever you roll out, they're going to go with. So,
and it's funny that I bring that up now because that's what they're making fun of, like all the NPCs right now for is they're just following the new thing because they were changing the narrative too fast, and it was showing the guy behind the curtain a little bit.
That's what I'm saying. If you think about it, so you show them that the people that came up with it were sun-worshipping, occultic, alchemists, sorcerers, and they came up with it because of like philosophical ideas of their sun-worshipping religion, like literally, right? And they just so happened to get it right. Just like Matthew was in earlier, well, all the scientists agreed, right? No, they would know it wasn't science. It wasn't a scientific motivation at all. And they were very open about it. So then, if
Einstein didn't do any science.
If they apply that same logic, they have to say that, well, then people with religious motivations now are just as valid as anyone else because you can come up with something based on like a religious philosophical idea, and then, oh, look, you just happen to get it exactly right and change the whole world for the better. So, it's just funny because they won't really absorb that. They want to call them scientists. Newton said gravity was an act of God. You know what I mean?
They visit. Got the crap, man.
Very profound. Are you still salty I dominate you in poker, man?
No, I only see it as an opportunity for another game.
Okay.
But with it, what's this thing between you and MC Toon?
He's a weirdo.
Yeah, it's not worth discussing, to be honest.
I don't know. I find it quite intriguing because, like, Witsit must know a lot about this guy because, like, you guys have been, like, invested in one another or not.
They're obsessed with him. And it's annoying and creepy, and like they keep trying to trap him and make him look bad, and like it's just stupid. Like honestly, dude, I don't think you should just interact with them at all. It's like waste of time, and they're just gonna bait you anyway, and it's all bad faith.
No, it's interesting because, like, the thing is,
no, it's
like,
not. It's not. If you want to go, watch a movie, go watch a movie. But this is real life, dude. Like, Witsit has only a certain amount of time in a day. He's got a lot of plans, especially for this year. Got a lot of responsibility on his back right now. I think he should just focus and only do
Shut up,
what.
fanboy.
No, bro. I'm being
fanboy,
fucking
man.
real, bro. I manage my day very discreetly.
How much cock you gonna suck, man?
All right, well, you can suck my cock, but look, I manage my time very discreetly, dude, and I don't waste my time throughout the day. And he has got a lot of responsibility, and he's got a lot of skills, but he needs to manage them, and he needs to get the most bang for the buck out of every fucking minute of his day. And so I don't think messing with those dudes has a good return.
Yeah,
that's just point blank.
So we're never ever gonna see another Witsit debates McToon
I
ever.
just did it the other day. I've done it more than enough times. What's funny is that dude is so obsessive about how he calls me a liar and a grifter and all this stuff. Then he
Who
sends me
cares
like
what they think, though, man?
present.
Like,
He sends
just
me a
pretend they
gift in
don't
the mail.
exist. Move on.
He sent me a gift in the mail for my baby. I'm like, do you know what Kai said when I opened it? She's like, I think he might be gay. Because he's like obsessed with me. And you're right, bro. There's no return on the investment of time. Like the people that watch his channel are like brain dead, like zealots for the most part. And it's not like it matters. I'm having Bryant Myers on my show again, I think this Tuesday. But I really don't plan on talking to him anymore after that. And it's gonna be
Yeah.
Oh wait, can somebody
relatively
post a link to who is it? Myers something?
You just look up DFE on YouTube.
Has Brian like conceded any of the points you melted his brain with last time?
He conceded he was wrong about the Lorentz contraction math, but
The what?
no real valuable extent.
You're kind of like wobbling in and out. I don't know if it's the position of the mic or what.
Oh, just a sec.
I'm still gonna say this MC Toon guy is interesting.
There's nothing about MC Tune or FTFE that's fucking interesting. Okay, if you want to be entertained, go watch cartoons, man.
It's not so much the live streams he puts on, but when he goes off record, that's when it gets interesting. Because did you know he was Christian?
Yeah, MC Tune claims to be Christian. Yeah.
And that's where the interesting part comes in. You got this guy that claims a whole lot of stuff, but then you start to backtrack him, like look into his resources, like, well, what's behind this guy? That's the interesting part. Because we all know he's a scam. Like, I don't know his reasons for it yet, but that's interesting to me.
I mean, I think anybody who operates in bad faith is, they obviously don't value their own time. So you can't take them seriously anyway. And then insult to injury, he's like, "Oh, I'm Christian," and like tries to defend it, and it's just like, bro, you're a fucking joke. Like, get out of my face.
Hey, do I sound any better now?
Oh yeah, you sound good.
Just a little.
You sound better than Truth Plane.
I have no idea how to do any of these settings.
Turtle Plane. Well, I heard the best. Right. I heard the best audio is when you do push to talk on the phone, because it like turns off all the other shit. But I just don't even bother.
Oh, I have like an audio mixer, and I don't know like how to actually use it. So.
Oh, you're on the.
Fine. It's a little bit louder than earlier, but it's fine.
Am I too loud?
No. Just perfect.
Turtle Plane. I don't think I know you, Turtle.
Do you play poker?
I've played on Discord like twice.
I'm around for the poker nights. Fuck yeah.
You are paleo and carnivore and vegan.
Okay. Mainly carnivore.
Mainly.
Meat.
All right, bro. Hey, some days I'm vegan, I get it.
It's a hard one to remember. The last day I was vegan.
The last time I was vegan, Dude, I was vegan for like a month and a half. I think it was probably like a year or more ago. Yeah, it was like a year and a half ago or something.
But that's the beautiful thing about the human body, you know. It can adapt to anything. If you want to take a meat diet, you can take a meat diet. If you want to take a vegan diet, you can take a vegan diet.
Well, I think the diets facilitate different goals. Like if you're trying to cleanse yourself or heal yourself, or if you're trying to do like a spiritual fast or something. Like I think they have different, like there's a reason, you know. I don't think it should just be like, oh, I'm just gonna do this forever. No, the body likes to do a bunch of different things, you know. Like a detox, or you know, if you're trying to heal a certain organ or something, like it's not always about what you intake. It's like maybe I shouldn't eat, or maybe I should like only have these fruits for like the next few weeks, or you know, some people, they only eat meat and it heals their gut, you know. There's a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, like what you're used to, right?
Well, there's that too. Yeah, everybody likes home cooking, you know.
What's your favorite meat?
My favorite meat? Uh, my favorite meat is probably, okay, no lie, it's probably brisket from Franklin's Barbecue in Austin, Texas.
Brisket?
Yeah, brisket.
What does that entail? What is that?
Beef.
What? It's
What's
beef.
brisket?
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, it's beef.
Beef brisket is probably my favorite, or lamb.
It's a lamb?
Yeah, beef brisket or
Or
lamb is my favorite.
I like how versatile the brisket is too. Like make sandwiches, mix it with grits, got beans, make it barbecue style. You could do like burnt ends with it. Like it's just, oh, and when it's in the fat renders down to like butter, it's like,
It's incredible,
oh,
dude.
so good.
That sounds juicy.
Oh, it is juicy. Oh, you know what? Actually, I recently really loved ribs too, like beef ribs. Oh my god. Yes.
From the barbecue, or like
From
how
the
do you prepare?
barbecue. But okay, let me be specific, bro. Texas barbecue, low and slow, smoky flavor. Okay, low and slow, brother. That's how you do it. If it's not 12 hours at least, you did it wrong. You fucked up.
Yeah, slow cooking is prime.
What's it?
Yeah,
Have you thought about where you might want to move or live, like ultimately, like where you'd want to get land or whatever?
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Honestly,
a
I'm thinking
tough
about
one, man.
Florida. You know, like a lot of people think I shouldn't. I don't know. I just
Are you
love
from
Florida, honestly.
Australia?
What?
Are you from Australia?
No, from Tennessee.
America.
So I got rigs. I got East Tennessee, South Carolina, and Florida. Maybe East Texas.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I can vouch for some parts of Tennessee. East Texas is you're kind of lonesome out there.
Nah, Texas is great, man. Texas is the shit.
I think Southeast Texas is where you could get like pretty close to water, not really worry about hurricanes, and you could get a good price on land.
You're talking about like outside of Houston.
Yeah,
You
ish.
should go to Austin. Austin, Texas.
I was born right outside of there.
That's. Do you know someone called Jack or John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know John that went to the military?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
what city outside Austin?
I was born in Fort Hood.
Okay, so up north.
Yeah. I'm saying decently close. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why I have my name. That was like my dad's favorite city close to there or something lame like that. Which Austin's like
Yeah.
the most like liberal place now.
Yeah, it's actually super cringe, man. Like honestly, man, I drove Uber there for what, like probably like 6 years straight, and every day, honestly, I would get sexually harassed by homos every day.
did they
Like,
take the butter?
well, dude, like I don't know, people hit on me, they think I'm cute or whatever, but it's just fucking annoying. Like you go pick up people and like it's a car full of like gay people because it's all about pride over there, and you just get fucking harassed. It's actually obnoxious. And another thing about that is like my whole life I've kind of been like there's the stereotype, right? Like there's the minority, and then there's me, who breaks the whole paradigm of minorities, because I grew up in a place where I am the 1%. I am the minority, but I'm the white dude. I live on the border, and everyone here is Mexican, and
That
nobody
doesn't
speaks
really sound
English.
plausible, man. How can you be a
So,
minority if you're white?
well,
Well,
like in
white people are the minority of the whole world.
oh, that's a good point also. But it's just funny that like all these like big issues in the news and everywhere, like I'm the reverse Uno card. Like every situation I'm in is always the opposite. Like everyone's worried about gay rights. I'm like, I'm the guy getting harassed. Fuck off. you know, like I'm the minority. I'm the guy not getting any like handouts from the government. I'm the guy that, it's just like I'm the white guy busting my ass every day to like put food on the table and take care of my parents and like do all these things, right? And it's like no one's helping me. There's no one to speak out for us. Like there's no one telling our story. And like, oh, but you got privilege. Like, bro, like I'm Irish. People before me were slaves. My other half is Armenian.
Wait, you're
99% of them were
Irish?
genocide. 99% of the Armenians were fucking genocided. Like my history ain't looking so good. I'm lucky to be here today, but nobody gets to hear my story. I'm not on MTV getting like my fucking like
Wait, do you got roots in
Victim award.
Romania?
look, Turtle Man, I don't know what you're on tonight, but like I can't keep up with you.
Dude, the Armenian genocide's like completely forgotten.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm half Armenian. Like I'm probably the only blonde hair, blue-eyed fucking Armenian like on this bottom half of the United States. I'm probably the only one. And
That's two in the pack to join the Reich, no?
what?
Don't be
Turtle
goofy.
Man, I might have to meet you. No offense, bro. I might have to meet you like on my
I
end.
love you too, man.
I just can't keep up with you, dude. Sorry. Killing my vibe, dude. A little bit.
Ricks. Ricks, can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear you, man.
Come on, Ricks. I know you
Yeah.
can hear me.
Yeah, peace at last.
I love you, brother.
But yeah, man, I'm not complaining though. I just think it's funny.
I
Like
don't think
everyone's
it's funny.
getting representation. Like, oh, these are the minorities. These are the people that you should care about. Oh, women have it hard, bro.
Boy,
Like,
you don't know how hard it is as a man.
It's just everything's clown world for me.
Yeah, it's kind of clown world.
It's all clown world.
Yeah.
I mean, men are clearly the most attacked, to be honest, because they're like
Are you gonna give us a Jordan Peterson lecture, Vincent?
It's because they are they're like the backbone of the slave force, the slave labor force. So they need the men to be good slaves, you know.
So are you a slave?
Yeah, clearly.
So you are a slave.
It's a delicate dance. They have to have just enough conditioning, just enough neutering, and just enough confusion to keep everything kind of like going downhill, or at least not going uphill. That's really the thing. That's actually what Google's about, is monitoring the progress of the slaves. And it's not so much that they want to censor you, it's that once there's a good enough bump in the percentage, then they have to censor that bump so that all of your efforts flatline. So it's not necessarily that they don't want the truth to be out there, which is kind of funny. They actually don't care about the truth. They don't care what you know. They care about your reach. They care about the percentage of adoption. So I've tried to explain this before, but I think you would understand. Like, they care about the fact that it just flatlines, and that like it's a flat soda by the time it gets anywhere. You put all your energy out there, you put 100% energy, and you get like 10% back or 5% back. And it's kind of like going up a downward going escalator. So you're putting all your effort into going up, but it just keeps going down. And so then they're just hoping that you give out so that people stop trying to go up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious that they're waging war on masculinity. I mean, so much so that it's almost become popular to the like in the normie world, you know, where it's like to talk about. 'Cause it's just so freaking overdue that they have to like hijack it. I mean, or it's even tipping over into the normies, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like normie, like college girls are talking about it now. It's like, wow,
Yeah.
it must be pretty bad.
Yeah, they've got everyone like mocking their own enslavement, like ironically.
And look, this is not just because I was talking about Andrew Tate earlier, but this really resonated with me like way back when I was like listening to Owen Benjamin, like at like freaking 2017 or something like that. Like, dude, men are supposed to run the world. And it's like women are the only reason that the world can be run. Right? So it's different, but both needed. Dude, how efficiently they've muddied that water where like, dude, there are probably flat earthers that get triggered if they hear me talk about it, right? We've been propagandized that much where it's like,
Well, I'll help you out, man. Women don't know that they don't want to run the world. They just like the excitement of being propped up as like, oh, empowerment. Yeah. And then when they get there, it's like, oh, I didn't want this anyway. Because watch, they're all going to be alone with cats very soon. And it's going to be a big problem in the next decade.
Yeah, I will say one thing, like I get a lot of young men, I guess, watch my channel, or like if you look at the analytics of the few people that do see my channel, you know, and it's like I tell them all the time, I'm like, yeah, but like if you're a strong man, like you can lead a woman no matter where she is at that time. Uh, like my wife was like prior to the pandemic was like fell for a lot of the propaganda, you know, and you know, she's like a completely different person now. I think that, yeah, I think the responsibility is still on the men. Like it's just always on the men. And I will say there's nothing more frustrating than like trying to reason with an uncooperative female.
No
So I
shit.
get that. I definitely get that.
Bro,
But
I gotta tell you too, I had a very short encounter with your wife a few years ago. And dude, props to you. I don't know how you tamed that wild beast, but um, good on you, bro. I got the end of a whip one day, and I didn't even really do anything. So the fact that you took care of that, that's actual props.
oh, like on Discord?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was trying to manage some drama from my own life that was kind of like bleeding over into Discord, and I told Kai I was apologizing for like someone else trying to do devious shit to her. I was apologizing for not even something I was doing. I was just like, but she didn't know. So I was like saying, oh, by the way, like, I'm sorry about this thing that happened. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, she's just being weird right now. I was talking about someone else, but she's like, but wait a second. Then Kai like was getting mad at me because apparently I was informing her that someone else was being devious. I got the end of a whip, so
I believe it.
whatever. It's
I believe it.
like by association, like shoot the messenger kind of shit. So, but yeah, she's kind of fiery.
Yeah, yeah, there's no doubt. But like she'll be the first to tell you that like dude, when I first started talking to her, she was like that, you know. Dude, but okay, so we FaceTimed and I was like, I don't like I don't like fake nails. I don't like fake eyelashes. I don't like makeup. I don't like anything that's promiscuous. I don't like women dressing slutty or promiscuous. I don't like women thinking they can usurp authority over men. And I'm like, none of this is negotiable. Like, dude, she got so triggered.
Right.
I'm like, men have the authority. Men have the final say. I'm like, any relationship I'm gonna be in, that's how it is. It's the only way it'll work. I'm like, yeah, women have a say, of course, and like, I think it's up to the man to have enough integrity that when the woman is right, his final decision actually goes with her, right? Because she was right or whatever. But it's still his decision. And then I just explained the analogy of like a football team and having like an owner and a coach, blah blah blah. Like if the coach wants to keep the receiver but the owner doesn't, well, there has to be someone that can make the final decision, or no decisions could ever be made. And
Right. It's that whole
yeah,
responsibility authority thing.
yeah, it's the best way to put it for sure. It really it sums it up. Yep. And now she like sees other women now, and she's like she just checks them. She's like, I can't believe I used to kind of think like that, blah blah blah. And so I guess my point is that like, yeah, like if you're a strong man, like the women have like this intuitive understanding, and they long to basically be told to sit down. They literally long for it, but they're not just gonna let any little like cuck dude tell them to sit down. You see what I'm saying? Like they gotta be like, and it's not really about money. I mean, sure, for lots of women now it is, and hypergamy is obviously a real thing, but it's much more about like they have to see that you have it in you that you would always be able to provide when it came down to it. It's much more like a mentality thing. So, I mean, that's my experience, and that's been my experience for a long time, long before I was even like a real like truther, right? Anyway, all this to say, like they are clearly attacking that for a reason, and
Well,
I
they
think
want to
this may
attack
be one
your
of the biggest
ability
truths
to
ever. That's why
provide.
I'm pro Andrew Tate overall, because I think that this is a very big truth. I think he kind of leads men down the wrong route in a way, but
Well, that's his own problem. Like, okay, so like 99% of what that dude says is probably more spot on than I've ever heard it. But then the reality of the problem is that he's kind of like he took a wrong turn somewhere, and it's kind of like he took the Glober turn. That's kind of like how it is. Like he's operating on the on a false axiom, so he's making the wrong decision, and it kind of like you can see him make that wrong decision throughout all of his good reasoning, which sucks.
yeah, like
So
even with what's going on right now, like
yes,
he
like
asked for it. You know?
he fucking dude, everything that he shouldn't have said on camera, he's fucking telling people how to, like, literally how to have like his not I wouldn't say a sex ring, but like how to delegate as a pimp and have your side hoe and then have your other hoes and then monetize it and then tell them how to scam them and how to like take their tax money from them, and like he
Yeah,
literally
dude, he's
did
on record
seminars on this.
talking about lying to them about their taxes so he can get
I
more.
know, and like he's fucking himself, but ultimately I'm not sure. Okay, so I guess the problem is that everyone's going around saying sex trafficking, and I think that perhaps he could perhaps use the argument that he's just trying to make a sales video, and B, he's playing a character, which for the most part, I think when he's behind a camera, he is playing a character. A little bit more so, he's like exaggerating his ideas.
Yeah, he's
But
more
I don't think
animated.
it's going to like exonerate him. I think he really kind of fucked up with those videos.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're gonna get him for something because you just saying you did something doesn't actually put you in jail, but you have to be in trial or whatever and then say you did it, right? Like an admission on camera, it holds some weight, but in his
Yeah,
situation, he can get out of that, especially with his attorneys. But like, dude, if there's any evidence and it seems like he was just being honest, then he's screwed. So he showed him exactly what to look for. Like he admits he's like, I don't pay taxes. He's like, oh, taxes.
yeah,
They're gonna try to get him for that. They're gonna try to get him for fraud. They're gonna try to get him for screwing the women over. And his website point blank says like I make them fall in love with me. I make them do whatever they want. It's like
yeah.
I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And it's unfortunate because
Well,
he
this
was
was
saying the
also
message
before
that he
his
did.
like his transgression. Like I feel like he's been trying to turn a new leaf a little bit, like change his brand around to like a more giving, more like meaningful goal, like with the whole like helping men become men kind of thing, like the whole Jordan Peterson kind of direction, like clean your room kind of shit. But his older shit is just so degenerate, and he's still got the casinos, and then he did the cam girls thing, and he has all these videos out there of how to like be an actual bad person. It's just like fuck,
Yeah.
dude. He's
But people
yeah,
grow, right? Like people definitely grow. Like if you watch Owen Benjamin's first videos, it's like a different person. So
yeah,
I don't hold that against him, but like even his recent videos, I mean, he'll still defend the webcam stuff. But he did tell a story about like a girl. She just sits there naked and paints, and she makes millions of dollars.
mhm,
So it's like you can't say she's some type of victim. I mean, she's making millions of dollars to paint.
right.
So I
Well,
don't know all the
and
specifics.
I don't think that any of these people were held against their will. Honestly, I think he just makes a very compelling argument and uses like factors of control to convince people that it's within their best interest, and then You know, honestly, everyone that shares his space, they fucking love him, bro. I have seen the faces of all of his friends, associates, and the women around him, and it's like they love having him around. He's a fucking joy to be around. So I don't know, like he might have enough witnesses to side on his behalf, like because last time he got attacked for what, like 4 years in court over some kind of like um
Beating women thing.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, she said that. I didn't, dude.
Well, other people said it. She didn't even
Turtle,
say
hold
it.
on 1 second. 1 second, bro. Turtle, please just leave me alone, bro. I've already blocked you. I don't need this. Whatever you're, just just sober up, bro, and we can talk about it later. I just don't want to deal with you, okay?
I mean, that from my understanding, right? Like, it was just the video circulated, and that's what happened. Like, she she came out and said we were just role playing. I don't see how you look like making a woman fall in love with you and then having her do stuff for you is not a crime, right? Like,
Yeah.
or I could have been put in jail in college. You know, I had
Well,
had a
that's a
couple
different
girls that
video.
would do everything
Actually,
I said.
I will tell you one thing. That is a diversion. That video is a diversion from the other video, and that is a little sus. Okay, that video with his girlfriend, yes, there was a camera. Yes, it was foreplay and role play. Okay, yes, she was wearing sexy lingerie. For some reason, the idiots just don't pay attention to this fact. But then there's another video of him like harassing a woman and following her and like, I think like hitting the wall or something and like being very threatening and talking about how, oh, you thought I was going to hit you, huh? And just like very kind of like a pimp would do. So
Oh,
that video didn't get around as much because they kept pushing the other one, which had a cover story. So I don't
gotcha.
know what goes on behind closed doors, but there's another video and it's a lot worse.
As far as I'm concerned, like, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a dark side to all of it.
Oh, there is. I've seen his dark side of like 2 or 3 times. There's a video of him like forcing some girl like hug up against him and he's being really fucking creepy. And then he like tells her to go away and I don't want to see you again. It's like one of his 20 girlfriends or something.
Yeah.
So I just think it's kind of gross that somebody needs that much validation that they're gonna need like 20 girlfriends. So there's definitely something off about this dude. But beyond that, like he gives people advice that it's it'd be hard to find other places.
Yeah, I don't buy the whole it's all set up or anything like that, but it may end up serving that purpose where it's like this guy's saying a message that's very important and it's gonna
Can,
all get trashed.
can you do something about this dude? He's just being a retard that keeps joining and leaving.
Oh, turtle plane.
Turtle, stop, stop, or they'll fuck with you. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, just chill out, man. You're typing crazy stuff in the chat too. Like, what's wrong with you?
I don't know, man.
I never really heard him talk. He's
I
late or
don't know
something.
this guy very much, but everything he says is like not worth listening to, as far as I can tell.
He's freaking out. Turtle plane, man. I need you to calm down, dude. Or you're gonna get timed out because you're acting kind of crazy. You can't conversation rate people, man. If someone doesn't want to talk to you, let it go. Well, yeah, you see my point? It's like, it's going to be more detrimental to that message than anything.
Yeah. Which, you know, it makes me think, was this all some kind of like MK Ultra bait and switch? I mean, his father was CIA supposedly. And what if he was supposed to have this like dual personality where on one side he's like, bro, stop, stop, turtle.
I timed him out.
Oh my God, dude. Okay. Like, it just seems very coincidental that he has this immense intellect, but he doesn't get out of his own way. and he doesn't see a necessity to. With someone who like definitely approaches life that approaches business by turning himself into a brand, you think that he would take stock and recognize that there are certain aspects that he should not associate with his brand, especially when he's trying to be serious half the time. So it just kind of seems like he's playing both sides of the card, and it's like a bait and switch kind of thing, where he's going to get all these people to love him because he's saying this thing, and then as soon as he turns around, he's saying something else to get the other team to hate him,
Yeah.
just so that people fight with each other.
Have you seen what he said? So he's in an interview and they ask him about his dad being in the CIA. And he's like, yeah, you know, he was in the Air Force and then he learned a bunch of languages. He did so good on the IQ test. He tested in the top 1 percentile. So they took him, he learned like 5 languages. And he's like, did he ever tell you anything about it? And he said, yeah, he said, everything on the news is a lie.
Yep.
Don't adopt the slave mentality. And the only reason you should
Reject it.
watch the news
Reject the
is...
slave mentality.
Do I?
Yeah, no, he said reject the slave mind, the slave mentality.
The only
And
reason you should watch the news is to figure out what they want you to believe, not to believe.
exactly.
That's fire. That's very true. If he's in the CIA, that's something he would know.
Right.
Why would he say that? Why, like, when people were saying Alex Stein was controlled off, I'm like, okay, well, he jumped on Tucker Carlson and called out Operation Mockingbird. So if their plan is to start pointing out that the news is run by the CIA, then okay. You know, like I did kind of predict this a couple years ago. I said at one point they're going to like burn down the mainstream media by pointing out how corrupt the government is so they can replace it with like a new media, a new trusted media. And I mean maybe that random prediction I made was true. I don't know, but for me, if everyone's going to figure out that the news was a lie and that the CIA runs it, I'm cool with that. I think that's a net positive.
Do you think that Stein is organic? You don't have to answer. We're on a stream.
I actually do. Okay, like I think that his intentions are not pure. I think that he just wants to be famous, but he openly said that to me. But like yeah, like I think Jaren's legit and Jaren just like picked him out. So like Jaren, I was talking to Jaren about it. He's like, the reason I can't really even fathom it is because like I just chose to reach out to him and put him on. Like, really, how would Jaren have been on it? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I didn't say anything about Jaren. That's all you. I was just
see what I'm
asking about
saying, though?
Stein.
Like, it would
Yeah,
require me
I
to also believe
understand.
Jaren was
And
in it.
honestly, he platformed him and gave him a little boost. I mean, I was there for all that. And then the whole like baby truther thing, which is fucking weird to begin with. And that was just that was actually all not great for Jaren and everyone involved, honestly. But glad that's over. So
yeah, I mean that's a joke on the whole RV calling them baby truthers, but yeah, I don't know. I think that it just is a clout chaser, but I don't know, man. You know, he texts me congrats about the baby, texts me congrats about the marriage, and used to want to try to do a show with me, and I told him no. So I don't know. I think that he, like in the grand scheme of things, no Alex Stein or Alex Stein on the mainstream stage. Like the world is not worse off in any way that he is on the mainstream stage, right?
I would say no. I would say no.
Well, that's kind of how I look at it. I'm like, this dude did jump on Tucker Carlson, and literally he's like, just takes over the show, reroutes it a million miles a minute, talking about trauma-based mind control through the media, Operation Mockingbird. The CIA has liaisons all the way up through the media.
Yeah, but you know that everyone watching that's gonna think this guy's crazy.
But whatever. I mean, it's like if he wasn't on there saying that, no one's gonna even have heard the idea, right? So yeah, I will say that in a way, I guess you could say it's negative in that sense, right? Like it discredits kind of like
it's a very COINTELPRO attitude to have to project and to become in that position the way that he has. It's a very COINTELPRO thing. Like, I'm not saying he is, but that's exactly what Alex Jones does. He screams at 110%, and it's that 10% that makes him look nuts. So it doesn't matter what he says, and everyone associates us with that guy because he's the umbrella term for us.
Yeah. Do you think Alex Jones was ever genuine?
Outside of his character and role as a Mossad operative, I think he believes what he's saying.
Well, he used to call Israel out, right? Like that's what's so weird about it. I
He
mean,
used to what?
used to call Israel out.
I mean, yeah, they all kind of start out saying the truth until they whittle it down and they got a big audience, you know?
See, that's right. So, that's right. I mean, that would be a brilliant way to do it. To slide
Yeah.
under the radar. Yeah.
Well, you sell, well, it's just, okay, I'm not going to use that example because people will be mad at me, but yeah, you sell lies with truth, right? So it's like 90% truth, 10% lies. And at first you start off with 100% truth. It's like you know, any like huge company, right? They start off by giving you stuff for free. Actually, that's kind of how you know it's bullshit. It's when they give you everything for free at the beginning. You know that your mind is the product. It's like Gmail's free, okay? YouTube is free, right? Like there was all kinds of stuff that started out free. Like Uber and Lyft were giving out free rides to all the college students at TXU TXU for like 3 months. Okay, it's all part of the adoption. Like it's all about the conditioning. Like they get you hooked, and then you know you're part of the grid. You know, you're part. Like here, we'll give you this matrix. It's free, and then you pay with your life.
It is also a good marketing plan, though. Like in 2023, like that's what you do. Like if you have an app, you make the app free and you have in-app purchases. But yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, right? Like the real tell for Uber, it's not profitable, at least on the books. YouTube is
On
also
the
in the red, and so yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, supposedly they don't make any money, but
Yeah,
they
but
steal 70% of all the fares.
yeah, because like they obviously know how to work the tax loops.
Right. Yeah. All their money's into Caymans right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about Alex. I will say Alex was on that one show and he just like buried the moon landing, and everyone on the show was like getting super triggered and on the blaze, and he just buried the moon landing.
Well, I don't know if it's ever going to ultimately matter. I was just curious. However, I do think that he's going to use this, like these last few years as part of like his, like clearly it's part of his catalog now, right? It's part of his like back, like stuff that he's accomplished, you know, and he can reference all this stuff. So I think what's going to happen is he'll probably end up getting his own show and be
He already does
platformed,
have his own show.
be like mainstream.
They officially signed him for his own show. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. For who?
Blaze TV.
Blaze TV.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about TV, so.
Well, yeah, me either. I mean, it's not like on cable or anything. Just call it Blaze TV. Glenn Beck, sign us.
Glenn, wait, hold up. Glenn Beck? Seriously?
Yeah, sign us. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see it's I hate to be the stereotype guy, but like, you know, you see the name Stein, you're like, oh yeah, he's one of them. You know, that's my first reaction. Stein.
Oh yeah, trust me, I get it.
I mean, I'm at this point, like, I don't really care about people's feelings. The stereotypes just they fucking hit so many times, so much. I kind of just stick with it.
Yeah.
It served me well. That's all I can say.
Well, yeah, they're there for a reason, for sure. I don't know. I don't like it's because they see people are starting to figure out their attacking masculinity, so they've clearly rolled out a cover, right? Like you got Jordan Peterson as a cover. Maybe Andrew Tate was a cover.
Do you
Tucker
think
Carlson
Jordan
talks
Peterson
about
was a cover?
Yeah.
I've heard about that probability, but he's also the genius that they present him to be, which is also great. So
he is articulate. He probably has a decent IQ, but he isn't wise. I mean, the dude took the shot.
well, he told people. I mean, I can't say that if he did or didn't. Right?
He took
I
that
don't know.
thing, dude, then got on TV and cried about it because he still couldn't go places. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't trust that dude
Well,
as far as I can throw him. He freaking posts a picture of his like daughter, or like hearted a picture of his daughter like half naked on Instagram.
Turtle, stop.
And then he's like on like all these hard drugs. I
Yeah.
don't trust him, man. I don't trust that dude at all. I mean, yeah, he makes some good points, but he's also like he portrays a illusory profundity to me. Like it's like yeah, like people think
Well,
he's real
he
profound.
cries like every other like time he's on a video too.
Yeah, especially
it's
now.
kind of weird. Turtle,
And now
stop,
he's
bro.
on Ben Shapiro's thing, The Wire.
Right.
Dude, I mean, Ben Shapiro would obviously never have someone like me or Owen Benjamin on. And that's what works against Alex, right? But if Alex is legit, right, he openly says, like, I want to be famous. Like, he told me and Jaren that many times. He's like, I just want to be famous. And, I'm a strong believer that, like, if you work hard and you truly want something, you can make it happen. Like, you can manifest it via belief and hard work, like, even if
Oh
it's
my
not
God,
good.
ban this motherfucker. Jesus.
Oh, he's not timed out now? Oh my god.
No, it was like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I put 10 minutes, yeah. Someone else just timed him out. This dude is just being super extra. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, he's got a big boner for me or something. Yeah, anybody who says that they want to be famous, they can kick rocks. Fuck them. I don't care what they know.
I think that's super weird. Like,
that makes me think he's like Tavistock or something, some like deep shit. It's just not. It's not. Nobody does that. Nobody's right in the head, in the middle of almost being 30 or so, and they're like, "Oh, I want to go mainstream conspiracy famous," and then does it within a year. That guy's
he wanted to
bad
be
actor.
like a comedian, I think was the idea. But
well, yeah, you know what? Sam Tripoli, he was on show with Sam Tripoli. He got boosted from that too, right after the whole Jaren thing. The guy was literally on like you said you wanted to do the rounds. You wanted to go on different podcasts and do stuff. He did that. I watched him. And the thing is, all these, do you realize that like half the fucking mainstream comedians are like CIA? Like they're literally they're the modern day version of the jester, which is essentially the king's way of propagandizing and like making light of strong issues. And it's a way of controlling the masses. That's all it's for. So like a lot of these comedians, you think they're just fucking comedians. They're working an agenda, and it's very subversive. So I don't trust anybody who says, "Oh, I want to be famous. Oh, I want to be a comedian," and then they push conspiracies. That's not how that works. That's the script. That's literally the script.
Well, I mean, yeah. So this, like, I thought about this. It just it's a very intricate script when it comes to Alex. So like, he was on like he had many failed reality show attempts, and he worked on the show Cheaters. He's just been like chasing clout for many, many, many years, and like,
Is that how Jaren got a hold of that one girl?
what girl?
He had that one girl on his show that
Oh, Ginny.
everyone was saying was a man or something like that.
Oh, I don't know what.
For the baby truther thing. Might have been Jenny. I don't know.
Oh, blonde hair girl.
Yeah.
Kelsey.
She was on it. She was like on a dating reality show for like a decade ago or something.
Kelsey's like longtime friends with Rose 777.
Oh, okay.
That is like a real thing too. I've met her and met Rose. Like, she's goofy, bro. But yeah, I don't know. See, like for me, dude, if someone's like if the CIA wouldn't want you to be on all kinds of failed TV shows, I mean, I don't want to underestimate them, right? Because they would use like reverse psychology a lot, right? For sure. But like, I don't know. Or J-Trig, right? That's the whole idea of J-Trig. It's like you have to blend into the truther community. So you just go take notes on what they do and you have to be like that and then discredit it. And so I definitely see that. But I don't know. People went so far, they're like, oh, he faked his mom's death and all that stuff. And it's like,
look at Joe Rogan real quick.
He faked 3-hour phone calls crying then. And that seems
I don't know if that's, I'm not sure if that necessarily has to be a fake part, but look at Joe Rogan, for example, right? So he's a kickboxer, right? And then he, I don't know, he just landed at a mainstream television show, right? Like cold radio. And then he was a comedian, and then he just had millions of dollars and he just sat at home and he started podcasting. Now, I think maybe the podcasting started out as a little genuine, but I mean, it definitely morphed into something that was like he definitely, in my opinion, was or is an asset, and he became very useful at some time. Because him and Alex Jones, or excuse me, Bill Hicks, like just they go way back, dude, and this shit doesn't get talked about. You know, like these comedians who, you know, maybe they were on a TV show and maybe they just happen to be very good at jujitsu and kickboxing, and you know, they're very CIA agent lifestyle, but they're not, I promise. You know, like I've met too many normal people to look at these guys and say there isn't something fucking fishy. You know, this Alex Stein guy, that nobody does what he fucking does with the motivation that he fucking has. You know, and all these other people we suspect, it's like, you know, I don't know exactly their affiliation, but that shit's not a normal person. I meet normal people every day. You know, there's something fucking off about a few different individuals, and I got issues, you know.
I hear you. But I've also had people say stuff about me, so it's like, from my perspective, it's like, I don't know. I know that from a conspiratorial angle, like you can paint a narrative about just about anyone.
You could, but here's the problem, bro, is that you've been vetted because you actually are part of the community. These other people are not tangible. They have their own cliques, they have their own construction. They're not trying to be a part of us. They're trying to be a part of what their agenda is. If they were legit, they would come in here and hang out all the time. This is where the people are. They don't give a fuck. And this is my criticism also about Jaron and Bob and all the other people. I'm not saying that they're in on it. Maybe they are. I don't know. You know, it's also kind of sus that Bob was working at, I don't know, one of the most conspiratorial airports for like the last couple decades. You know, at the what's it called, the New World Order headquarters, so to speak. You know, like there's a lot of like things you could poke at these people for, but I'm not saying that they are right. But like you've been vetted, you've been in the trenches with this, man. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it requires me to look at my life like a real deal movie, right? Where like I would be surrounded by agents.
But you would be.
I've met them in person.
Stop. We already know this is true. Okay, this whole debate thing is a stalling tactic for the people in charge. This whole idea that there's a debate is stalling. They want us to think there's a debate so that we're just jacking off all day. There's no debate. We already figured it out. We know that it's flat. We know that the surface is at least flat. We don't know the extremities. There's a lot of shit that we need to figure out. But the idea of a debate is not reality. The reality is that we're here in the trenches and they're trying to slow us down, and they've done a good job, and there's people in group fighting. And you absolutely would be surrounded by agents who hope that that continues. You know, whether it's this avenue, that avenue, whatever their, you know, script is, or that script, or infighting they're trying to, you know, start. And like, I don't know exactly how it all works, man. I'm not in their shoes, but you would be surrounded. That's how that works, right? Like,
Right. So that's what I'm saying is like I've thought about all this for a while back even, but for me I decided like looking at it from like an outside of time perspective or how would history reflect it type of thing. It's like I'd rather have just been there even though I was surrounded by agents and just kept doing my thing. Um instead of like not doing it basically. Right? So
yeah,
it's like
no,
there's a
that's
conference. I
God,
mean,
man.
it's like I'm gonna go to the conference and I'm going to just like slaughter mainstream
Yeah.
physics and in who knows who's behind it or who's there, and I can't know. So like I shake Mark Sargent's hand because he's there in person. I don't know. And
Don't
like
tell me that shit, bro.
I'm just saying.
Don't-
I'm just saying.
I'm the wrong person to tell me that shit, dude.
And like I mean, that's what killed Bob Marley, I guess. It was like a CIA agent came under the guise of like a journalist that was his friend and gave him some Converse and it had like a little poison tack on the toe and blah blah blah. But like I don't know. I'm not really scared of that. I mean, I guess now that I have a daughter, it's like a totally different thing actually. But um, I don't know. I just kind of look at it like that. Look at it like I wouldn't know. I don't dispute that there probably almost assuredly are some, but I can't know. And like I've been at Bob's house so many times, and he's like put me up when I was in town, stuff like that. Like for me, if he's a CIA agent, they told him like be a really good friend to Austin, right? And am I saying that's impossible? No, but I've talked to Jaren for like extended periods of time, like for multiple hours about everything, like our personal lives and how we grew up and all kinds of stuff. And it's like, it, I don't want to be so arrogant that I would say that like someone couldn't be trained so well and be so gifted that they could lie so efficiently they could get it past me. But I am very good at telling when people are lying, dude. Like, I
It's not
won't tell
about
you
being
who I
trained,
think
though.
gives off that energy though,
I
because I
think
don't like to spread the rumors.
that's kind of I think the word is a misnomer. I don't think that people have to knowingly be like an agent. I think that people can be programmed or conditioned or trained or raised in subtle ways with different alters. And I'm a large believer in the MK Ultra brain control method with all that. I mean, I really think that there's ways to do things subtly to create a personality which has all of the traits of a regular person, but perhaps has a drive for certain topics and also a penchant for certain triggers. And then, so basically, you're creating someone who has like a taste for steak, or like their favorite soda is this. Like you can create these personalities by programming it into a person. I'm not saying that's exactly what's happening. I'm just saying that like there are other ways other than just directly being, oh, I'm an asshole agent. Ha
You see
ha
it
ha
from my
ha.
perspective, right? So it's like if
Yeah,
these people around me are at MK Ultra, like, bro,
they may not know any better.
yeah, and so how could I
They're
know?
probably victims too, in some sense, possibly.
Then I definitely wouldn't know, right? If they don't even know. And I agree that would probably be the best way to do it, but it's like now thinking about this, right? So say some of them aren't agents, bro. Like again, I've had that accusation thrown at me so many times. I'm talking about with like intricate details about my
Yeah.
past and like all this crazy stuff. And like, I know I can only just know the truth. And to me, people that say that about me like legitimately sound insane. And like I
Yeah.
just know what that feels like. So I can see that being the same for Jaren. You know what I'm saying?
My own girlfriend, who at one time was pregnant with my child, looked at me with the whitest eyes ever and said, "Are you a part of the CIA?" She thought I was an agent for like one night and like went on a total tangent and just like, ah, bro.
You see how that can be very detrimental, right? So it's like for me, dude, I'm like,
Clown world, bro.
dude,
Clown world.
I need so much evidence, and if not, it's like, yo, I live for the creator, bro. I believe in like a metaphysical law. I believe that there's like
Yeah.
these like etheric ripples. I think that like I'm protected because I'm supposed to do something, and I don't even know what it is. Like I think I'm not even in the know. I think I'm kind of like,
But we never are. See, that's the thing. Like when you have this power that you're talking about that I'm aware of because I have it too, we don't care about what happens tomorrow necessarily. All we know is that God's speaking through us and he tells us what to do and when. So as long as you're on that path, you're protected because that's all that matters.
yeah, and that's
Doesn't
like
matter
legit why I
like
mobbed through DC with the microphone on. And
yeah,
everyone was like, "Oh my god, you're gonna die." I'm like, "I'm 100% not going to die unless that's like part of the plan or something." And
yeah,
there's like blacked out Suburbans following us, like objectively following us everywhere and
dude,
watching us, and like I was just
honestly,
laughing. So
like this whole McToon thing, the fight the flat earth, like all this shill thing, like as much as I love a little bit of drama every now and then, I don't have time for that. But what I do have time for is all that extra energy I'm putting into those things, just put straight back into God, bro. That'll never fail you. And you always get like twofold, tenfold sometimes.
yeah, and so like I think I've kind of been shown one of the things that he does want me to do, and it's to organize homeschool curriculum.
I
And so
think
I
that's
think that's
strong.
fire. I think that's dope.
Yeah.
And like I know it's like I was like just I guess people would say placed on your heart, is how people say it, but I don't know how to explain it, but I just know I'm supposed to do that now. And I was excited once I had that realization because I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Like I view life that way. Same thing with the tour. And I didn't feel that too much when I was supposed to go meet Nathan Thompson, but I had prayed about it because I felt like I was supposed to go somewhere and then like go into the world and do something because I was like, dude, I can't just sit back while everything is being, while they're rolling out this new world order. Basically, it was like the
Mm-hmm.
pandemic that motivated it anyway. But I did have that epiphany once. It was like a separation of him and us, and then we had the whole like Florida weed thing, and like I was like done. I'm like, I'm
Oh my
going back.
gosh.
I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm going
that
back to the
must have
house.
been like, was it like a pound or how much was it?
It was a few ounces, I
It
think.
was the right. It was the right amount.
Yeah. And what's funny about that is like someone like insisted that I take it and I turned it down like 5 times and they like wouldn't take no for an answer. And yeah, it's just really crazy. Like allegedly. And like I was like trying to give it away. It was like all this crazy stuff. But um yeah, I don't know. Like what I'm saying is like after that I did have like a very clear cut epiphany I was supposed to do it. And that's all I really care about, man. I know that like I'm supposed to do this. I actually feel like pretty deeply that like it's gonna get kind of crazy, as in like uh, it's gonna kind of blow up in a way. And so like I'm not even in a rush for that because I see the downsides of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I just know it. And so I don't really I mean, I can't focus on like, bro, I could try to figure out if Mark Sargent is an agent for like the next 4 years, but like I don't
Oh
know
no, no,
and
no.
I
I
don't
mean,
care.
I'll tell you right away. He already is. I know too much about him and his family, and he absolutely is. But you don't have to think about it. Just know he is. That simple.
Yeah, I'm just saying like I don't even like I'm just indifferent, man. I'm indifferent because I just know what it's like to not be an agent and to be called one with such conviction and stuff. And like, so like Jaren's been like my boy. I mean, so much so that like I agreed to like work with him, and I trust my ability to read people. That's why
Well, if it
I don't
makes you
defend
better,
many people against the agent claim. if anyone's
Just
ever noticed. Like,
if you're going to make any decisions with these people, just, as long as it makes you better and you think you'll be able to accomplish more for yourself and for what your goals are, you know what I mean? Like, just make sure that none of these people can get in your way. Like, I would even say that one of the best things you could do, even for legitimacy, is to just go independent and like try to get support from the actual community who are like in the trenches every day. Like, that might be a way, because I mean, the people who show up to work every day, those guys are legit for sure. Like, Brian here's legit. You know, like, there's so many people here who are so legit. It's actually kind of sad.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Well, I mean, technically speaking, I am independent, right? I mean, I have like a joint venture with Jaron, but I'm about to launch like 3 businesses, have my own app, my own website. You know, it is what it is.
how are
I'm
you
like, I'll be
organizing
doing
all
shows
that? Do
by
you have like a
myself.
team?
Do it.
How are you organizing all that? Do you have a team or something?
So I have people reach out to me offering to help, but it's just like I don't know who I can trust. There's also like this weird, awkward thing of like, oh, I do graphic design, and they make me a logo and it sucks. You know, then I have to tell them like, no, this sucks, and um, but I don't know. Right now, I'm just doing it myself. I'm like, you know,
I don't know how, man, because you were doing those live streams like almost every night for like what, like 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And then now you're telling me you're on 2 documentaries. You want to have 2 more documentaries. You want to do a curriculum. You want to have a business. You want to hire people. And you're doing all these debates while doing research, like organizing all your citations, getting all your books together with fucking post-it notes and shit. And it's like, I don't even know how. And now you have a daughter and you have a brand new wife. And it's like, I don't know how you have time to talk to us on here. It's just kind of like crazy.
well, I probably really won't here soon, right? Like so I just decided to like chill with the YouTube thing for a couple weeks. So it's like her mom came and then my family came and just left yesterday. So or did they leave today? I mean, sorry, I can't keep up with time. It's like crazy last few days with the baby, but yeah, I don't know. Like I probably won't be like I've been killing time in here because like we've been working out that like I'll stay up at night and kind of keep her cool so Kai can get some consecutive hours of sleep because she takes care of her throughout the day and blah blah blah. Yeah, since now my plan was that once they leave, I'm gonna kind of go back to work, and I probably won't be in here very much because there's just no way. There's just I have way too much, and even not doing that, still I'm gonna have to have some people help me out, you know. But I just haven't mapped that out yet. So, because
Well, if
like that's
there's
like a
any,
part of what I want to do. Honestly, there's so much more. It's like insane, but I think that someone's got to do it. So.
I like your ideas. I don't know how feasible it is for you as one man. I mean, I don't know exactly what skills you're looking for, but if you need to delegate any ideas or if you need someone to talk to, I mean, you can always hit me up.
Cool,
I
yeah.
do have a little bit of free time. Like I am self-employed, so like I do have a little wiggle room to like, do tasks. But I just want to know what you need to get done and try to work on it, if you can't do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like, well, then what I want to do is make sure people can like actually kind of make money, right? Like, I don't want anyone like helping me out that doesn't get a little something.
Well, me
So I'm trying to
personally,
work
like
that out.
I like money, but at the same time, I would never ask for money, especially for something I'm, devoted to. So,
But it would just be like mutually beneficial, right? Like when I had my detail business, I didn't pay them by the hour. I incentivized them by
by the commissions.
yeah, and so like
Yeah.
same thing with this, right? Like it just makes it work smoother. Where it's like if someone tells me they're gonna make me a logo, like I had someone do this, right? And I'm like, okay, and so like I'll wait on them for a couple weeks, and then they just don't do it. It completely screws me over, and they were doing it for free, so they had no real motivation. And now I'm like, now it screwed me over. I can make this okay logo myself,
Is this
and
the new logo, your profile?
Yeah, yeah, it's just that's something that I put together because the other person just, like, didn't do it, and
Looks pretty good. I
it's
mean,
okay.
it's not bad. Yeah, it's an improvement.
Yeah, I just don't want to, I don't wanna find myself in that situation, like yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather work out a business plan where it's like, "Help me make the curriculum, here we have this and this and this, and this is how it's gonna we'll make some money and blah, blah, blah." It's gotta be something. Or it could be a nonprofit and then they get paid out of that because like, you can technically still pay employees out of it.
Well, I
Uh,
think like if you're very serious about that and you're gonna start working on those, I don't know if in Discord or like another, like I don't know, maybe Telegram even, you could just start organizing a small group of people you want to be involved with those tasks. You know?
yeah, yeah. Probably Telegram, honestly, but
Yeah, probably because if this shit gets wiped, that would be a huge loss. Because
yeah, I've already
Discord's
been
always
wiped,
going to
so
get wiped eventually.
yeah. Like, I've
Yeah.
already been wiped, so it's like, I didn't even get to running my Discord before I got deleted, so
Actually, let me open up Telegram right now. I
you send
did
me a
send you a
message.
message.
Did you?
You were gonna send me that motherload thing.
Oh, you never got it?
No, maybe I'm not in the group that you're supposed to be in, but I sent you a message for the motherload. Never got it
Oh,
on
there it
the
is. So,
December
see.
31st.
See. I'll drop you the motherload.
Yeah, thanks.
But yeah, this is
Yeah,
the best way for sure. Telegram is fire.
yeah, probably. I
A
haven't
lot of
been deleted
EDX
yet,
stuff.
so. Telegram and Odysee seem to be rock solid in my opinion, and maybe like cycling a couple Rumble accounts. I don't know if they're going to delete though. Um, Shane said he's on his third account with Rumble, so maybe there is a problem there.
Yeah, I don't know. That sucks. Because Rumble's like the most professional looking competitor.
Yeah, and they're burgeoning right now. So.
Wait, they're what?
No, they're shooting off right now. Like they're making their industry breakthrough with like Sneeko's on there. He's bringing a lot of people. The Tate Confidential is a pretty popular channel up until they got arrested, and they brought like millions of people over.
Yeah. Yeah. Nico's cool and he just get hit with the flat earth.
Dude, he did a stream tonight with Pearl and Destiny, and they watched wait, I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. Suddenly, you know what I'm talking about. They watched that movie Suddenly,
Yeah.
and yeah, like it was funny because Destiny was basically just in cognitive dissonance and just denying shit the whole time. Even after they would pause it and go research you know, data behind the claims, and then he was basically eating shit and he would still defend his position.
Yeah, that
Like
dude
they'd be
sucks.
reading the same sentence and come back with two different answers, which there's only one answer. you know?
Yeah, that dude's a joke, bro.
Yeah, it's just another globe thing, man. This is what they've done to people, bro. It's just clown world, man. I told you, like I'm just kind of over it a little bit, a little bit.
It is clown world, man. I'll try to see if I can 2023
Sending
see if I can
file.
talk to both those guys.
Yeah, see if you can put a little, um, or if you, I don't know if you got people, you probably got people already, but yeah, make a little group, get those people in the group, and kind of like write down in short form, like a couple goals that you want to accomplish instead of repeating it over and over on this live stream. Actually, just write down a couple, like dash this, dash this, and get the ball moving. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm about to start working tomorrow. Saturdays I don't work, and so my family left this morning. But I wasn't really
Yeah.
gonna do anything until.
I'm not rushing you, dude. It was just the holidays. You just had a child, Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to go hard this year, bro. Starting tomorrow, so
do you have
it should be
interviews
fun.
lined up? The
I
ones
have a
that
few
you were
people that
trying
have
to.
agreed to have me on, but I haven't like scheduled anything. Like I said, I just put like everything on pause, like basically the whole
Mm,
month of December. um, just cause like, yeah, I don't know. I just became like really focused on like the whole baby, make sure Kai's good. Like,
mm.
yeah, I don't know. This is my first baby. I probably like future babies. I'll be like, oh yeah, here's another one, But that's what all my friends say. All my friends say with the first one, you're like real delicate and all stuff. Then you find out they're like indestructible in a way, and you're just kind of like, they'll be all
Yeah,
right.
yeah. The baby's gonna break you. It's actually the other way around.
Yeah, she's awesome though, bro. She's like, it's very surreal. She's like so cute. Um, trips me out. Trips me out, man. It's cool. Um, well, yeah, I think that's another part of it that's gonna make me like really be like serious. And so I don't really have time for like the Xanax and the MC tunes anymore. It's like
There's
I
no
just start
return,
like
man.
building it for my family.
You got to plant seeds. You gotta get a return out of your efforts. That's just like all we have time for anymore. We're down to the wire, bro. This is it. Like back in 2015, the discussion wasn't about a debate. It was about, hey, look, we figured it out. This is what it is now, and we need to let you know as soon as possible because. And we had all these videos and examples and like bubbles in space, and we had so much evidence that they were faking space that we honestly felt like if we didn't tell everybody right now that it would get the CGI would get too good and we wouldn't be able to tell anybody. That was
Yeah, that's very
literally,
true.
we were racing to fucking let everyone know that, dude, oh my God, like it's gonna get too good and then you won't believe us.
Yeah,
Or they're
that's
gonna
a
run
great
out, or
point,
they're gonna
actually.
roll out the pandemic and no one's gonna believe us, which actually happened.
That's such a good
Well,
It's
point,
like,
though, right? Like when we first found out, like I just wanted to scream it from the rooftops. It wasn't like a debate. It was like I just had to get them to see the info. It was like, dude,
yeah,
it's clearly we
so
figured it out, right? I mean,
it's still just as obvious, but these guys uh, act like it's not. I don't know what
well,
their
he's making
deal
a
is. I
great
don't know
point.
how they.
We've gotten sidetracked into this idea that it's like a debate we have to have.
Yeah, true.
I don't mean, yeah, I
That's
don't know.
your
That's a
fault
good
with
point.
it.
I mean, I don't know. A lot of people say they wake up from my public debates, so there's maybe a benefit to it,
it's
No,
funny too because all
there is
these
a benefit
Globers,
to the debates.
these Globers, man, they need us. They need us, dude. We
Well,
don't
for
need them.
people that are on the fence, they need to hear the debates of the finer points because they'll just listen to a Zanuck or somebody else and be like, "Oh yeah, they're crazy." If they don't hear a flat earther that's competent, like a lot of your debates, which it shows their model, and those things actually help I don't know what it helps. It just helps people that want to know figure it out.
Well, me
We're not gonna
debating
ever.
Xanax doesn't help anyone. Me debating on
Sure it
modern
does.
day
I
debate has
recorded.
helped maybe
I
thousands of
recorded
people,
some of
but
your debate with him just recently to show how stupid his wording was to someone else. Like he contradicts himself in one sentence. The whole thing that
yeah,
you were
but
going
like,
over
okay,
it with.
say I'm talking like a normal person. I'm like, well, Xanax says, and you're like, what? Like, who is that? What are you talking about?
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I say Neil deGrasse Tyson says, they're gonna be like, oh, I know who that is. But in here, in this realm, no one even talks. I mean, the Globers like uniformly disavow him.
Hey, you know what, Whitsit? I think that okay, so Tristan has a girlfriend that works for the police, Romania. And I think they got tipped off that they're going to go forward with these charges. And that's when he converted to Islam. So then he went to Dubai and he became really fucking tight with all these sheikhs. So I think that ultimately he's going to be safe because he has the support of the richest men in the world at this point.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not saying like that's for sure, but I'm reading between the lines.
This dude is such a troll in the chat. Dude, why don't you just come off your mic, man? He said, "You sitting on your mother's cellar smoking cigars proves what?" He's talking about like maybe a billionaire sitting there. He just made a mother cellar joke. People are just so deluded. They're like not real people in a way. I agree with you. They're completely a waste of time and energy, bro.
They need us.
Because they have
need, dude.
nothing else.
If we did not allow them into our space, they would pry at the door.
Yes,
they would be
exactly.
our submissive little bitches, all of them, because they need us. They have no meaning to life until they can look at us and think that they're better than us, and suddenly they have significance. Without us, they have no value. And they know it because they're here doing what they're doing, proving my point.
They actually like secretly love us, man. You know, like they like think we're cool.
Well, no, they love us to
focus.
love themselves. That's what I'm saying. Like without us, they have no value.
Well, yeah, because like one reason that a lot of them do with this is definitely because they're like, if I can make fun of these people that I think are stupid, it means that I'm automatically higher up than them. So it gives them some feeling of self-worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just sucks because when I try to be nice to them, like it doesn't, like when you hurt someone's feelings and it was a mistake, like it was it was an accident, but because you hurt their feelings, you can't fix it. You have to find someone else to tell them it was an accident.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, because you're the person who did the injury, they can't look at you in the light that you could explain or apologize because they interpreted incorrectly. So you can't be the guy who lets them know. So like this Aristoteles guy, like he looks down at us. We're talking about him. And even though I would rather just be cool with him and just be like two men, like talking, he would never look at me that way because I'm like this lesser. I'm like this lesser mental being that he absolutely cannot associate on that level of equal latitude.
Yeah.
It just sucks because I would like to friend these guys. Like a lot of them are like semi-intelligent, but they're like in like their integrity, their bad faith, like they're just bankrupt when it comes to moral. That I actually just they're actually kind of just useless to me.
Yeah, so like I have some aptitudes and I lack in some areas, and one aptitude I have, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Yeah, like I can trap people, I can lead them, and so like I'm able to
That's
psychologically
debate
manipulate.
tactics, though. That's their tactics. That's all it is.
That's true, but I'm saying so like in debate, that's actually that's like the primary asset to debate is being able to lead people, or bluntly, it would be like psychological manipulation in a way.
Yeah.
Not as much manipulation as like guiding, psychologically guiding them. And anyway, like I can do that with these people, and sometimes I test out this idea we're talking about by simply being nice. So one of the like overtly nice, like one of the things, every time I've tried this out, it's had the same result. So I say brother, I say my brother. If I say, listen, my brother, or like my brother, I'm just trying to tell you something, whatever. Like if I say that, it it's just like something about it. They loved that I gave, like I said, a befriending term to them, like that was sincere. And if I'm like, if I throw out some compliments or some like whatever bridging the gap thing, they pounce on it. Usually they like everything changes, and that goes to show you that the truth is that they just kind of like us. They actually just kind of like us, and it's kind of like Hey Arnold when Helga would pick on him, or like the dude at school that would make fun of the people that sit at your table, but really he just wants to sit at the table during lunch. You know what I'm saying? That's legit all it is, in my opinion. That's all it is. I don't even think it's as deep as like, I mean, that's deep, but I don't think it's like, they don't believe that we're all really stupid. I don't even think that's true. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's just like the only way that they know how to like interact, I guess.
Yeah, other than like agreeing with us, which they could never do,
Yeah,
right?
they
Like,
can't do that.
yeah, it takes too much balls.
Yeah.
Right, like the mere idea of that societal ostracism is too much for them, but they can still be a part of the conversation this way, and that's what I
Who
think
is
it
that
is.
guy? Was it Zanuck or I think it was Zanuck? Was it? And it was some kind of launch that happened within the last month or so when I think it might have been like Artemis trying to do something, and he said, "I agree with you. It does look fake.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
doesn't
that's
look
him.
real, but it still happened."
Yeah,
Something along those lines, like, "Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't look real." Like, whoa, 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 stop there. You're telling me this whole time that all the shit that we're bringing forward doesn't necessarily look real, but you still fucking side with the bullshit?
yeah. He even said like, I'm not gonna lie, it does look like it was just overlaid, like layered.
What? But we have dozens of this shit, man. Over decades, using different techniques, which utilize the expertise of computer graphics and like practical effects going back to the fucking like 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And in every decade, they upgrade the technology to the technology of filming of that era. Like it's literally scaled models and people in dark suits with wires, bro. We have this shit. It's public. And you're still going to side with that going all the way back to the beginning of fucking the story? I just can't. I just can't, bro. I align with truth. Even with my own family, I told them, like, if you don't align with truth, I can't align with you. Like, I have compassion. I love you, your family, your blood. But, like, if you don't live for truth, then we're just not, of the same fiber. Like, I just, ugh, oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm thick like that, man. Like, God is for me. The truth is for me. They are one and the same.
Yeah, I
So,
agree with you.
you know,
Like I think that, dude, there's a lot of people that do like resonate with truth, and in the grand scheme of things, they're the minority. And that's really the only people that our message could be for. And that's okay, man. That's okay. Like, if you look at it, let's be generous. Let's say, I think this is way too high, but let's just say 30% of the world. 30% of the world is genuinely like in search of truth, no matter what it is, right? Like, that's a lot of people, bro. Like, according
yeah.
to what we are told,
Where'd you
right? I
get
mean,
that
that's
number
like
from?
2.5 billion people.
The big number there.
I don't know if world population is real or whatever, but yeah, what I'm saying is like, dude, you got a message that you're trying to get to 2.5 billion people. Why would we focus on the other 70%? And even worse, like 1% of them that are like weird, like wildly weird and like zealous. I mean, yeah, it's just if we fell for the trick, bro. The trick was get people like me that could do a lot more to get the truth out there, like obsessively distracted with a few characters in like an endless debate. And I mean, I fell for it. I mean, in a way, that's the only way I've even been kind of glitch out the matrix at all, though. I had a dude walk up to me in California during my activism on in Saint Monica or whatever it's called, and he was like, "Bro, what's it?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Dude, saw you on YouTube." And this was not like someone that came out to see me there. They were just like, "I've seen you on Modern Day Debate." Just a random dude in Cali. So,
Oh wow,
yeah,
how'd that go?
it was cool, man. I'm like, "Oh, have you been able to accept that the Earth's flat?"
You just went straight to it. I got it.
I mean, there
Yeah.
may have been a little. There was like a little bit in between, right? Like I'm like, oh yeah, cool. I thought it was kind of cool, like that. I think that's like the only time I can remember that ever happening. That was
Well,
the
that's
same
okay.
day the
So
guy.
that's the power of celebrity, right? Is that you've become adopted by. See, this is what I'm telling you. Like, maybe adopted is not the right word. There's clearly like a marketing term for it, but it's basically escape velocity, right? There's a certain amount of fame that unless you serve a utility, they're not going to let you have it.
No, yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. But like, as it pertains to flat Earth, quote unquote celebrity, right? Let's say it
Yeah.
like that, dude. It's got to be way better, bro. Like, okay, like people won't. I don't talk about this too much because when people probably hear some of the stuff I've released, they're like, "Shut up, dude, you suck." But like, I actually can rap pretty good. I just can't record. It's like I get real weirded out by it. But anyway, like I freestyled for this dude back in the day. I was like 20, and he was like a manager of a really big rapper, and he was like begging me to. He's like, "Dude, you gotta get in the studio. I got you." Blah blah blah. And I was like legit like 20, bro. I like thought about like, okay, let's say I did that, and I was like very successful. I didn't want what came with it. I wanted the money. And I'm sure there's benefits to the notoriety, like women is really what I was thinking, right? But I didn't want it, and all the negatives, and one of them being like you couldn't go anywhere. So anyway, all that to say, like it's not really like that with flat earthers, bro. Like, yeah, they come up to you, they will kind of make it awkward. Like even I saw a video yesterday, Tristan Tate saying this, where he's like, this is how you network. It's like if you were to run into me or my brother, like you come up, you just like everyone there's introducing themselves calmly. You just shake my hand and say your name, and then I'll be like, so what are you doing here, or whatever. And, like, oh, Tristan Tate, can I get a picture? You know what I mean? And people are like that with me some, but for the most part, it's like this real down to earth, like, bro, I just want to tell you that like your videos changed my life or something like that. That'd be like the most you get. And most of them just talk to you like normal people. Like you're just hanging out. Because we are all just normal people. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, it's a way better version of it. I don't even like the amount I've experienced so far. Like Kai knows that. Like I hate it. That's why I like Discord so much, I think. Because it's just like a real like down to earth. I'm just another flat earther, you know what I'm saying? It's not like everyone just like, oh, widget, you know what I mean? Like I hate it. And I think it's just way better with flat earth. I think that's way different than like another type of celebrity. You're not gonna get, first of all, like your main demographic hates celebrities. You see what I'm saying? Like, they hate that
Yeah.
whole thing. Yeah.
Well, it's like this. We're the counterculture, so everything that they use to power them, we've become accustomed to disliking. So we can't use the same tools almost, but we need those tools to talk to their audience. So like we have to do stuff that we really don't like to do in order to get our point across.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason I made content, bro. It was like I feel like it was like the right thing to do, and I feel like the creator wanted me to do it because of how it came across my path. But I don't like it, man. I mean, it's just not my thing. Like, I've only experienced just a small portion of it, so I can see why people get really desensitized. You know what I mean? Like, I can see why, like, real big celebrities, it's easier to sit back and be like, he must have killed a baby or something. But nah, bro, I think that you just get so caught up in like the chaotic nature of that type of existence where you can't even like go out to eat. Where it's like you just become really desensitized and like just hyper focused on yourself and your own like mental health. You know what I mean? And then before you know it, you're just like you're doing whatever the photographer says, you're neck deep, you don't even care anymore, you're detached from your art. It's not, it's just like you're just a puppet. I don't think they have to get everyone to like murder a baby. I think that they just make a decision that money's what's important, and then they'll just play a role to make the money, and then they detach from it in their personal life, and then they don't have a personal life anymore. It's sad, honestly. I know some very cool people that are pretty famous, and like it's really sad to hear them talk about it. Bob, Bob hates he hates that aspect of being famous. So it's low. So I think probably most famous people do.
Holy shit, dude! How are you? Are you sending more files, or is this all one drop?
Oh, it's all one. They're still loading.
It just like keeps going.
You got about half of it so far.
Okay. All right.
That's the mother load, bro. Man, pick and choose
I
whatever you
mean,
want out there.
you don't lie.
There's a good one. There's a Nikola Tesla one that's like a gig. It's fire.
Yeah.
Like all of it.
Yeah, I'm on board. I'm down. Thanks, man. That's great.
And I may have accidentally sent a couple more than once. I don't know.
No problem.
What sucks is I've sent so people would ask, so I send them that, and then they start asking me questions about them, and I'm like, oh, bro, please chill out. Like, have you heard of the Caleb guy from TikTok?
The cable guy.
Caleb, the blonde-haired.
Oh
Indian
yeah,
kid?
yeah. I mean, there's a couple TikTok people. They're real sweet people, but it's like day one flat Earth for me.
It is, but he still did like Caleb. He's pretty cool. I've been on his podcast. He's like very genuine.
He's
But
a nice kid.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, he went to like 150, kicked off 80, kicked off back to 100.
Oh, they kicked him off.
Yeah,
Go
he's been
figure.
kicked off twice.
For what? FE?
Yeah, I mean, he may have covered
Yeah,
something
that's
about
a red flag, right? People are
Yeah.
paying attention to that. Come
He
on.
may have. He also may have covered something about the pandemic. Like I don't know.
See, they need to stop. Like, if you got a message and it's safe, just fucking go for it. Like, if you're gonna burn your account, just do it on something that you're gonna burn.
Yeah, or like do it on another platform. Man.
Yeah.
Still sucks because it's like the truther in you doesn't want to comply to that though.
Yeah. It's
Like, I
just
got
about being
100,000 people.
responsible.
He was getting like 20,000 likes in an hour. So that's like really good, right? So he's like,
Yeah.
dude, I got 100,000 views in like an hour or two. It's like I gotta tell him about the pandemic while it's going on,
Yeah.
It's just hard to fight that out there.
You
Dude,
gotta pick your battles, man. You gotta be responsible.
how is TikTok like that? They got like way more users who are younger or something?
But yeah, I mean, TikTok's kind of spread out everywhere at this point. But they started shadow banning him, so his videos. TikTok just has a much more honest algorithm, or at least it used to, like YouTube did, So it props you up based on viewer engagement and viewer retention. Flat Earth is an addictive subject. Love it or hate it. I mean, we got people that hate it, think it's stupid, that have been in here for 7 years.
Yeah, seriously. It's a great point, actually.
So that's what it glitches out the algorithm. Like intrinsically, the subject is like built to like excel in the algorithm.
That's crazy. I never really used TikTok. How long of videos can that dude even do?
I think they changed it to where it's like 3 minutes now.
Hmm.
It used to be
Oh
short.
wow, it's long.
That's a long time. 3 minutes is actually a pretty long time. I mean, that's one thing
Pretty
I
cool.
definitely have dropped the ball on is I only have like long form content, and like, dude, I would never watch one of my live streams beginning to end. Probably like I'm just too busy. I can't watch. Even when I'm on here talking, I'm always doing stuff. Like I'm always like putting together
Like
presentations and
multitasking.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder how like engaged those people end up. Like the people who have the short attention spans. Like even if it's for good reason. Like I wonder how successful that TikTok side of it is to converting people.
I would say you may be surprised because he then went and made his own website, and this is his third account after they'd both been deleted. So like they have to re-find you. Probably lose tons of people, right? Like,
True. Well,
but anyway, he in like his he does like a Crow 777 format. So like the first hour's free. You can sign up at the website and you get all the second hours.
oh wow.
And yeah, he's doing good, I think. So I think he was able to bring a lot of people over to like a free speech independent platform from TikTok. So
It's actually
Is
kind of good that we got representation on there. He's doing good, man.
like so
I
many
gotta
people told
ask.
me to go on there, man.
I don't know much about like this crow guy and his affiliates, but are they like reform? Are they like Christian or religious at all?
So they're like spiritual, but I think they're much more like they don't say anything bad about the Bible, but they don't necessarily think it's like the one only way or anything like that.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is I've kind of just I've only looked into them a little bit, and I found a lot of like Saturn, like satanic kind of symbolism, and like maybe they had weird tattoos or something, and I just got this kind of like creepy vibe.
Oh, so Jason is the co-host, and that's Rose 777's. She's with him, and he's like a super chill, cool guy or whatever. Anyway, it's like his name of his channel is Secrets of Saturn. So they like one of the main things they expose is like the occultic obsession with Saturn. So it's much more like they expose it. But I mean, I
I
will
guess.
say, like, you have to be able to sift through anything you listen to, man. You know, so like
Yeah.
they kind of say like, look, these are like at times they'll kind of point out like, look, these are not bad principles just because the elite have taken them and abused them and twisted them and stuff like that, which isn't ever entirely wrong. Like the
Right.
fallen angels came down and the reason everyone worshiped them as gods because they were very wise. They weren't just saying stupid, evil, blatantly evil stuff. It wouldn't work. So I kind of can agree to some extent, but I think any truther that hasn't really put the Bible together yet, it probably is just because they haven't chosen to fully look into it like that. And that's just everyone's own path because yeah, it's a rabbit hole, man. So
Well, I remain ignorant to the. I mean, I think that was the first message I ever sent you was like just asking your position on the Bible, and and I forget exactly what I said, but it's like a few years ago. And
you sent it to me where?
oh no, that was like 3 or 4 accounts ago. It's probably gone. Pretty actually, I'm sure it's gone.
Oh, on here.
Yeah, it was on Discord. I guess what I've done is I've logically deduced that it's not that I wouldn't learn anything from the Bible or that there aren't historical lessons and just historical learnings. It's that I have found so much. I've found so many ways to falsify the probability that it's something that I need to overwhelmingly like obsess about, which it seems like a lot of people do. That like if you take if you take anything in the mainstream news today, let's say like I don't know how do I say this. Let's say for example JFK, right? Like JFK, in my opinion, with the narrative that I've deduced and learned and understood, like I don't think he died, right? I think he became someone else, and that's probable. And there's a lot of stuff that I have personally understood because of that scenario. Now, let's say that JFK was actually Jesus, right? Let's say that everyone saw Jesus die, right? But Jesus didn't die; became someone else, and it was a story written down by, you know. All these friends decided to lie and write stories and say that they saw this happen, and then it's a part of the narrative of that day because it was in the news, it was on CNN, and they went to space, etc. And so then there's so many lies built upon lies that, like, unless you really have a tangible, like, firsthand, like, not saying you can't learn something from it, but I guess what I'm saying is that God made islands, and if I was raised on an island, I wouldn't know about the Bible. I wouldn't know about Jesus. I wouldn't know about any of that, and that the lessons that I need to know for this life could come from living the life and the lessons within it.
The Bible
So
says that.
yeah, and people have told me, even someone in this room, like Platypus has told me I'm probably like one of the most biblical people, as far as my ideology goes, that is not a Christian he's ever met.
Yeah, it would probably blow your mind though, Riggs. Like, so, like, yeah, I always get down to these questions. I haven't been able to come up with an intellectually honest answer that is able to explain it away, and I've never really heard one. The only thing I've ever heard is that, well, all of history can be faked, and like, yeah, it can be, but that isn't intellectually satisfying to me. Like when I looked into the whole like him dying, like some people claim he didn't exist, which is very weird, right? Like no one claims that Alexander the Great didn't exist. I
but
mean, I'm sure there are some people,
what
but
if I told you he was played by different people who just, like I had 3 brothers and they all looked similar, and I got them to dress the same and go in different parts of the world and spread this narrative of this guy. And then I had friends who went with them and to write the stories about what happened. And see, it's just when I understand how much time and effort and manipulation the powers that be have put into this life story that they've created for us, like I can't even imagine trying to go back like before I was born too much, maybe like 50 years if it's well documented and I have good sources. But
yeah, I get
we're
that.
talking like thousands of years ago with fucking tablets and shit. It's like, bro, I can't.
Well,
I
it
give
could be
up.
argued it'd actually be harder to hide information then, though, right? Like they can just like they can sense you're on the internet now, and I think that like people
Yeah.
being so like moved to physically copy down and pass through generations geographically spread out is probably really difficult to eliminate, and we don't even share information like that anymore, and if we did, we would actually be much more difficult to control, in my opinion. But like, yeah, it definitely comes like you would have to say that all the Roman documentation it was forged. I'm not saying that's impossible. Right? I mean, it's one of the most corrupt
What if they're
establishments.
not talking about the same person?
No, but they are though, because like for example, the
The
guy
name
that
could have been the
gave the
same. Could have
order
been the
to
guy
kill.
with the same haircut,
Well, they describe him specifically as the guy Yeshua that everyone followed around and he constantly preached, and that people claim is fulfillment of prophecy, right? Like he
But
would
that's how
detail
you
him that
gain
way. I mean,
favor. That's how
what?
you would do it, right? You'd have a guy, you'd hire like 20 people. You'd have some, glamorous guy in the front. You'd have everyone following him to give some status. And everything he says comes true because you orchestrated it.
Well, okay, you
Like
could do
that.
that, but
I'm just saying like that's as a refutation. I'm not saying that's what happened, right?
but
But
Greg, this is what I'm saying. Let me get the question, see if you can answer, because I'm definitely open to an answer. So, okay, so with the whole, there were multiple people doesn't really help us with this aspect of it, which is anyway, he existed, and he was murdered. And the person that murdered, like, gave the order for him to be murdered, wrote about it, wrote to his authority, wrote to his wife, wrote to another guy. Many other historians wrote about it. There are even testimonies from the actual soldiers documented in some of the Roman authorities. Okay, so they say this guy died. In fact, it was even he's even written about in China at the same time, and so he was murdered basically for being like a revolutionary of sorts. He was basically saying like you don't have to listen to these like religious paradigms that hold you down, right?
yeah,
And they didn't really like him, so they killed him, and then they they had um they had soldiers sitting out in front of his tomb or whatever, and like that isn't like when you hear it, you're just kind of like, oh man, that's a cool story the Christians say, but like no, that's like what the Romans said. And in fact, there's even documentation about how they were paid extra. um, so anyway, they claimed that they like mysteriously passed out because they were trying
This
not
is
to
the
die.
Epstein story right now. What you're telling me? Like
Yeah,
I
exactly.
could make a comparison with everything you tell me, and just like come up with some modern example of it, and it wouldn't satisfy. It would be a very cheap way out, right? Like I'm just kind of being slippery. But in reality, back then they didn't have TV, they didn't have telephone, they had fucking tablets and storytelling. And if you were to lie to somebody, you would have to have an ironclad story. You would have to say that you paid the guards extra. You would have to say that, that both sides, it's kind of like saying, oh, well, they couldn't fake space because Russia did it too.
Oh, no,
Russia was also
wait.
Russia was also in on it. You
Just to
see,
clarify,
like,
bro, I don't think that this proves anything, okay? I'm just saying that it's noteworthy because it's so misrepresented. It's just like Flat Earth Society. They did the same thing with Yeshua. The idea that it's a narrative doesn't make sense to me because if Flat Earth wasn't really true, you wouldn't need Flat Earth Society, right? Like, why do you need Flat Earth Society if Flat Earth's just laughably stupid? Why would you need a cover story that misrepresents the actual position? Put that out to everyone else. Make sure that the other real story or real position is censored and hidden from them. That's what you would do if the real position had truth to it and you wanted to like misguide them, right? And they did that with this. And so much so that people actually think it makes sense historically speaking. Now I get a lot of the truthers are like, oh, history's a lie, and I get that, but like people think it makes sense historically speaking to say he didn't exist, which is it's an insane feat they've accomplished that people can even say that and pretend that they like have some type of historical backing for the claim when it's the stupidest claim I've ever heard when you really look into it. This is me coming from like I was very anti-Bible at this point in my life, right? So anyway, my point is, so like they killed him. His tomb was empty, right? And the guards said they passed out because they were like basically being questioned and threatened with death because they didn't do their job. And that's how it works back then. Like if you were in a guard of a prison, the prisoner got away, like they would kill you. They would just kill you. So they were saying like that, something out of their control happened, blah blah. Anyway, so then people claimed that they saw him after he died. Okay. And I was like, oh, well, that's a cool story, right? Like these people were claiming that he's like the son of God. They just made up that he was, they saw him and blah, blah, blah. But it was different groups of people at different times. The first two witnesses were women, which back then, the testimony of women wasn't even considered admissible. So it would be like the opposite of what you would do when you write a story. Now, the counter argument is, well, that's what they're reverse psychology. They're like, thinking so far ahead, they're like, why would they use women at that time if it was a deception? They know you'll think that, so they'll trick you, like we're talking about the CIA. Right? But anyway, so then you look into, well, those people were hunted down and captured and told to disavow the claim they saw him or that they would be tortured and killed. Now, like the one argument for sure is that this whole story was written by someone and they forged all kinds of different historical documents and stuff like that. But if you put that to the side for a second, I'm making a point about how it's so misrepresented. Like this doesn't get said to the masses and it doesn't make sense. It's a story that they made. So they were hunted down and then told to disavow the claim that they had seen him or they would be painfully tortured and murdered. And dude, none of them did. They all died for it. Now, in the scenario that they made up the lie, that makes no sense, right? Like these different people making up a lie that they saw some dude after he died. Well, when you're about to get tortured and die for that claim, you would say, okay, I lied. There aren't many people that would die for that, much less all of them. So to me, that's very crazy. The atheist historian argument that's most popular is that it was group hallucinations because they have to answer how they really believed it so much so that they would die for it. So group hallucinations of different groups at different times at different places. And to me, that just is ridiculous. So the only argument is that the whole entire narrative was written with forged historical documents. Oh, I
well,
think Billy's waking.
have you ever witnessed a card trick you didn't understand?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if the
Well,
idea that they made up the whole story and they made up the historical documents, I'm not excluding as a possibility. And that's the only argument. My point is like when people try to make any argument outside of that, I feel the need to correct it. It's kind of like someone saying the Earth can't be flat because the flat earthers think that the disk accelerates 9.8 meters per second squared.
yeah.
It's like,
Well, I got a second
no.
question then.
Uh-huh.
So in my opinion, okay, not to be offensive, but I couldn't care less about histories that far back, that, supposed histories that far back. But if this man taught you anything that you felt you learned a life lesson from, that's great. Take that with you. But my question is this: do you believe, or does it matter to you, do you think that it's possible that God became man in the form of
No,
Jesus?
that's not what the scriptures even say happened. But I have to go. Actually, have to go take her to get fed real fast. But I will just say, I'm just so you understand what I'm saying is that this just intellectually satisfied me enough to where I would be open to the idea. The reason that I believe it is much more like personal, supernatural, specific experiences. But I gotta go get her.
Okay. Eggshells, you in here? You just chatting? Who's that?
There's Snacks.
Hi, Snacks.
Yo.
Hey, I heard you and Dan don't get along so well.
No, it's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. I just don't engage in his world.
Okay.
And
That's cool.
And that's fine.
As long as everyone's cool.
He's not cool with me. But
yeah, he gets a
like,
little uncomfortable, but that's okay.
I'm like elevated.
He's often a little uncomfortable, so that's expected.
Sometimes he encounters difficulties with others.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not my intention to contribute to that fact.
Well, good. Good. We can all just get along.
No, not really. It's just I can just not talk to him, and he can talk.
That's getting along. That's coexisting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
there you go. Winning. Well, you know what, man? I intended to hit the bong a few hours ago, and then I got in this conversation. So I'm going to do that now.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Oh, you said the bong. I thought you said ball for a second. I was like,
no,
okay.
I'm talking about the water pipe, son.
I thought maybe you just had like a punching
the
globe.
water pipe, bro.
I got to put in about 15 minutes on the punching globe. I get a speed bag, just like the globe on it. That'd be sick. Boxing. El Kabong.
So, real quick before I hit this, can we get a roll call? We got Snacks here. Who else is here? Just anybody. You don't have to say much.
I'm here.
Lost one. Somebody disconnected when I said that.
That's less now. Yeah, potentially.
Asleep. I'm here still. I'm falling asleep.
All right, fair game.
It's 6 o'clock.
Well, that was a pretty productive conversation I had there. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, you guys were talking about stuff for a while. Good.
Well, I throw all the punches. I'm not going to censor myself. I said everything I wanted to say, I think.
Mic check.
Mic check. Who goes there?
This is a barrel rider.
Oh yeah, you gonna ride my barrel?
You
He's
want me
going over
to?
the falls.
Hey, there you go, buddy. All right. Let's see. Barrel Rider, voice verified quartz. What's your story, dude? You been here before? You know our shit?
Well, I just I've been listening to this channel. I don't know for probably a year or two.
Oh damn.
And
Are you okay?
I hope so.
All right, what's up?
Well, I just I haven't really talked. I was only allowed in a couple days ago, and I was just, how's my mic and everything? I just use my. I'm an old boomer,
You
and
sound beautiful.
I'm very technically retarded or whatever. I guess I
No,
shouldn't
you're
use
doing
that
just fine.
word, but
Just roll with
okay,
it.
good,
Sounds good.
good. So it seems like, a lot of times mics I listen in, and some mics are really irritating, and I just hope
Yeah.
I'm not, one of those kind of mics.
Your shit's working okay.
Yeah.
Great.
It's not the mic. We want to hear your story, your question. What you got?
Oh, I listen and I hear Zanuck always comes in, and he has this argument um, about the Earth's a ball because when I go up in my Learjet and fly to Cabo, I see the horizon drop by a certain amount of degrees, and I always feel like I have a really good refutation to that. That argument that he uses, and it seems like he'll bring that argument up, and everyone just kind of scatters and doesn't respond to it.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
everything we see is apparent, right? Like if you're looking through cold, it's going to squeeze. Things are going to contract, right? But then when
yeah,
you have a very hot scenario, things expand. And so then what
yeah,
it's doing is it's contracting towards the horizon. That's it. It's contracting down. That's all. It's optical. That's all that is, man. Like I just don't know why people don't understand this. That like when you're looking at something apparent through a medium, especially a cold medium, that image is going to be dragged down with its density. That's just how that shit works.
right. Yeah, and I understand your argument, but and maybe you are completely aware of the argument that I'd like to give on that. But I just like to give it and see what you think, run it by you to see how I'm thinking, see if I'm thinking correctly or there's some flaw in my thinking. But if I could, and if I could lay that down, what I think about that and why the horizon would drop with elevation, with altitude, is it's a very basic argument. And if you stand on the beach and you look out at the horizon on a clear day, on a really clear day, it almost rises, or it's you take some kind of instrument to measure that it isn't rising to eye level. And if you've stood on the beach and you've watched a fog bank come towards you, that eventually gets right into the beach and you're covered in fog, the horizon drops as that fog bank comes towards you. If you consider the fog bank being part of the atmo, or the edge of that fog bank where it meets the water in the ocean, that's the horizon, and that horizon is coming towards you. I live on the lower Columbia River, and fog banks always will come in on the river, and you can see across the river and the mountains across the river from where I live. But as a fog bank comes in, it gets to the point where you can't even see the river anymore. That horizon, your horizon, is now has dropped down. And to use an anecdote
Yeah.
to use an anecdote like Zanuck always does, when in about 1971, I had a job down in L.A. In Compton at a factory. I worked a swing shift, and I'd get off work at midnight. And one night, I was driving down Imperial Highway going home, and it was a beautiful night, uh, full moon, uh, crystal clear. And I'm driving down Imperial Highway, and then all of a sudden, I hit a fog bank. This fog bank was so thick.
Yeah. Did I cut out? Oh, Bill Ryder, you must have muted yourself. You look like you're muted.
Okay, what I was saying was I was driving down Imperial Highway West
Yeah, and there was
on a clear
fog.
night. Yeah, and I hit a fog bank, and it was so I'd never been in a fog bank like that. It was so thick I couldn't see the front of my car. I had
Yeah.
to open the door. I had to open the door and look down at the line in order to make any progress. And I did that for a while. I actually held the door open and looked at the line so I could see where I was going.
Yeah.
That horizon was right below my feet. It
Right.
had dropped. That horizon line had dropped to that point.
Right.
Now,
So
the
that's
atmosphere was always
physical obstruction, right?
right.
And
The atmosphere was always. Go ahead.
no, just a lot of people don't understand that, like if you had a protractor, you have a point, and then you draw a circle with that protractor around that point, and that's how your eyes work. Like you see diminished light in all directions from one point, so there's a sphere of vision around you. And so then the fog, you can only see a certain distance in all directions, assuming it's the same density all around you.
Right. And eventually, I drove out of this fog bank, and back into their crystal clear night, and the horizon expanded out and rose up to eye level, or approximately eye level. And the thing that I'm trying to say is that the atmosphere is always it's a varying amount of particulates in that atmosphere, whether it's fog or smog or dust or smoke or whatever, which occludes your ability to see the horizon far away. It brings the horizon closer to you. Now, when you go up up in altitude in an airplane, and I'm not a pilot, and I don't know anything about flying planes, but I've flown a lot on jet airliners going to different places, and when you look out over on a clear day, you're up in a plane, you see the horizon, almost to eye level. If you're looking level, whatever that means. If you're looking out the window and you're trying to find a level, and but your vision looks out, and what you see is you see like a blue haze on the horizon. It's like you cannot see any
Yeah.
further than that blue haze, even on the clearest days. And there's some days there's clouds, and you can't even see the ground below you.
Yeah,
Other
the
days you're
air has opacity, like it definitely collects over distance. I have pictures of stacked mountains where every mountain further down is even more shaded by the atmosphere. So like it's a natural property of just like looking through a medium. Like the more you look through, the more it collects and obstructs the light that reaches your eye. You know?
right. And when you look at those infrared photos and videos that I guess it's Jay Tolan's takes from airplanes at altitude, and he that those infrared videos, the infrared cuts through that blue haze that blocks your vision of seeing any further, seeing the horizon off in the distance. So you'll see mountains and things, objects on Earth that are way farther than you would see with your eye, because you're being able to cut through that blue haze, whatever that stuff in the horizon is.
Yeah.
And the horizon does rise up when you use that infrared. But even with the infrared, it gets to a point where it cannot see any further because of all that stuff in the
Yeah.
horizon. It eventually
Yeah.
gets occluded by that stuff.
I'm glad you
Now, when
noticed
you're at
that, because
what?
those pictures. I'm glad you noticed that, because those pictures are really damning. Because the horizon goes right back up to where you'd expect it to be, and then you can see even further. So it's like triple damage. Like,
Right,
it really fucks them. You could take some amazing shots with infrared. Like,
right,
actually destroys.
right. But even with the infrared, there's I don't think you're actually seeing the horizon come up to what you would call eye level. If you had a level and you could,
Right.
put it in front of your eye and level your vision, so you're
It
seeing
just
level.
straightens it out a little bit.
Right. It does. It just brings it up a little bit further. It's not
Yeah.
like you're seeing down over a ball. The horizon is actually rising when you're using that infrared filter. You know what I mean? You're not looking
Yeah.
down over a ball. And that's ridiculous. To think that you're looking down, it doesn't look that way at all.
Yeah.
What it looks like is that the
And what
flat
that
plane is
means, is it's not the spectrum that's making it rise up. It's literally because it is actually physically up, and that spectrum is better at detecting its position. And they're trying to tell
right.
us that everything just looks flat because it's curved, because that's how their optics work. And I'm like,
Uh,
that is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard. It's actually backwards, bro. It's backwards.
yeah, like so many other things you hear. But, when you're up at altitude, you're what you would call level with your vision. What looking out, if you could level your vision precisely, your angle, that angle that you're seeing, is way higher than when you're on the ground. So it is true that as you raise in altitude, you can see further, but it's like a trade off. You get to a point where your ability to see further because you're higher
Yeah. But
only
there's more
goes so
obstruction
far.
because there's clouds and shit, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That blue
Double
haze,
edged sword.
right? That blue haze that you're seeing through just makes it impossible for you to see any further, no matter how high. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're
Yeah.
increasing that ability for that blue haze to occlude your vision.
Yeah.
So the
Well,
horizon
I
does
think some of
drop.
the most insane images are probably like just below the cloud line, like 30,000 feet.
Right.
I think
But
that's probably would be the most insane images if you got infrared 30,000 feet up, and you
mhm.
just like kept the camera there looking at the horizon every day, and you just left it on for like a year. I wonder what it would find.
Right. I mean, I've flown some days where you're actually flying through clouds. You know what I mean? And you're bouncing around. There's a lot of turbulence. You know what I mean? There'll be like a thunderstorm. If you were on the earth and looking up at the plane, you'd see the plane fly into a thundercloud. You know what I mean? So, and sometimes there'll be clouds down on the earth. There'll be actually fog. I remember once I was flying from Hawaii to LA and the whole ocean was covered by clouds. You could not see the horizon. You know what I mean? Showing that, depending on atmospheric conditions, the horizon rises and rises and lowers according to where the way the atmospheric conditions are.
True.
Now,
Yep.
Zanuck will retort. He'll say, "Oh, but that doesn't make sense. That idea that you can only see so far when you're at altitude because look, you can see the moon and the sun." You know what I mean? He'll say that. He'll say, "Oh, you can still see the moon and the sun. Why can't you see further on the Earth? You can see the moon and the sun, which are way far away." Which is such a ridiculous argument because when you're looking at the moon and the sun, you're not looking through all that blue haze. You're looking through a very thin atmosphere. You know what I mean? When you're looking at the sun or the moon in the sky when you're at altitude. It's a totally stupid argument. It's just something that is said it's just like they say that he's using a script, an illogical script to try to just fend off any arguments that make sense. And he'll continue repeating that. He'll come up with all kinds of, not that I guess I'm obsessing a little bit on Zanuck, but I'm so tired of hearing that. No
Well,
one
there's
really
just
answering.
there's just
They'll
no
extend that.
flexibility with the thinking. You know, it's
That
it's so difficult because I can imagine their position because I was there, and I came to this position because I learned against it. Like it just made so much more sense, and it was just hidden in plain sight. And it just boggles me that, like, I mean, I understand why they don't. They're not flexible. Like, I get it, but
right.
it's kind of sucks.
Even when you're at altitude and you look at the moon or the sun, there are times when there are clouds actually higher than the plane. There's like those wispy high clouds that you see, and sometimes
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
flying,
the
actually
like
flying through
50,000
thunderheads.
or something. Yeah,
Right, you're actually flying through thunderheads, and they will occlude the sun or the moon. You won't be able to see the sun or the moon through the clouds that the plane is flying through. Again, showing that
yeah.
depending on the atmospheric conditions, you can only see so far. You can't see forever in any atmospheric conditions. You cannot see forever. Like that statement. Why can't you see your ass or whatever? Anyway, I just wanted to see if my thinking, if there was is there some argument against the fact that when you're at altitude, you can only see so far because you get to a point where you can't see that through. You're seeing so far that blue haze is accumulative. It's like a trade-off. You know what I mean? You can see higher when you go up. Like if you lay on the ground, you're not going to be able to see over those trees that are in front of you. You're not going to be able to see the horizon because there's trees in the way. But if you were to go up, or you had a what are they called? You had a drone, the camera on it, you'd be able to see above those trees and see further. But it's a trade-off. You can only see so far. When you go up in altitude, you're actually increasing that amount of occlusion that's in the atmosphere. Is there an argument against what I'm saying?
Girl, I think you're trying to hypnotize us because you've said this like 4 times in a row.
Okay.
I think you're trying to
I mean,
hypnotize. You repeated yourself 4 times.
I see ballers here. There are heliocentrists here right now in the chat, in this voice chat.
Yep.
Is there some argument against what I'm saying?
Wow. So just so the audience knows, Barrel Rider came in here guns blazing, and he's picking a fight to you pussy ass Globers. Does anyone want to take the challenge?
I'm not really. Don't look at it like that. I'm not.
Are flat in the chat.
Who's got the stones?
Maybe he is not a pussy.
Don't look at it that way. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to challenge anyone. I want to know what the truth is. I don't want to argue. You know what I mean? I have a certain way of thinking. It seems logical to me, but a lot of times you can think something, and one word from someone can show you how stupid you're being. You know what I mean with your reasoning.
Right.
I want to know what the truth is.
Dude, you sound like Jesus to me. You're preaching, bro. Like, I agree with you 100%. It is bullshit. These guys, for some reason, are just like, they're brainwashed and they just can't break the mold, and I don't know what else to do.
Yeah. Right now, I'm looking, and I don't really see anyone. I see Shiler's in here in the voice text. Is he a globe or?
I think that we won already. I think we just won, and that's why there's no one here because everybody's on our side, and the fight's over.
Yeah, and I'll let it go. I don't want to preach anymore. I don't want to take over or something like that. But I just wanted to run my thinking by the group here, and if anyone could point out any flaws in it, with this idea of the whole idea, to say that the horizon drops with altitude, which is true. To conclude that it's because the Earth is a ball is completely ridiculous. I'm going to
Well,
shut up now.
no. You're doing good. So what causes the most refraction is changing from one medium to another. And if you're looking straight, it's going to be a much more homogeneous medium, right? And it's probably going to have a pretty consistent destination. And if you rise up in altitude, and if you're looking at anything that's lower, then you'd be looking through a gradient of that atmosphere. And I imagine it would just appear lower.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Anyway, thanks for listening to me.
Yeah, man. No, you make a good point. Like, it is really basic. Like these debates, they get really like scientific, but even on its face, like reality makes much more sense using flat Earth and just like our natural experience as a default, and going extrapolating from there. Because this whole theory, they've dropped a bomb on all of humanity. And I actually feel embarrassed that I even believed in the first place. You know, like the concepts are so stupid compared to just asking basic questions like yourself. And it really comes down to that. Like, there's no basis to think that I'm moving right now. And yet there's all these stories that they can tell and micro motions, and it's so small you would never feel it. And I'm like, honestly, bro, shit's just still. Like, there is no motion. It is what grounds us, that when we're still, we feel good and we recharge. And like, it's more than just lying about emotions. Like, there's just so much more meaning to just knowing the truth about how the world is. Like, it's an asset. It's literally an asset to know that there's not overpopulation, right? And that the earth is a different shape, and it has like different foundation and an entirely different meaning, and that there something probably made this place, because there's clearly like a clock design in the sky, which, regardless of the shape of the entire like enclosure or whatever, which I think there is one, because that makes sense. Like, nothing goes infinitely. You can't give me an example of something that's infinite. So I assume that the earth itself also has like its shape and dimensions. But like, there's so much that you can learn about morality and your purpose and what is real when you dissect this problem about the earth. It starts at the foundation of your knowledge. So like, asking these basic questions is kind of how that shit works. But nobody, well, I wouldn't say nobody, a lot of people with this discussion now just don't fucking ask it. And like, talking to the Globers, man, I just feel bad, because they say, oh, but why would they lie? Like, bro, like, why would anybody like not want to take power from other people? If they're bad people, they're going to do it. You know, like, if they're greedy and they want an easy life, or maybe they're worshiping their own religion. Like, there's a lot of reasons, motivations people would do things, but it just is what it is. Like, we figured it out. They fucking lied to us. There's a lot more meaning to life. And like, you know.
Yeah. And I'm going to be 70 this month.
Yeah.
I was born in 53. My awareness goes back to the 50s. I was a kid.
Yeah, whoa. Congrats for traversing all that.
Damn, dude.
And when I was
Layers of programming.
my parents were like beatnik type people. They were taking acid and smoking pot long before I ever was. They never let on about it until I started doing it. But they were, I used to go on peace marches with them, uh, anti-Vietnam War peace marches. We all knew about the Bay of Tonkin and how the government had lied to us about Vietnam and many other things. We looked. We were woke back then. We realized that the government was lying to us way back then. It was nothing new. Uh, and it's just history is just from the time I was that old. It's just this constant flow of lies coming from the government. Decade after decade. So, for people to say, "Oh, why would they lie?" It's so ridiculous. The evidence just totally points to the fact that they do. All people lie, and usually it's for money. So, like you say, that argument is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're preaching, dude. It's wild. It's wild.
So like that Cowboys and Indians generation graduated to space rangers.
STEM fields.
I'd
That's
really
just
like to give
interesting.
my gratitude. I'd really like to give my gratitude to Witsit.
What's it puts
Some of the
on?
stuff that he's
Super.
researched, especially his Michelson Morley and Einstein, the stuff that he's uncovered researching. I'm really lazy about that kind of stuff. I don't like to research. I have been doing it more and more. I've been watching a lot of debates on Christi or creator versus the science attitude about that the Earth is eternal or whatever. And but some of the stuff that Witches has unearthed about the Earth's orbit around the sun, showing that it's a complete scam. That whole idea that the Earth is moving around the sun is ridiculous. And it's so nice that he has done that he has taken the time. And sometimes it seems like he'll come into a Discord or he'll be in a debate, and it's like a light that shines into these dark chasms. It's just incredible.
Wow, I'm sure he'd be yeah, I think he left the chat. I'm sure he'd be really shocked to hear all that. That's cool, man.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm not worthy. You know what I mean? He's so sharp. He's just incredibly quick and sharp. I'm one of the kind of people that I have to sit down and think about. Someone will tell me a joke and it'll take me a day before I get it. When everybody else is laughing.
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble keeping up, man. I got to be honest. Like he's very quick, very quick. Yeah.
Like a gunfighter quick is how quick he is. He's like the flat earth proof slinger, man.
He's the
Fucking
auctioneer.
fast. I never seen anybody so fast. When I first started watching, I was like, wow, man. Like action. Bam. Like shoot the pistols out of the other guy's hands sometimes. He's fast.
It's like a battle rap or something.
Wow.
That's a good analogy. He's really quick with the gun from his hip. That's a perfect analogy. Another thing that I really liked that he came up with was you guys were just talking about a little while ago is the historical Jesus. Those letters from Pontius Pilate. I was a Jehovah Witness for quite a few years in the '70s, and they're incredibly well versed on the Bible. they're heliocentrists, but they know the scriptures backwards and forwards, and the scriptures are just like the earth. You can't really say, I can't anyway. I remember when I was a Jehovah Witness, I would debate people about whether there was a Trinity or not. And the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't believe in the Trinity, and they have plenty of scriptures, and I could get the Bible out and use those scriptures for that argument that God is not a Trinity. Trinity is not mentioned in the Bible anywhere. The word, and the another doctrine that the Jehovah's Witnesses debate using the Bible scriptures is hellfire. That God does not torture people in a place down below the earth. And they have a great argument for that using scriptures. But I would come up against back in the day what were called born again Christians, and they had good arguments for there being a Trinity. They could quote me scriptures, and I had no reputation because it's right there. I could interpret it, or say that, oh, this, you're not looking at that right, or say something like that. But they had good arguments. They had good arguments for hellfire too. And it's kind of like the flat Earth thing is that we will probably never know for certain what the shape of the Earth is because we'll never be able to leave it and go up.
Yeah.
If you look at the Bible, they tried to do that at the Tower of Babel. It seemed like that was their thing. They were trying to figure shit out.
Yeah.
And
but it kind of just doesn't seem like it's our purpose, like I don't think that's why we were made to fucking try to break out the walls. Like that seems stupid. Like it's naturally uninhabitable. Like it's like high altitude. We can't fucking breathe. It's cold as shit. There's no vegetation. And it's super windy and shit. So like, it's just a natural barrier. Just lives where it's nice.
I feel it's like in a creation situation, it's kind of like the ultimate test, like for the thing that's inside of it. Like, hey, can you get out of the amazing container?
Exactly.
I think that's like a just this such a basic like psychic thing that I think everybody feels in some way.
To me, it feels like disrespectful, and it's not something that I want to portray, because God knows the intent in your heart, and even if you don't do it, like
I'm just saying, like of all creatures, right? The one emerges and figures out how to. That's somewhat amazing emergence, and
yeah, but that's like
just conceptually, I'm there, but I can see where your point is as well.
That's wrong.
That's
morally impure.
You're saying it's more.
Yeah,
it's just like we know that octopus are really smart because they can figure their way out of like different situations or squeeze their body through things, and I don't know. I think it's how we can gauge that they're intelligent. I think we would, maybe it's morally corrupt because people are basically like marveling at their own glorious fucking intelligence if they could get out of here as well, right? Or that pursuit is somewhat vain. I got you, but it's just this construct everybody is kind of given. It's like the basic context for like any kind of interplanetary science fictions or anything for entertainment, or I don't know.
I mean, maybe you can make a movie about it. Sounds like a badass movie.
I mean, like there's like the Maze Runner movie that's kind of about like breaking out of a puzzle into another puzzle, basically. But anyway, I think I don't know. I feel like it's a narrative story, it's just kind of baked into cake. That's all I'm trying to say. The pursuit of space, the race to the moon, the proxy Cold War space race, economic hoodwinking, whatever that all was. You know what I mean? Just all these different phases. Well, they only have to like last like a decade, right? You only have to like really convince people things are happening for about 10 years and then just move on. to some other kind of fiction. And I think that's what we've been watching for a while. Sorry.
And
French
it
press
back to
coffee
that.
very strong. My bad.
Take it back to that idea. You know how we are not really able to know all these answers that we'd like to know, and it's very logical that there's a creator. You know, the arguments against there being a creator are so weak. I've listened to so many debates where you know, Christians will debate scientists on, you know, whether there's a creator or not, or you know, where the universe came from and all that. And there's a really good argument called the Kalama argument. You're probably aware of it. Have you heard that argument?
The Kalama argument? No, I don't recall if I have.
It's not actually the Kalam. I'm saying it right. It's the Kalam. It was an argument that some guy, some Muslim guy, I think it was like in the 3rd century, came up with. That actually logically shows that there is, you know, that there's a creator. It only takes 3 premises, and you reach this, you know, startling conclusion that there can only be a creator. You know,
And this is the Quran?
No, it's just a philosophical idea that a Muslim came up with. But it, you know, and I do believe that there's a creator. I'm not sure if I'm on board totally with the biblical idea of, you know, Jehovah or you know, however you want to pronounce his name, and you know, the whole biblical thing. I haven't been able to accept that all. But when creationists argue, you know, the scientific ideas, most of them will use that Kalam argument, and it's completely unrefutable, because the scientists that they're debating, instead of arguing whether there's a creator or not, all they'll do is attack religion as their argument against there being a creator. Why would God punish people? Why did he instruct the Hebrews to annihilate, you know, different races when they went into the promised land and stuff like that? That's, I guess, what you would call it a red herring. You know, they're using a red herring, you know, attacking the biblical idea of the Bible, again, you know, instead of actually arguing the logical premise that there's a creator, because they know they can't get around that. But it's really amazing how the creator has, just like the atmosphere does, he's obstructed or obscured our ability to know what the truth is about so many things. It's almost like he's playing a game. It pisses me off sometimes. I think, oh, I love you because you're the creator, but God damn it, why are you doing this to us? You know what I mean? Like you were saying, you can't go up in the atmosphere very high because it's so brutal. You can't go off to the edges because it's so freaking cold. If you drill down into the center, you hit peanut butter. You know, it's just like he's masterminded this place that we can't get out of. It just kind of pisses me off sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's the one thing. I'd say either way, if there's ever proof positive, it's just like I would know it would be pretty difficult to assert either way, or to know really fully either way. Although I have my I have my leanings, right? It's a very difficult perceptive sort of it's perception and sort of a little bit of preconception, right? You sort of need to have a bunch of different sets of of things together in order to really properly evaluate what you're looking at, so as not to like confuse the horizon with a ball. It's like all these like logical precepts that build a model, and so a model can be built incorrectly, or it could work in parallel with things that are happening and yet not tell the truth at all. So it can have all of the quote unquote predictive power of what's going on, but that's distinct from a topographical mapping or a geoid or such and such. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree. It is I always ask the question, why did the creator make it so that we don't know for sure? I mean, there's arguments for and against all these different ideas. Some seem more logical than others, but it's like you can't know for certain what the shape of the earth is. Why did he make it? Why didn't he just let us, why didn't he just show us? Like
Yeah.
if we're his children, why didn't he just go, hey, this is the way it is? No, he made it.
Right.
He made this puzzle out of it.
Right. It was just like no eyeballs can be adapted to see it, and it's like locally not important for survival. So your optical systems just are not developed to do that. I mean, if you look at the way that animals with like their eyes are on the sides, when they're together in a group, they'll operate in a line a lot of times, and it's like there's a continual eye to eye to eye to eye motion. It's almost like an extension of the pack organism. It's like the pack becomes one mono organism with like a range of certain vision and stuff, and that's how they evolve. That keeps them alive. That's all they really need and require. So that's not going to change. I don't know. It's just difficult to like eagles have incredible vision. But they're still going to have. I mean, maybe it's going to be better than a camera that we could make. That could copy like what an eagle's eye is like, but then we'd have these problems because we're not making it out of like these materials like salt water. So if, for instance, our eyes are not made out of glass, so we're getting these refractive shifts that are going on that are changing the way it would be organically perceived. So we need this we need a glass extension to be able to like to have vision, that's telescopic vision, or you know what I mean, like cameras. So we just have to build that. Like creator doesn't give us telescopic zoom lens eyes or microscope eyes. So but there's this definite imperfection as far as like being able to perceive certain things. Organisms are built to perceive a range of visual information, and yeah, I digress now. I'm digressing. Hello, periods at the end. Sorry.
Yeah. If you think about, the fact that we do not know all the answers to things, it kind of goes along with that, the biblical idea where people, where Jesus said things like, happy are ye that have not seen the miracles and stuff like that, and still you believe. You know what I mean? It's almost like he set this whole thing up, and we don't know for sure, but he's thrown all these ideas out, and he's watching us scramble around and look at them and logically try to decipher all these different ideas. We'll never really know for sure. We can only go as far as we can. We can only see so far into the blue haze or whatever. Just the way the whole thing's designed, so that you have to take a lot of it on faith.
Does the creator hit to you as a male force, female force, or other? Which box do you check? How does the creator gender identify? What are his pronouns? What are its pronouns?
It's hard to overcome, the stereotype of the male, bearded man sitting up in the clouds. When I was a little kid, I'd hear the church bells ringing at the Catholic church in the town I grew up in, and I would hear those bells and I'd think, oh, I better be good or I'm gonna go to hell and burn forever. It's hard to get that idea of the male patriarchal God out of your head.
Right. And then there's like some traditions that are like this more like a matrilineal sort of worship, matrilineal power structure, goddess worship, that is usually moon stuff. A lot of the goddess stuff's moon stuff.
Yeah, it's all very baffling and very incredible, and it's so nice to be able to talk to people here right now that I'm doing. Everyone I know will not talk to me. Maybe I'm just really I have an irritating voice or something, but they won't even consider the things that I consider. They don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? For some reason, it wakes something up in them that they don't want to deal with. And it's not like I'm miserable. Like people think, oh, you're miserable. You're all constantly questioning everything. Just go along with the flow.
Yeah. No, I mean you're in control of something personal that's repellent to most people, which is personal truth and understanding.
Yeah,
Most people are just hitting the Netflix pretty hard right these days.
me too. I love Netflix.
I mean, just operate within this world, like that's okay. Then there's the outside, like you gotta hunt and scavenge for some bread, right? But that private space, whatever that creative the space that we need for our free time, you know what I mean? That's what this encounters upon. This becomes like almost replaces a lot of that. I know I watch a lot less television when I'm in a FE sort of you know holding pattern, I guess. I don't know. Just every information thing that comes to you is like, oh wait, that's a thing. That's a thing. Yeah. Like every commercial, you notice like different biases that are like thrown in there. Like, or they'll throw a globe in there for no. There's like just a Domino's Pizza commercial. Like, and we're doing electric vehicles, but also we'll zoom out to the ball Earth. For no particular reason. We don't deliver global pizza, but what the fuck.
Yeah, yeah. There are so many ideas, and the I was just thinking of something that I'd like to talk about. I just forgot it. Oh, you know the we have people that come in here that are concave earthers, and we got the heliocentrists, and we got the flat earthers, and people that are just skeptics of the globe or whatever. And it's really interesting to me to consider all the different ideas, no matter how ridiculous. Even I listen to Pete Shea, and I try to see through the haze that he throws up. And he's got this thing that everything's a puzzle, and he alone has been able to put figure it all out. It seems like I listen to him, and I never follow his train. I can't put the puzzle together like he can. And one of the most amazing stories is the heliocentric story. I mean, it's almost perfect. It's incredible. If it's not real, how did someone come up with that? You know what I mean? This whole idea is a ball spinning around in space with invisible gravity, and you know the whole thing, relativity, and all this. It's just incredible that someone thought of all. I mean, I guess it was pieced together. You look at, if we can believe history. It started, well, Pete Shea says with Aristarchus, but most people point to Aristotle and his ideas of boats going over the horizon, and then slowly this heliocentric model evolved. Galileo and Copernicus came along and added to it, and it just kept growing and growing. And if you believe the idea of that there's a heavenly war going on, like the scripture says, we're not battling with flesh and blood.
So that's going, the heavenly war concept that goes back a long way, and it goes through many different cultures, like approaching out to the Vedas, the Rig Vedas. Where's Riggs? The Riggs Vedas. So that's like something that seems to be copied like in everything,
Yeah, it's so much.
I think it just has to do with certain kinds of patterns that occur, and that there's like sometimes a lot of action. And I think probably in like 2020, 21, there was a lot of different alignments that come together, different comet. I mean, there was a lot going on. So, or how does I some of it's like wow, stories that back up these astronomical events, like that are called calendar stories, that are like seasonal stories that occur within a storyline that has to do with the sky. And so the calendar story keeps going around. We could say that, like, almost like Santa Claus is a calendar story to some degree. And so like that's the sort of the fiber that starts to knit together these like different faiths. I think these calendar stories that then get basically so well known is that they're like elevated and celebrated on a different scale. And in a way, like the Gilgamesh epic is a little bit like that too, because it's sort of mirrored in constellation. So that the constellation moves through the season, and the story that's told by the people mirrors that motion. And so that's like this knowledge that goes, I don't know, what are you 3000 BC or 2000 BC? So this is like before
2700 BCE.
So like before it's before the fall of the temple of Solomon. It's before Solomon. So it's like, it's well precedes all this Gilgamesh stuff. But before that, like, there were different connections that would have been to stars and as aeons, or like some type of divine spiritual energy source or something like that. Like each point source was its own, and that there was like you would have a star or something like that would be yours, that you would like, I think that goes back farther than that, so so it just is like
Well, did you know?
a refining out of certain of these traditions, and then warfare that kind of determines like which is the outcome, and all these political things that shape us to get to now. And then I'm done. Sorry, it was so long to explain all that.
Did you know the ancient Greeks thought the Earth was a sphere because they said a sphere is a perfect shape?
So like just saying the Greeks, that's a tough one. Yeah, it's a broad generalization. But like,
well, the ancient Greeks,
like Talus, right? Who I think precedes Plato. Plato being Flato. We just
are you
call him
talking about
Plato.
Plato?
Plato, we should just call him Flato. Like a plate's flat. He's Plato. He's flat. He was the original flatty.
Well, sir,
But
don't you think he was a
he
globe
was
earther?
no. But Tals, who precedes him, Thales.
Sir, are you talking about Aristotle?
No, Thales, the predecessor,
Thales.
right? So he was also a planar earther, and they're Greeks. So I don't think we could say that all Greeks
Well, I think
forever have
most
been
of them
spherical.
realize that a sphere is perfect, so most of them are glow earthers. You know.
I also think that probably you're pulling out most of this information out of the late Hellenistic, which is basically like something that's sort of
Well, you know
and like
Euclid. You
not
know
like
Euclid. You know Euclid, the
there's a
guy who
couple
wrote
of
the
Euclids.
Elements.
Euclid's Elements. Okay,
Yeah, he was a globe earther.
I don't think he was a globe earther.
The guy that wrote the Elements, he talks about how the Earth is a globe in the book. He
There's
literally
other
says a sphere is a perfect
he's
shape.
the was he fuck I get so confused. We talk about Euclid because I think about Ptolemy too. Maybe I'm confusing Ptolemy, or maybe I'm getting it right, and it's Ptolemy the emperor, and Euclid is the person that was sponsored by Ptolemy. Ptolemy the Great, Ptolemy of Greece, took over Egypt. So, uh, when the hell is Euclid from? I'm
He's
looking
from
at all the
ancient
timeline.
Greece. I think he lived
Just like
around
ancient Greece.
3
The thing is,
BC.
there's a heredity and a handoffs here. Okay, no one person just like suddenly goes one particular way. It seems, So I'm not really sure what the line of change off is here. It's like somewhat of Greek philosophers. It's like, who was your teacher? So like
In
who
school,
originates the
told
concept that? Sorry.
my school teacher always told me the Earth was a ball. I don't know why they always told me that though.
Right. They'd also make you pledge allegiance to the flag, probably. They're not. Are you
Well,
familiar?
even when I was a kid, I was smart enough not to do that.
But let's just say like it's out of your proportional knowledge to understand what God and country are, also to understand what like the heavenly bodies and such are as well. Yet it's all laid on you.
Well, I think everyone can know there's a God. You don't have to be very smart to know that.
I'm just saying, like within an environment such as a school, where you're basically, yeah. The presumption is that everything you're learning is fact. You don't question the alphabet or numbers or math or anything like that. So when they give you history, you don't question history. Right?
Well, math is self-evident. Math has to be true, but history could always be a lie.
But in an educational context, it is not. It is not like looked at where you don't question the dates of something per se, or you don't question the context beyond like what chapters you have to read. Because I mean, to be honest, that's a lot of work for a kid to like be doing anyway. So every chapter outline in a war that you might have to be doing an outline or a book report for or something like that. There's no other context that's being like given, and you're usually only centralized in like one area. You don't know what other plays are going on in other areas at that time. And history class is not meant to do that for you. It's just meant to it's incomplete knowledge is my point. And even as far as like science goes in grade school, I mean, like, I don't know. It's not like you're doing chemistry. I mean, maybe you're dropping an egg off of a roof or something like that to determine some physics, right? But that's it. Like you don't
Yeah.
have any like further higher level demonstrations that could have any that could give you any bridge conceptually to what would be going on in a stellar cosmic environments and such. You know what I'm saying? So like you just hold on to what was ever given to you like in the beginning in kindergarten, right? You just hold to that because it's never actually been tested or proven or needed to
Well,
be.
that's not
You choose to be
necessarily a bad thing if it's the truth.
what I'm saying is it never comes into the focus where you're going to actually question it, because it's never really going to be
But
relevant.
sir, what if it's the truth?
That's not my point.
Well, I mean, if it's the truth, it doesn't really matter if you question it.
Well, I mean, would you question like the way that like high school environments are very usually run by like varsity sports for the most part, public high schools anyway. And there's this dynamic that's there that, which I don't know how you like avoid these kinds of things, in such as that they're just part of the indoctrination of the education system, and part of this is the footprint that's left by like the solar system, and and that's relative.
So, do you think the solar system is all fake, sir?
Yeah, it could easily be.
But I mean, you can see the other planets and the moon and the sun.
I think you're trying to have a conversation that's going to be too boring for me.
I'm sorry, sir.
I don't think you need to address me as such. Tell me
Can
about
I
yourself.
redirect it?
You can tell me about yourself and your ball if you like.
We don't have to argue about the ball, sir. We can have a conversation about God.
Well, you'd like to argue about the ball. I'm strictly really outlining that there are blind areas of questioning, and that there are given areas of compliance.
Sir, I don't believe in the ball. You should know
Dude,
that.
this is about the education system. This isn't about your belief in one thing or another. You may believe that football is great. I may believe that it isn't, but we can't argue about that all day, right?
And do you believe in evolution?
I'd like to believe in evolution. I mean, I don't. It's kind of what I know, but I don't. It's like a theory, right? There's as many things are theory that I thought were like kind of proven. Like I thought the Big Bang was pretty much a fact, but it's at best a theory.
Well, the
But
Big
honestly,
Bang is
but
much more questionable than evolution. I think evolution's been proven. The Big Bang is just a theory.
you can prove that organisms might change over time. I think you can prove like mutation happens. I think you can prove that things pair off that are aesthetically pleasing to each other. I don't know. What does that get you? Evolution, if you like, whatever. But I don't know.
Well, I mean,
That's
you
still
have
like
natural
trying to,
selection
yeah,
and
but
mutation.
trying to provide a spread that gets from like the smallest possible life form to the largest possible life form, or the most intelligent possible life form, and saying that that's all derived from one principal element. I think that's simply difficult to conceive of, and possibly erroneous. So I don't necessarily comport with the evolutionary model.
So
Right?
you think life comes from God?
Is that the alternative I have?
Well, that's the only alternative I can think of.
So are you sure that you're qualified to like give me like a little pincer maneuver like that, where you're gonna give me a squeeze play of ideology? Basically,
No, I was just
but
trying to understand.
I mean, maybe I should just ask you about what you believe,
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to do
and
that, you can.
like maybe engineer it so that like I put you in a difficult to answer position or something like that. That's where
I
I
mean,
like
if
want
you
you.
want to do that,
Let's
I wasn't trying to do that.
okay.
I was just trying
Well,
to understand your
when
belief.
but when I do it, I'm going to like try and squeeze you into a particular bias that I already have. Is that okay with you?
Sure, yeah.
Is that productive? It's not, right?
I wasn't trying to squeeze you into a position. I was just, if you don't believe in evolution, I was just trying to understand what you do believe in.
Well, Why would I like believing in it? I don't know. What's belief? Like I know of the theory of evolution, right? Like I'm aware of it. I'm aware of reading a lot of things about it. I'm aware of reading uh, things on, I guess, comparative understandings of the same sorts of phenomena that might lead one to believe that evolution is occurring, right? What do do I believe any of it? No. Like I think I just try to observe. I hold all that information in, you know, but yeah, I just observe things as I am. I don't know. I'm not a I'm not an evolutionary biologist. It's just not in my field of work. Evolution really doesn't come into my plane of existence so often. You
Okay,
know what I mean?
so you're kind of like agnostic about evolution.
I'm saying that I'm aware of many different explanations for things, but because it's not something I engage in, it's something that's difficult for me to really like be saying I fucking know what I'm talking about. For things that I actually do, I might have a better opinion on, but I don't do evolution, so I can't really tell you like from the gut like what I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
no,
I would,
I get it.
but I would say that the evolutionary model is probably really flawed, and nothing really like no theory really like explains the genesis of any specific organism, or can explain the diversification of internal organelles in a cell, or can explain an eyeball, right?
Well, I think we can explain the eyeball.
They're very varied, you know. It's one of the most complex structures in nature, you know.
Well, it just started off as a nerve cell, and then it became light resistant, and then it eventually became color resistant.
Right? And then that thing just became every animal. See what I'm saying? It's like almost like the basic concept of an eye already has to
Well,
be.
don't you think an eye would help you survive? And
This is like base code, like a base. Like, do you? I don't know. It's like every organism can't be starting out from scratch code, right? It's all got to be borrowing from some other branching structure, right? Does that make sense to you?
well, the reason they all have the eye is because
Ah,
you need the eye to survive. I mean, imagine, growing up a million years ago without an eye. You'd probably be killed.
yeah. I don't know. I think you're gonna have to explain like the first living critter and then how it became like a frog, a bird, a fish, a fucking worm, whatever. Yeah.
Well, the first life was probably some sort of bacteria that evolved from a
Um,
geyser under the ocean, and it was the natural way for entropy to continue increasing.
why would you say that? I mean, you don't see like extremophile like uh or do you? You know, is that what you're
Well, I
saying?
mean, if you think about life, it's
Yeah,
basically just a chemical
I
process that
I too
repeats
fi-
itself.
yeah, I too find the benothermal vent ecosystem to be fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, so I read a report on this, and they said that they believe life was the only way for entropy to continue increasing. And so that's why life was created.
That sounds philosophical.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like chaos.
That
I don't know.
with that, I'd like to say that it sounds like you guys are sort of on the edge of an argument about where life came from and whether it evolved or not. But I think it hinders us when we take a stand on something that we can't really prove. It hinders us from really looking at new things and being open. We can all agree that there are things in life that we are definitely sure of, like cats that are alive eat food. We can't argue that. Even a deer, if he could talk, would tell you that cats eat food. We're all aware of that reality. there's a certain reality you have, but there are certain things that we have in life that we just don't know. We can't see through that blue haze that's in front of us. We can speculate. What happens is for some reason, humans like to think that they know stuff. And they're willing to go to war and kill each other over some of these ideas. And you come into this channel and people argue. It's like an infinite regress of arguments. Is the Earth a ball? Yes, it is. No, it's not. We don't really know. Why limit ourselves by taking hold of something that we're willing to defend to the death rather than just listening to new information? So what's so cool about Witsit? He'll bring forth information. He won't say that you have to believe this. He'll say, look at this. This kind of puts a hole in this theory, or this kind of shows that this theory might be wrong. You know what I mean? It isn't like he's saying this is what you have to believe now. I know he has his own personal ideas about what the creator is. He says he's had experiences where the creator has talked to him through the Bible. And those are his own personal things, but he's not telling you that you have to believe what he believes. Why do we have to argue about these things? Like right now, if you go into the text, people are arguing these things constantly. Oh, you don't know how to do celestial navigation, and which proves that the Earth is a ball, and the other person says, the exact opposite. No, it proves that if the Earth is flat, and it just go round and round for years. What's really interesting is when people bring forth new ideas that open our horizons, that let us see through the haze a little bit more.
Did you know Whitsitt got arrested at Mount Rushmore?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I've been
exactly the
arrested
type of
too.
response that he was hoping for, right? No, that's thanks, Beryl. I appreciated what you said there. That's good stuff.
No, I agree with that also,
I,
Beryl. I think we should always have an open mind and be open. It's good.
to
Well, I
redirect
mean,
the
I was sorry.
if I could, if I'd like to redirect this. I was talking about, I hate to, take over the conversation, but I was talking about how, incredibly intricate the heliocentric model is, and it is when you look at it. You listen to guys like uh, who's that Brazilian guy who's always in here talking math, and I mean, he seems to have boiled everything down to math. I mean, he's convinced himself and probably other people that what he believes is true because of mathematics. And math is incredible, and the whole heliocentric model is so incredible. How you'll put forth, and someone will put forth an argument against it, and the Zanuck or Kosho will they'll recite a script of what the heliocentric model says. You know what I mean? What science says about the heliocentric model. They have an answer for everything. A lot of it has a lot of holes in it and doesn't seem very logical, but it is incredible how almost precise the heliocentric model is. And when you think about where ideas come from, like we've all seen that picture. It's like a hieroglyph that was from Samaria of a giant handing a plow to a human and showing him that you can farm. I don't know what humans were. They were just going around eating stuff, off trees. They were hunter gatherers or whatever. But here, this giant was giving, and he was a giant supposedly from somewhere out in the cosmos that came to the earth to mine gold. But if you look at the books, I've read like the Apocrypha, like Enoch and all these books, and I think in there that it shows that the Watchers came down and gave us fire and gave us different ideas, and that's along that same line of the Sumerian idea that these people from outer space gave us the plow or whatever, and showed us, a new way to live and advance what they would call, quote, technology. And if you believe the stories about uh, that there's a heavenly war going on between Satan and God, and an issue is being settled. And the heliocentric model is so in depth and almost perfect, and so intricate. It almost would take that kind of a mind, some kind of a mind that was way superior than a human mind, to figure out, to put together this story. It is just incredible. It's almost like it would have to have had come from some higher being than we are, for a man to sit down and figure it all out. It's almost seems impossible. If we believe what history says, it was pieced together slowly through time, by different men coming up with these different ideas and looking through telescopes and whatever. But I hate to say it, but I kind of believe, and I'm not telling you that it's the truth, but it seems to make sense to me that the heliocentric idea is demonic. It's too good to come from a human. That really brought down the curtain, didn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think you'll disagree with this, but I mean, my thinking is that it's it's like engineered to basically be a mechanistic version of just basically like like it works with the Vatican sort of premise, right? Is like you could see that like science might try to overthrow the rule of religious imperialism, I guess. You could see how that would occur, right? Or somebody in the past would have seen that, like, oh, these people with their science and their techniques, they're going to overthrow our dogmas, you know what I mean? Whatever, they're going to make us seem irrelevant. So let's get ahead of it a little bit, and we'll just make a whole structure. We'll make a whole we'll do a counter revolution. They're going to try to have a revolution against our shit. We'll make a counter revolution. We'll make it all about revolutions, make it about balls and revolutions and all that stuff. And you can disagree with that. That's my read on the situation. Does that seem too simplistic or idiotic? I don't know.
No, I can totally relate to what you're saying.
I don't, without using like Jesuit words or whatever, you know what I mean? It's just, there's a reason to like, wrap people up in a narrative of any kind, in order that you can kind of, focus a population to do something, or else, I don't know. That's not how nations get run,
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just modernization. All these things like seem to comport well with this idea of rotation anyway. So it's like it seems to be a sort of hand in glove sort of situation. We're talking about mechanical, uh, gears, you know, all that rotation, all that stuff, all that mechanical engineering stuff's tremendously useful, to do engineering to create the mechanical world of the 50s. Right. So without a motivating force, like to kind of wrap it all together, I could see where this schism could happen, where mechanical engineering and all that stuff seems to supersede the spiritual or whatever. So I think that they paid attention to sort of bind them together. with this overarching sort of cosmology that also itself like adopts a lot of other spiritualities. You know what I mean? So it's like a somewhat universalist, you know, funnel that gets everybody to these things. But yeah, also like blending in, you know, Coriolis, who is like an educator, university educator. You know, his ability to be able to understand like motion of gears and their counter rotation. It's like really important, you know. It's like foundational uh, to engineering at large, right? And the advances in the 20th century. So yeah, they want to adopt him. They want to like it's just the pop science machine wants to adopt, you know, certain scientific minds, certain ones they don't want to, but certain ones kind of comport with this idea of putting universities together where we can have a universe, right? But in a university, we also charge tuition, and then we pipe them into our international global corporations, you know, who just so we just farm the people in the United States, put them in the universities that we have tailored for their education, and then and also like in concert with other corporations that are pumping money into those universities to then ship them off for jobs where we prepared them to either know something very well or not know something very well. I
Yeah,
feel like I'm going
exactly.
on too long here. Go ahead. Thanks. But it's been
Well,
like
they're
this
all good
forever,
points.
you know, since the beginning of like since Bologna, since the first since the first colleges, you know, it's like that trade knowledge carries. It's important, you know. You know, so but there's interpolitical shit going on as well, you know. Who controls that knowledge? Who controls the disbursement of knowledge? What kind of knowledge gets spread? What kind of knowledge is too powerful? You know, all these kind of questions kind of come into the play when you're thinking about like who, you know, somebody's hands on the button. You know, somebody's watching out for these things to kind of like exceed the parameters of the control structure. You know, people can't have too much power that the control structure can't deal with, or else that the control structure will be destabilized. Can't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great talking with you guys. I'm going to hop off for a little while.
Yeah, man. Just your first time jumping on. You know, really nice to hear.
Good to hear you too. I'll be talking to you more, I'm sure.
All right, there, bud. Take care.
You too.
Yeah. Anyway, Truth Seeker, about your evolution thing, man. I mean, I think if there is anything like evolution happening, it's definitely not being looked at the right way. Still here.
Yo, Denmark, you still here? I just heard you drone experiment today. I was keen to talk to you about it real quick. Can't handle Denmark. Totally expected. handle it. Damn, okay, I get it. It's a sweet burn.
Yo,
Yeah,
how you guys doing?
I'm doing all right. I just hopped in here as well.
Right.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing all right. Just got off work.
Oh shit, really? What time is it there?
8 in the morning.
It's 7 o'clock here. So you're probably off the west coast a little ways.
Yep.
Nice. You just got off work, so you're working night shift. Damn, bro.
I work graveyard shift, bro. Hey.
Yeah, I did that for a while as well. That's definitely not. Fuck, bro. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I did that for a while too. Never really did get used to it.
It's not easy, dude. It's not easy.
The sleep part and not having a social life.
Both. Both.
Bro, you get to know those
Everyone,
people you work with pretty damn well.
everyone's out partying, and I'm fucking stuck at work, bro. And I work weekends, dude. I work nights and weekends. Like, fuck.
Damn, dude. Is that by choice or you just doing what you gotta
It
do?
technically was by choice, but I'm gonna switch it up here soon. It was just during a certain period I wanted that shift, and now I want to get it switched, so I'll probably be requesting that here soon.
Nice, dude. They compensate you a little extra for doing that, or?
Fuck no, they should.
They should. Most places do compensate extra for
That's
working
fucked
night
up.
shift.
That's fucked up. I got like a $2 raise.
Oh, there you go. Maybe that was it.
Maybe.
And $2
I think
raise is
they're
quite a lot.
lowballing me though. I'm not gonna say how much I make, but I think they're lowballing me.
Yeah. Yep. If you're working for somebody else, odds are odds are most of the time they're trying to make money too. Very few. Um, I'd say like family-owned businesses where they're paying their um, family and whatnot. That's the only time I've ever seen like I don't know. There's certain companies that treat their employees really nice. Don't get me wrong, but they're definitely in business to make money themselves. You gotta find the right
Sheesh. I
people
mean,
you feel like you're
what's an extra $200, dude? Like, fuck that, bro. What is an extra $200 for a company that makes fucking $400,000 a month, dude? Like, fuck you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I gotta say on that.
Yeah, dude. I've definitely felt that way in the past. I had a night shift job in the past, and I think we were making. This was like years ago. I want to say fucking like 8 or 9 years ago. They were paying us like $11 an hour to work this night shift job at the mill, and I'm not gonna lie, like it was pretty brutal work for $11 an hour.
It's brutal, dude. Like, okay, so the thing is about 6 months go by. After the 6 month period, your schedule is so fucked. Your schedule is so fucked because you're trying to like manage like real life shit and like go out and do shit and pay bills and get groceries and all that shit at the same time of working this night shift, right? Or like you have a meetup with a friend or something. After it's about 6 months, you start losing your fucking shit, bro. Like everyone starts losing their shit about 6 months in, 6 to 8 months. Start losing your shit. I actually just got out of the hospital.
Oh, geez, what happened?
Fucking lost my shit, dude. Just talking to spirits and shit. Crazy. It was absolutely crazy, bro. I'll tell you what. I'm just glad to be.
Day shift's gonna be good.
Yeah, I could switch to day shift. That's what I've been talking about. I think I want to do mornings. I think it'd be a good polar opposite. What's going on?
Oh yeah.
I feel like the PM shift kind of sucks too. because like you get home and then you gotta go to sleep, but you can't go to sleep because like everybody's popping off at like fucking 10 o'clock, and then they get off around like 2. I guess it's not too bad. Same but different.
Yeah. I get what you mean by same but different. Like these are jobs I had in my like when I was 19, early 20s. But one of them was from, I want to say, like 10 or 11 to 7:30 a.m. and then so that was like the night shift one. Fucking weird. And then the other one would start at 2 p.m. and would end at 1, 1 in the morning. And so I'd get home by like 1:30 or 2. And like I just remember that was almost shittier sometimes just because like I don't know. Like
You're getting home when it's gloomy, dark and gloomy. Yeah, that's always a shit. I actually like waking up, or not waking up, but getting off work and just seeing the sunrise, driving home. Like it's so nice. It's so rewarding, actually.
I gotta say that you are right about that. That was kind of a trippy feeling.
Yeah, I like it. But yeah, getting home and when it's dark, I remember doing that. That was always shitty. Definitely if you're tired. Fucking sucks.
Oh yeah.
Or like working. Sometimes I don't like working mornings because I had a bad sleeping habit back in the day, and I was hardcore gaming, whatever. And I'd go to work and I'm like fucking totally exhausted, right? I remember this one time I was driving to work and I fell asleep behind the wheel, dude.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude. I remember I woke up going into head-on collision, like fucking, you know what I mean? Like I'm about to hit this motherfucker. I swear out of the way, dude. I was like, oh my god. Almost died.
Yeah, dude. Like I always thought the fucking sleeping and driving was kind of a joke. Like, like who in the right fucking mind would fall asleep at the wheel? That shit, it is possible. It happened one time to me, and
it's fucking
when
scary,
I was young.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 19, I think, when it happened to me. 18, yeah, about 19, yeah. And I was medicated. Fucking stupid.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like trying to figure out the medication, and yeah, to be honest, I think I got like maybe like 6 hours of sleep, but I just was not feeling it that day because of my medication.
Mm-hmm.
Almost fucking died, dude. Crazy.
Yeah, they have. They definitely have features in vehicles nowadays to kind of help prevent that.
I don't have Teslas. You can fucking fall asleep the entirety of the trip.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, wasn't even thinking about that.
Fucking Tesla, dude.
Oh shit, you're gonna get somebody waking up out of their dead sleep just to talk about fucking Elon Musk. I swear to God, it's gonna happen.
Elon Musk just rips people off, dude. Like, what happened to that fucking housing, that roof, fucking solar roofing company thing that he's doing? Where'd that fucking go? Where'd all that money go that people invested in that part? Where'd that go? Oh, it's gone. Thanks, Elon. Oh, you're gonna name your company after somebody that did much better work than you? Oh, okay. Fuck you, Elon.
Fuck you.
Oh, you're gonna go to a Halloween party dressed as a fucking satanic knight? Yeah, fuck you, Elon.
Fuck you, Elon.
You see that shit, dude?
I feel like I want Creation. You know who Creation Bear is, right? Oh no, damn it.
Did you see those pictures though of Elon dressed as a satanic knight?
No.
Yeah, I'll post it real quick.
Is that his profile picture on Twitter?
I don't know, but
yeah, he's wearing it in his profile picture.
That's
well,
right here.
that like paired with his like AI is awakening a demon quote, they're interesting bookends. Let's get chips on everybody, huh? Anybody?
He wants the mark of the beast out there, bro.
Yeah. Do it now.
Mark of the beast. He wants to kill everyone, dude. Actually, I think he wants to control everyone. That's what it is. It's not
I'm just gonna get my
killing,
chipset updated. Did you get your chipset updated?
The
I'm on
fuck
like
you talking about?
this version 603B Neuralink.
What?
The update's really better. You want to get like firmware updates to yourself? I'm just joking. No,
Dude,
this whole like
this is gonna be they're gonna be talking about that shit in like 6 years, bro.
no, right? Yeah, I'm ahead of my time.
Did you get the new chipset? Yeah.
I got the upgrade. You got the 9. The 9's really good. Yeah, they fixed all that HD glitching. Now you can just like now I can insta memo my grocery list right to this blockchain. All my thoughts are on the blockchain. It's great now. I love it.
All I gotta do is think, and it happens.
If I think wrong, then something corrects me. It's really good. That way, I don't have to do so much.
If I have any impulse thoughts of buying something, it just
be
buys
natural.
It for me.
That's really what I'm striving for.
I just want to be normal, man. No, that shit's bad. Like, yeah, he's obviously some kind of fucking psyop. Some kind of psyop,
Yeah,
dude.
I agree. He's just part of the machine, playing his role.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's real. He's probably a clone.
It could be, you know.
You see that that guy from China looks just like him.
Which one?
There's a guy that looks just like Elon Musk that's in
Just
China.
the Chinese version, you mean?
Yeah, hold on. Let me look it up real quick and post it. Chinese. I put Chinese all caps.
Nobody
Chinese
questions if like Elon Musk is maybe a Terminator. Nobody questions this.
Elon Musk lookalike.
They could have a metal endoskeleton by now.
This guy here. It's an Asian Elon Musk. You see that shit?
Yeah, I think I've seen that dude.
Wait, did you know this picture existed of Elon Musk?
Elon Musk's like so smart because like he's so smart that he gets to like use Tesla as a branding name. You know what I mean?
Did you guys know that picture existed of Elon Musk? With Ghislaine Maxwell?
He's like a tech DJ. That's how Elon is.
Tech DJ.
Yeah, you know. And
I honestly think that he's just an actor. He's just playing his role.
Just like Zelensky.
Who?
Zelensky?
Yeah, kind of, but I mean, Zelensky he was literally an actor.
I know that's the joke.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit like a DJ. Like they don't actually write the music; they just kind of play it.
Elon the DJ. That would be kind of a sick DJ name, Elon.
DJ Elon Musk. Yeah, hell yeah.
Just DJ Elon. DJ Elon.
I like the overly descriptive like DJ names the best. Like descriptive, but still very simple.
Like DJ Zed's Dead. That's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Bass and Red Pilled.
Yeah, that's the part that trips me out, man. If you try to put yourself in the shoes of these people that are getting fucking paid and playing their part in all the corruption, it's kind of like, holy fuck, like you'd have to be one sick bastard to do shit like that.
Yeah, is that Diver? No, don't tell me we're live, aren't we?
What?
No, I thought you were somebody I knew.
Oh no.
Okay. I know this guy. He's doing a documentary and still working on it. I think he released something. I need to hit him up actually. I should hit him up. Forget his new name. He keeps switching his names around and it's driving me insane. Like I can't even look him up by his name now. Fuck.
He's working on a documentary. What
Yeah,
kind?
exposing the corruption and all that crap. So I got kind of keep his name on the low key. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I get it. But he doesn't just use clips, and there are so many
No,
videos
he's
on BitChute
compiling.
just
He's
using
compiling.
clips.
He's compiling clips and like other things. It's not just clips though. It's like files, documents. Like I guess he's doing the whole shebang. And then he's gonna be talking. He's gonna be doing the speaking over everything.
Yeah, at least that should be in there.
Yeah. No, I think he's working on it. It's like his lifelong fucking task or goal. I don't know his name. He changed his picture and his name, so I can't even find him in my friends list. Don't you love when people do that, man?
Yeah.
Great. I have so many friends though. Like, I'm surprised I find anybody in here.
Good to have good friends, man.
Yeah, but I don't talk to like any of them anymore. Like barely.
Oh, in here?
No, just like in general, bro, on Discord.
Mm.
In here, I know like I think Sign is the only guy I really know from here. Sign's kind of based. I know Jen, I guess. Jen, Pete, Dodo. Yeah, he's not in my list. It doesn't look like. Probably skipped over him. Oh my gosh, he's gorgeous. It's probably a fake account.
Man.
Is anybody else getting spammed recently with a bunch of DMs?
No.
Like fake accounts and shit.
Yeah, they're just spam accounts. It looks like that they get hacked or something.
Oh, dude.
Like with phishing links and stuff like that.
Yeah, like server links, phishing links.
Right. Yeah. No, I never got those.
I've been on Discord for about 6 years, and like I've been everywhere basically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I get fucking hit pretty hard. Well, not too hard, but I do get hit. I'll be right back.
Oh man.
Going black. Oh shit, I remember Jax, I think. No, maybe I don't. Fuck. So many people, so little time. Hello, hello.
Hey, whatever happened to the Oakley server? Is it dead?
What server?
Science versus pseudoscience.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I was in that one.
Seems completely dead. I don't know.
A lot of servers seem like they're dying. I don't know what's going on, if everyone's getting their lives together or what, but
Hopefully.
hopefully. Well, I think COVID was a time. I think a lot of people blew up on Discord.
Yeah, that would make sense. Oh,
I've always been
so
in kind of
terrible.
pretty high populated servers, so never really noticed too much. I've noticed people though. People disappear, like they stop coming on.
Yeah. It becomes, I mean, eventually it's always the same, the same arguments, the same discussions, and
Well, it's because of the people. You gotta
yeah,
get a
I know.
diversity of people. If you don't have a diversity of people, it's just the same shit. That's why fucking flat Earth debate, flat Earth and war is always going to be the same, because it's always the same
Right.
people.
Well, it's always the same topics as well.
Right.
If you're on a server where
how low does the plumb bob sag? You know.
Yeah.
I think something's going on over there. Fucking, like, Pete was over there, and then like some dude was like mumbling. This was like this morning. He was like mumbling, and like Pete was like responding super fast to like what he was saying. I think Pete's being spiritually attacked right now. Is what I'm trying to say. Is like Pete Shea. You know Pete Shea?
No. I'm pretty new on this server.
Justice Dodo or something.
Absolutely no
Dodo.
idea.
Well, his name's Pete, and I think he's being spiritually attacked right now. Lewis was going off. I've never seen Lewis that hyper in my life, and like he's like going off on Pete, trying to ask him some question about some key to the universal knowledge or something. And
What?
it's fucking just super weird. Super weird. That was like 2.5 hours ago.
Maybe he took some substances. I don't know.
I don't think he's getting sleep. Maybe Lewis, that is. Pete was kind of low, dude. He was feeling really like I could hear it in his voice. He was just really kind of down. And then like because he was down, it was like making the other people like fucking like jump on him. It was weird. It was seriously like he's being under attack spiritually. They were trying to get to his ass. There's something weird about that server. I don't know if it's because there's like Nash shills in there or what, but
Which one are you talking about?
Debate flat Earth and more.
Debate flatter than more. I don't know that one.
Guy named Gem owns it. Gem Panda. You can look it up on YouTube. Just type in Debate Flat Earth and more. It's always live streaming.
Yeah, I'll give it a look.
You can see what I'm talking about. Just go back fucking 2.5 hours. Fucking just weird. I'm actually gonna do that because I was kind of busy doing shit when it was happening, and Debate Flat Earth and more. All right, 2 hours.
You guys still there? Hello? Anybody? Hello?
Oh?
Hello? Dude, okay, I got a story for anybody who's listening then, I guess. So the other day, I mean, I've been single for a hot minute now. Been enjoying life, to say the least, and there was this girl that hopped in the DMs, and she's pretty cute, not gonna lie. Like really cute. And I'm like, oh man, like great, you know. And so I was texting back to her, and then she wanted to FaceTime, right? And I was talking to this gal last night, and oh man, dude, I got off FaceTime, right? And I just took out the camera, and I was just talking to her, and I remember like thinking to myself like it was so gradual, but then it started happening quick. I was like, man, I don't know, this chick's kind of weird. And then all of a sudden I was like, man, she's really annoying. And then like I finally got to the point where I was like, man, like this chick's really fucking annoying. And I finally got off the phone. I was like, how is a girl that fucking beautiful, that fucking annoying? Like, holy cow! It was horrible. It was horrible, and I ended up, staying up way too late and really dreading it. So, oh boy, yep. I got personality catfished, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that, man.
Have you ever heard of the term hat fishing?
Hat fishing? No.
It's when somebody wears a hat all the time, and a woman dates this person or a man dates this person, and they finally take off their hat and they notice that they're balding. It's called hat fishing.
That's funny. Hat fishing. Interesting. I like that.
Just a fun fact. I figured I'd throw out since we're talking about catfishing or personality fishing.
Yeah, the funny thing is too, she even asked me that. She's like, "Have you ever been catfished?"
What? That's not a red flag at all.
Oh yeah. No, I told her I was like, no, to be honest, I don't think I really have. I mean, some people kind of edit their photos, but like, okay, I'll just tell you guys, like, you can tell right off the bat, there's almost no excuse to getting catfish nowadays. Like, when they're taking selfies, right, photo editing, slimming down, there's certain things that they can't hide, right? Just tell them like, hey, go take a picture in front of your mirror, just send me that. And you look at their fingers, right? If those things are like sausages, like, width-wise, you can tell that they're sausages. She's probably got some extra weight. Not saying that's a bad thing. For some, that's great. But like, if you're not into thick chicks, like, I don't know. That's one thing I've seen. A lot of girls post stuff and then edit the photos, make themselves look really, or get the right angle to where they look like they have curves for days and a slim waist. No, catfish.
Catfish.
And then the hardcore filters, keeping shit way too bright because they're like already really white.
Or their pigment, it's like they have bad skin or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you seen those? Have you seen those memes when it's like before puberty and then after puberty? And you haven't seen those memes? Well, it's like before puberty, everything's like all bright and wonderful and great, and then you hit puberty and everything's like dull and dim, and that's kind of like what it is to get catfish. Like you're like, oh, you see him online, whatever, and then you see him in person, it's just all dreary.
Sounds like a fucking Zoloft commercial, to be honest. God damn it.
Zoloft, totally like a Zoloft commercial. Exactly.
God, that shit's so retarded. I remember looking back when I was a kid and like just seeing those videos and just going like, this is so stupid. Like who's buying into this shit? I don't know, man. You remember those commercials, right? They're like the way that they depict the character, right? Just going through life and everything's dark, right? They video edit it, everything's dark and gray, and they're looking down and moping, and then all of a sudden the sun's out, they're in a green field pasture.
What is that about? What is this?
It's like a depression medication or
something like that. No, we don't got shit like that in Germany. I mean, we got different shit, You
got weed or what?
I mean, I guess who doesn't?
Yeah, I guess. What about those? And never mind. I was gonna be super racist because I was about to say the wrong country, so I'm just not gonna say it at all.
What do you mean? What do you mean by racist?
Well, I was trying to think what country it was.
The Germans came up with racism. I was like, come on.
No, see, no, hold on, wait up. Okay, so National Socialism is not a bad thing, but if you are a National Socialist, you are a Nazi by technicality. Period. Okay, but I think what happened in World War II is they had a wonderful idea. Like like everything was cool about it. Just then it got corrupted. It was like the best thing that could happen, and then it got corrupted.
That's
It
one hell
was
of a
like
statement, man.
no,
That's
I'm
one
serious.
hell of
They
a
took a
statement.
beautiful symbol which was supposed to mean peace in what in Hindu,
What do you
and
mean
then
supposed to mean? That's still what it means, though.
but it's ruined. I'm saying everything's corrupted. That's what I'm saying. It's like I feel like everything that they stood for, like
It's a
they
slightly
took
different
everything
symbol.
good and then ruined it. Basically, is what I'm saying. They took everything good and then ruined it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't think that the idea of national socialism is a good idea. It's like saying real socialism has never been tried before.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. It divulged into killing millions of people. That's true.
Always.
But why? Because it's
Because
the
that
way
was
that
the plan
people
all
think.
along.
No, I think it's because of the way that people think or something.
No,
It
I
has to
think
be because it's nationalism and socialism. That's like it's totally the people. That's the people, like the people's choice, basically.
no, that's just a narrative. That's just a smokescreen. If they tell you that they want to help you with all those social justice incentives and all of that, it's just to get you hooked to sell your soul, you know.
Right. Totally, that's totally what happened, bro. Like they fucked up.
I mean, China is doing it regularly. It's all for the
I mean,
greater good.
the United States is kind of doing it right now.
Everyone,
It's
everyone.
getting bad, bro. It's getting bad. We're gonna see something here
It
soon.
already is.
I think we got like 2 years max. I think 2020 or 2027. I think the end of the fucking world's coming, and then by 2025, some like crazy shit's gonna happen. So get ready, get your bug out kits, fucking get
I
some
don't
food
think
supplies.
you're far off. I think that could be pretty accurate, but we will see. Yeah.
I've been saying this for fucking about 4 years now, dude. I've seen it. As soon as Trump was president, dude, I was like, oh, there we go. Fucking, or actually, right when COVID hit, I think I was because I was having like really deep conversations with a buddy of mine that was living with me. He was kind of a drunkard, and he wasn't a drunkard because he didn't act drunk, but he drank a lot. But we'd have like really deep conversations about like the state of the world, and he was like a history nut. So like I was learning all this like the stuff about history, and it just like the combination of that and then COVID hitting. Like one of the last things he said to me was like, "Dude, the world will never be the same after this." And it was like he looked me in the eyes, and it will never be the same. He passed away, unfortunately, and right after that, probably about 4 or 5 months after that, COVID.
Well, shit, what happened, man?
He drank himself stupid, dude.
Oh, I got it. That's
Well, before I met him, he'd gone to the hospital and he had liver failure, and they tried to put him on medication to get him to stop drinking, but he just kept drinking. There's probably like a year or two of that, and then by the time I met him, he was like, I don't know. I tried to get him to quit drinking, but he wouldn't listen. He would not listen, dude. We ended up going to Vegas for about a month. We lived out there for a month, right before COVID hit, which is one of the reasons why, like, I always bring up this fact. Like, everyone like doesn't talk about it, but when I was in Vegas, one of the things that was happening back in October, like the end of October, they were talking about countries getting rid of their biological and chemical weapons. And then they made it illegal to be homeless on the streets of Las Vegas. Like you'd get 6 months in jail. And then COVID hit right after Trump pulled the troops out of Syria, and 30,000 Kurds were killed in 2 days because Trump sold the Kurdish people out. Basically, is what happened there with Putin. And then that was the Battle of Armageddon, and they've been talking about that shit for a long time, dude. Like they're trying to make the end of the world happen. They've read the stories, they read the books. Now they're just trying to make it happen. It's like the self
Fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, there you go. Fulfilling prophecy.
Could be. I mean, they pulled this shit already in 1918. You know, with the Spanish flu, they did basically the same thing. Everyone back then was had to wear masks, and millions of people supposedly died, and yeah, it was not very different from what is happening right now.
Yeah. Well, now they got this shit like on a chemical or biological level, like this gossaluciferase shit that they're saying that Moderna has inside. Or, anyways, I don't think I'm supposed to be able to talk about this. But
we should.
I'll just go back before COVID, and I'll just say they were working on mRNAs, and one of the things that they were working on is gossaluciferase. Gossaluciferase is a bioluminescent material, which would add a function to biology or biologic manipulation. So the function would be able to imprint and receive the data, then imprint it or send it to the mRNA, and the mRNA would send it to the ribosomes. So it's like a really sketchy thing, because if you have like let's say a signal that's able to send to the gossaluciferase, and then the luciferase then being able to imprint it to your mRNA, it's like a live upload. You could basically send somebody a code that tell their nails to grow faster, or make their heart stop, or make their fucking eyes stop working, make their eyes be green, you know. Like it's kind of sketchy. And there's rumors right now. There's a whistleblower that came out recently. She had a bunch of pictures because she used to work at Moderna, and I guess the material that they were working with was bioluminescent. So it's just kind of weird.
So let me get this straight. We're going to have glowy veins that somebody else can control. Cool.
I don't know about you, but I ain't.
No, yeah, me neither. There's going to be so many people clamoring for it, though. People be, oh my God, the cure for diabetes is just a little piece of glowy ink in my skin.
Well, right. They won't understand that it's a function, like a light source in biology. Like it's fucking huge, dude.
Yeah. That's awesome. So, well, awesome. I'm being sarcastic. So, how many people you think are going to think that that's a good thing? Most of them?
I don't know. See, the thing is like there are people that know about it, and that was like the huge talking point back in 2019 was the gossaluciferase, and then everyone was like really suspicious about it because it's luciferase, which has Lucifer basically in it.
Lucifer, come on, get out of here with that. Yeah,
exactly. So like, I think they're trying to hide it. If I don't know if they're already putting it in people or what, but they were working on the material.
Well, here's what's strange to me. If it's bioluminescent, right, and they're working on the material and people are getting it, I don't know, why make it a visible thing so that people can right away look and see if they want that or not instead of be convinced that they should have it? You know what I mean? It's not a good selling point if I just see someone walk around glowing. I'm just like, oof, I don't know if I want to glow. Do I want to glow? Honey, I don't want to glow.
Here, I'll post two things for you just so you can have reference to what I'm talking about.
Cool.
Let's see here, which two videos?
So it's not visible until like you're looking for it kind of deal?
Well, there's a video of a woman. She ended up getting the Moderna vaccine, and she took a glow light to her arm like immediately after she got the vaccine. And that's the thing is like it's the only time you're gonna glow if you get something like that injected is like immediately after you get the vaccination, because the material is going to spread out into the rest of your body and it's not going to be as potent.
Right. But yeah, you're not going to turn into a little glowworm. Yeah, I get it.
No, unless they fucking really pumped you with it. But
well, yeah, we wouldn't survive that because we're not built to have that like a like a firefly or something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. They make pigs glow and shit. Like they got.
Well, that's true.
But so here's this video. This is the one that I was just referring to, where she says she got the injection of Moderna, and then now she's like has glowing veins. And then this is the whistleblower that came out about the Moderna and how they're working on bioluminescent materia. And
Crazy, dude. Thanks
the
for
thing
posting that.
yeah, of course. And the thing is like she says, like, when they were working on the material, it would glow or whatever. But then, like, when she noticed one thing is when they released the vaccine vials, as they put the label at the bottom of the vials. So like, even if it had a light source that it was glowing off of, you barely would be able to see it or wouldn't be able to see it because the label's at the bottom of the bottle. Normally on vaccines they have them on the like center, so you can see underneath and above it. But they specifically labeled them underneath, I guess. They put them at the bottom so you couldn't see what was in it. Because I don't think these vials are completely like filled to the brim.
Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you for posting this. I got to do some stuff, but I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I sat there and I studied it was like 8 hours straight of just like learning what like what would it be called, biological again, I don't even know what study it would have been. But I stayed up for like 8 hours studying this shit, like figuring out what I started with Gossa luciferase, and then I broke down every word in the definitions of Gossa luciferase and what it does. And the thing is about biology, when you're talking about biological material, words that you would think you know don't actually mean the same thing as what they would mean in English. Like they have multiple meanings. So like you go down that rabbit hole and then you find out that Gossa luciferase is a function that would be able to imprint and receive data, and to be able to they label it as a what is it called? I can't remember, but basically it's able to like see what material is doing. Since it's a light source, it can like point out and like I forget the word for it, but they can basically see what's going on in the mRNAs. That's what the light source was used for. But then they found out they can imprint data with the light, and then
as far as I knew, and that's the only thing that I knew about that stuff, is that it is supposed to actually visualize the
material, yeah,
biodistribution to be able to tell if it goes, where it goes, if it goes in the bloodstream, and because these kind of injections are actually not supposed to go through. I mean, they are supposed to do that, but we're not supposed to know that they are actually going through the bloodstream.
See, I don't remember which part it was. I don't know if it's the combination of the Gossa and luciferase, or if it's just the luciferase. I think the luciferase is to draw out and to point out like what's going on in the material, but the Gossa is like the functionality to the luciferase.
Yeah, gotcha. I would read more about it.
I wrote a bunch of shit out. Let me try to find
what I'm really interested in is the fact that there's a patent up on Google Patents from the Chinese Communist Party that literally says that they have what is it called? Graphene oxide as the carrier for the mRNA.
What does that do?
Come again?
What does that do?
Graphene oxide? You should. It is. I won't get into all of that right now. Just give it a look. What graphene oxide actually is. It was one of those things that was called a conspiracy theory at the start of the pandemic that this stuff is actually in there. But there's a patent up, like I said, on Google Patents, saying that the Chinese Communist Party actually uses it as, at least in the patent, as the carrier for the mRNA. The lipid nanoparticles are made out of graphene oxide, and there was a German scientist who was working with graphene, who said it was found in people, graphene oxide, and what they actually do to the body, what this is actually doing to the body. And that dude supposedly died a few weeks later.
Oh wow. Treating graphite with strong oxidized and acids for resolving of extra metals. Oxide bulk product is a yellow solid with CO ration between 2:1, 2:7. Graphene, but is much larger than the regular spacing. See what it does. History. I'm trying to figure out why they would put it in us.
Yeah, exactly. Why would they?
Unless they really do have smart dust. You hear about smart dust?
No. What do you mean by that?
It's they're tiny robots, like really tiny robots. So they would use it for like they'd put some in people's eyes, and then it would literally like go or swim around the eye and repair the eye and shit. It's called smart dust. But if they have that capability, I see. The thing is I didn't think they had the product to be able to produce it, unless they have like, well, I don't know where they're fucking producing smart dust at. The place I heard the only place that can do it right now is Thailand, which I thought was why China wanted such a monopoly on Thailand. But I don't know, dude. Kind of weird.
I don't know, man. A lot of these things sound like straight up science fiction, and maybe that's what they want to achieve, but it's maybe just nonsense, you know?
Well, it's not really that nonsense. Like the second we started making robotics and made things automatic is the time when they can be completely what's the word precise. And when you have the capability of being completely precise, then you can go huge in your production, and you can go tiny in your production, like really tiny, and you can keep getting smaller and smaller. And I wonder if that's what they did. They were like, instead of wasting a bunch of material, let's see how small we can get. And I think that like it would kind of make sense. Like they would go smaller instead of larger.
Yeah, I
To
know
be
what you
honest,
mean. My point is just, I'm not sure if they can do that already or if they want to do it, you know?
well,
Because
I've heard there's like articles about smart. Here, I'll look it up real quick. Smart dust. Coming. Smart dust is coming. Are you ready? I'm gonna just look for a video because this fucking advertisement's fucking me up. I'll post this. MEMS, moats.
Yeah, when I look up smart dust, it literally says that it's a futuristic vision. That's what I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
they
it's
say the government's technology is like 7 or 10 years above ours.
it could be. I won't deny that. But it's, to me, it sounds like the just part of the entire transhumanist agenda.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
look at our technology. Look at all the good stuff we can use to help humanity develop. You know.
I think that's what they want to do, though. They want the
it is.
transhuman direction. Which means the first thing is going to be chips, which they were already trying to do. I remember about 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, New York was posting about vaccine passports and getting a chip in your hand, and fucking you'd basically be able to scan your hand and get into places.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's good that you brought up that smart dust thing, because it could be related. It actually could be related to the entire graphene oxide thing. You know.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that would make sense. Because that's essentially what graphene oxide is. But if you would inject that into a person, it would literally cut your veins from the inside. Microscopic razor blades.
Well, you've seen the clotting that's going on in the veins, right? Like people
Yeah, of course.
people are pulling out these veins that have like this clotting that goes throughout like long.
Have you seen that, man? The white
it's
veins.
disgusting. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting.
It is.
I don't know what the fuck that shit is. All I know is we're not supposed to mention the V word. We're supposed to say jab, I guess.
I thought we shouldn't actually we shouldn't talk about it at all.
No, you can talk about it. I mean, what is this, fucking Nazi Germany or what?
On different servers, they said we can't mention it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the server allows it. We just can't talk about the actual.
But to be specific, though, I think the entire world is a little bit like Nazi Germany was. To be honest.
Yeah,
well, we can't talk about everything everywhere. Okay, this isn't a fair life we're living on Earth, guys. You can't just talk about everything you want all the time, anywhere you want. Okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do, dude. The future's coming and it's coming fast. The one
Way too
thing
fast.
the one that scares me is the whole like Hollywood like pedophile elite shit. Like we need to crack down on that quick.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you see that Blanca shit that came out?
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? What in
You
the
mean
actual fuck?
Balenciaga?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I guess Kanye is like related to that somehow or something. And Kanye doesn't even seem like himself anymore. It seems like a fucking clone ever since he went to the hospital. Like he's probably still in the hospital somewhere, fucking locked up or something. Like I don't think that's Kanye, dude. It's just too weird, dude. It's too weird.
There's a dude called Mouthy Buddha, I guess. He made some really good videos about all of the Hollywood elites and trafficking, human trafficking.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's so many people that try to come out talking about it. I mean, Chester from Linkin Park, he was trying to talk out about it. He ended up dead. Avicii, he was working on the documentary alongside of him. He ended up dead. Isaac Cappy, he started talking about the pedophile elites and the corruption and shit going on in Hollywood. He ends up dead.
Chris Cornell.
Chris Cornell, yep. Anthony Bourdain.
What about Aaron Carter? Didn't he die lately because he was mentioning some stuff?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think a lot of these Hollywood like deaths that are happening recently aren't just random. I think they're gonna cover it up by using like, oh, the vaccines are killing people, but in actuality, they're just killing people off. I think they're gonna do some shit like that. Yeah, I think they're probably using the vaccines to kill people. They probably send a code or something to their fucking body, and then boom, they just end up dead the next fucking day. The second they start fucking speaking out or whatever, whoever, it's full control basically. That's why I'm so scared of that Gossa luciferase. If they're actually putting that function in the mRNA, it's fucking crazy. But whatever. I can't talk about that. And then they're controlling the media and like what people can say and can't say. That's really sketchy. They're literally trying to rewrite history in front of our eyes. Actively rewriting history. I guess it's more controlling history. And then when 2-3 years go by, they just fucking act like it didn't happen.
Right. And people fall for it every single time.
And then they gaslight everybody that talks out about it. Oh no, you're crazy. You're fucking out of your mind. You need to go see a doctor. What? You're a conspiracy theorist. Damn, everyone's joining. What's up? Obviously, somebody got something to say. What's up, guys?
There's too many people here to be quiet. Everybody's hoping somebody else has got something to say.
Well, we were just speaking about what was it, graphene oxide, which is found in the
oxide.
And then we went on a rant about smart dust, which could be the reason why they're putting it in the jab. And then I went off to talk about the microchips that they were doing for the vaccine passports in New York. Yeah. Or New York Times did an article about it. And that was after we talked about gossaluciferase possibly being in Moderna. There's a whistleblower, I guess. I'll repost it. You guys can catch up. So, the first video is going to be the whistleblower. And the second one will be the woman that said she got vaccinated, got the jab, and then she started glowing. Which I will post now.
That kind of reminds me of that Simpsons episode with Burns.
What happened in it?
Remember when Mr. Burns came out of the woods glowing because of his meds?
They always like the glowing characters. Did you see those two videos though yet? Did you take a look?
Where did you post them?
They're in Livestream 1.
Livestream 1. Let me take a look.
First one's the it's Pfizer. I've been saying Moderna. Damn it.
It's all the same shit though.
Well, I can't. I don't know about that. Moderna's fishy because they came out. They came out knowing about the exact code for the virus back in 2016, I guess, which was weird about Moderna. But I guess Pfizer's the one with the gossaluciferase, or possibly gossaluciferase.
I've actually seen that before. There was another dude claiming that this was the case. He made a video.
What, of him glowing or what? Or the Pfizer whistleblower?
No, not a whistle. Some dude after the injection was showing that his veins were glowing under black light.
Weird. Did you see that they're putting in those new like black lights for street lights? They're like black light.
I've heard about that. Yeah. I've heard about it.
See, my theory on that is if they are putting this shit in people, that I don't think the functionality of it being imprinting data works unless it's lit up. So the function has to be lit up in order for that function to happen. So I'm thinking that these lights that they're putting up around the street posts and shit are to activate that gossaluciferase. That's my theory. I don't know why else they would be putting up lights like that.
If anybody that wants that link, you need to click it now because I'm gonna take it down.
What link? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, the that Moderna thing I took down. Yeah, posting anything medical in text is a big red flag to get you looked at.
Yeah,
they're already looking at me, dude. they try to
We don't want to
seriously take me
get the
down,
server taken down. Hold on, dude. We don't want to get the server taken down. We're all being looked at. I guess who gives a fuck about that? We want to be able to continue to come here and talk to each other.
Should I take down the smart dust too?
No,
I got it.
Okay,
I
yeah,
got
he'll take down. Left lane will take down anything that's not what we should be talking about. But yeah, it's not because we don't want to. I don't give a fuck who's looking at me. It's just because we want to keep talking to each other on this platform.
Right. I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm not ragging on you about it.
Yeah, I posted it twice, so I just went up and deleted it.
Cool. Thanks.
It is still so weird that this kind of stuff is actually.
They're rewriting history, dude. Live.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting it out there, but you can post it. I mean, that's no. I know that this is a rule to not get the server shut down. I understand that, but you know what I mean, right?
Right.
It's just insane.
Is it in TOS now? Is that why this is like such a big thing? Can't talk about the jab or whatever.
I guess it is. Yeah.
Falls into what they would consider medical misinformation.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that you would consider it that.
I don't know if that's misinformation, really.
I think they're telling you that that's what like the rule is, but I don't actually think that they think that. So let me give you an example. Left lane. I don't know if you're pro-vax or not. Let's just say that I had like a place where you could go, where you could just go and receive like $1,000, right? And people were going to receive $1,000, right? And they actually were receiving $1,000. Do you think there would be any need for like draconian thought control on people who were doubting that? If they were like, "Oh, I don't really think that you receive $1,000," like, would you need to control their speech and to like silence them?
I don't see the parallelism.
Well, okay. The parallel here is that I think everyone can agree that receiving $1,000 for free would be good for you, right?
Yes.
And the narrative with the vax, the jibber jabber, is that receiving it is good for you. Yeah. So if receiving $1,000 for free would be good for you, then that's the parallel, right? So if there was a place you could go to just receive $1,000 for free, and there were people who were like anti-$1,000 freers or whatever, you wouldn't need to control their speech or control like where they were. You wouldn't need to ban them from speaking, like, because it would just be ridiculous, right? So you would just ignore them.
Well, I don't think that the minestrone is good for you necessarily. It's that the risks of that are far less than what it would be if you didn't have it and you contracted the macaroni. Code words. But you know what I mean? I don't think it's necessarily good for you. It's just an alternative to something that could prevent you from dying.
It doesn't matter. You've ignored my point. My point is that they're telling you that there's a benefit to doing this, right? It's objectively beneficial. Which, if that was the case, they wouldn't have to force you to do it through covert means. You would just.
No, I don't think they should force anyone. No, I don't. I do not think they should force anyone to do that.
You're missing what I'm asking. I didn't think that you would think that. What I'm saying is, don't you think it's suspicious that they do it?
Well, the thing is, there's some really radically wrong stuff out there that I would personally consider dangerous information, and then there's some more meek type stuff that has the code words in there that they look for, that kind of puts that all under one umbrella. Some things are beneficial information that's benign, but it has the wrong words in it, and that sort of gets all of it thrown out. You know what I mean? But there are some radicals out there that say some really crazy shit that's not there's not an ounce of truth in what they say, but that kills all the other information that might potentially be good information, because it's all falling under the umbrella of misinformation.
Yeah, but the
I mean,
problem is that
but
even the
you
even
haven't
the
really.
the information that is actually valid is just called radical, you know.
It all gets caught under one umbrella, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you've still missed what I've said. Like, I agree with all of what you just said. Totally agree with it. All I'm saying is that it is suspicious
I
that
agree with
someone
you. I absolutely agree with you. It's yeah, it doesn't make sense. But you know,
actively
on the other
suspicious
hand,
that
they
someone
also
would.
tell you that it is bad for all the other people if you don't do
Say
it, you
yes or
know.
no. Left lane. Do you not think it's
Yes.
suspicious that they would try and force you to take something that's meant to be objectively beneficial?
I don't find it suspicious. I'm not
Oh,
surprised actually, because there there are some mentalities out there that are that are not in line with my ideas and my beliefs, and I'm really shocked at some of the attitudes and the authoritarianism and tyrannical type, this is what I say you're going to do and you're going to do it kind of people. And I say fuck you to them.
well, fair enough. I can agree with that.
Down with the tyrant. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
This isn't
I mean,
1999. I can say that.
turnabout would be fair play. I'm going to demand you do this. Okay, I'll do that, but I'm going to demand you to do this, and that's fair, right?
Yep.
No, they wouldn't go along with that.
No, of course. Yeah, it had to be one way. You're doing what they say, and that's the end of it.
I'm hoping there'll be some good to come out of all this in the end. I mean, it's kind of on the downhill slide, sorta. It hasn't gone away. It's not ever going to go away, but it's kind of mellowed out a little bit.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
I think in the end there will be some good to come out of it. And there's some real strong resistance. I'm not one of those that gives real. I mean, if you come try to do something against my will, I'll be strong. But I've been sort of neutral in
My
my
theory.
interactions on the subject. But there are some people that are going to change their mind. Even I've definitely changed my mind somewhat.
My theory is that they've calmed down with all this is because they need the people to focus on what they're doing politically right now.
God damn, that's a whole nother story.
One factor, definitely, yeah.
They need people. They need people to be fucking brainwashed by what's going on right now. If everyone was locked in their homes right now and we all were able to think for ourselves, I mean, it'd be difficult for them for this 2024 election.
Yeah.
They'll probably end up doing it right before the election or some shit. I don't know.
And right now there's so much division within government between the left and the right, and they're all kicking rocks at each other and not running the country and not doing the things in best interest for the people, which it's their fucking job. I mean, that's what government officials are for, to represent the people that they represent in their best interest. But it's a big old fucking mess, man. Something's got to give.
I think they're playing all their cards right now, though.
Yeah, definitely. I don't necessarily think that the division within politics has to be a real thing, you know.
No, division within politics is actually natural and completely normal, and they talk about the country being divided, like about every single country, as if it wasn't always throughout the history of those countries. The only difference now is that they control both sides. Like before,
Well, I think division to a degree is good. That there is an argument. There is maybe 2 or 3 different ways of doing things, and what would be the best thing. But they're down to fucking threatening impeachment, threatening federal charges. I mean, it's gotten serious, man. It's not partisan. It's fucking like a damn free for all kind of thing, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Well, democracy was never meant to be for large countries anyway. It was meant to be for city-states. And everyone was actually meant to be directly involved. It doesn't work at this scale.
Yeah, it's not working right now.
It never has. It's never worked for more than a few thousand people.
I do have a little bit of faith in the things I see with state government, like the lady that's running for governor in Arizona. And she says, "Oh, the federal government won't shut down our border with Mexico. I will." And she'll go down there and shut her down. And Phoenix has got, Arizona's got a lot of money. You know, they can do that.
Yeah. Well, they've also
Texas ought to do the same thing.
Well, they've got the direct control over the border as well. I mean, if the federal government doesn't want to do it for whatever, and let's be honest, the federal government doesn't even care about those states. It cares about the big corporations who love the inflow of immigrants like that. It's really about the corporations getting there as much cheap labor as possible.
Well,
Because they don't care about those people.
Well, I think the left is interested in the vote count, because all these people that are coming over under the Democratic leadership, the Democrats are going to get their vote, and there's millions of people coming across the border. You know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The fact is that the big donors on the right also like immigration, so you don't really, like you're it's a false choice. You're getting huge amounts of immigrants whether you like it or not. It's a shame because it does. What they do is they say, "Oh, you the people, you have a preference. Well, we don't care because we have the money, so we're going to get what we want." They just call you racist. Unfortunately, most people fall for the trigger word. They fall for the, "Oh, I don't want to be called a racist," when really it's got nothing to do with race anyway. That it's all about money. The corporations want as much cheap labour as possible to drive their profits up.
Money and control.
Well, yeah, there is an element of control to it as well, because if you've got two or three different populations in a country, you can set them against each other so they don't worry about you so much.
Well, I think they love the power that they can display. You know.
Yeah. Funny as well, in England we often get called like racist for complaining about immigration. And what's funny is that we've had huge amounts of immigrants from America, from Australia, from South Africa. And then when you point out that these people are also immigrants, it's like, "Oh no, they don't count as immigrants." Oh, okay. Why not? What's the difference? The difference is that those people aren't coming in to do cheap labour to drive up the profits for corporations. So they don't see it as the same thing.
You don't have to look far to see that immigration has been weaponized. Have you seen what's going on in Europe?
I mean, he's
In the
from England.
borders of-
He's from England.
Yeah, I've seen what's going on.
So
I know.
yeah, we are aware. I'm European as well.
Right. So the borders of Greece and Turkey, you are aware. As a matter of fact, as you guys were talking about that, I was reading an article about it. Funny that, huh? Yeah.
I remember
Greece
back in.
plans to build a 140-kilometer fence. I just read that. In addition to the 40-kilometer fence they already have, they want a complete border. They want to completely shut off Turkey because Turkey is using immigration as a tool, as a bargaining chip. They want to get money from Europe. Yeah,
Yep, they've been doing it for decades.
decades. That's right.
Yeah.
And now one country said enough. That's it. No more. Because last year, 1.5 million people went through Greece, or was it the year before? I think it was the year before. 1.5 million people went through Greece and went into Europe. Yep.
That's because during that time there was that whole situation with the island that's out in the middle of the Black Sea by one of the oil rigs. I guess this island is like I think 30% Turkish and
Cyprus.
70% Greece.
Cyprus, yes.
Yeah. There was that whole argument with that. I wonder if Turkey was like, "Fuck you guys," and just started sending immigrants or something.
No, that's
the Turks play the East against the West, and they're doing a pretty damn good job. They're right in the middle. How can I say it? They're bribing Russia and they're bribing Europe and America all at the same time.
Mm.
And the funny thing is, they're part of NATO, so in a way they're needed, but in a way they're becoming more and more belligerent. They're threatening war every day. They're threatening Greece. They're threatening Syria. It's like, yeah, it's a big problem. But at the heart of the immigration is Turkey. Believe it or not, they have buses, government buses. They bring, because they got 3.5 million Syrian refugees there, though. So what they do is they promise them they're going to get into Europe. They bus them over to a place where human smugglers make them come over the river, and all hell breaks loose. And this is done purposely, on purpose.
What's up with the Euphrates River drying up? Doesn't Turkey have it like dammed or something?
Yeah, that's another thing they're doing. They dam the river and they use water as a leverage. These guys are very, very dirty, very dirty. If you want to know where the problems in Europe are, just look at Turkey.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. It's the main route into Europe, other than over the Med.
Well, I guess now they're fucking with Africa now. It's rumored in the Bible that 100 million troops are supposed to cross from the east to the west, passing through the Euphrates River after it dries up. That's the rumor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that I have a real problem with is this rhetoric that, like, you've got 2 or 3 concurrent themes. The first theme is that race doesn't exist, which you may or may not agree with. The second theme is that anyone who arrives in Europe is immediately victim of racism, which obviously doesn't work with the first concurrent theme because they can't be racist if there's no race. But then the third concurrent narrative is the idea that we as white people don't have a right to survival as a specific group of people. And if you even claim that you do, then you're immediately a racist, right? So these 3 themes don't work. None of them work together with each other, but they push all 3 of them at the same time. So you don't have a right to self-determination or survival as a group because race doesn't exist. But the way that we're going to make sure that you feel like that you can't oppose that is because you're a racist. I can't be a racist if race doesn't. So this stuff doesn't work together, but it's what they push.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the problem is straight out, because maybe you don't want to say it, but I don't give a damn. I'll say it. This is the problem. Most European people can live together, right? Now, why? Is because of religion, okay? Because most Europeans are Christian. Okay, now, the problem arises is when, let's say now you, a Christian, we were to go to a Muslim country, right? We would have to conform to those rules, those laws, and those regulations. No doubt about it. Can anybody tell me no on this?
No, I fully agree. I have direct experience of that.
Okay, so now when the reverse happens is when a Muslim comes to a Christian country, they expect us to conform to their thing. They want to live under their law, their Sharia law. You understand? So that doesn't work, my friend. That's never going to work. And that's where the problem arises, right there. Now, I don't care if that sounds racist. That's what it is.
Well, it can't be racist if you're talking about religion, but I actually think that there's a pure racial effect to this. Because I'm not Christian. I've lived in Saudi Arabia. I've lived in England. Right? I've lived in other countries, but they're the two that I'll choose to tell you about for this example. In Saudi Arabia, I've had to conform to their standards, and in England, I've never ever had to conform to any Christian religious standards. So there's a layer there that isn't religious, right? It's the idea that you can have freedom of religion within that nation, and I don't think that that's a religious thing. I think that there's actually something more to do with the actual people and how they see religion.
Yeah, but look, you see, you got to understand when a Christian follows his religion, right? He can also follow the governing the country's laws, right? But the Muslims, and I'm not downing Muslims, but that's just the way it is. They think that they can go to a country and they don't have to follow the law, the legal laws of the country. They're going to follow the Sharia laws. You understand? That's a big problem.
What's your opinion on a theocratic?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on a theocratic government?
Sorry?
What do you think of a theocratic government?
A theocratic government is the worst possible government that you can possibly have, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree.
Okay, it doesn't get worse than that. That's it. I don't know.
I was just having a conversation with somebody about like America becoming a theocratic, like Christian theocratic government. And like, okay, whatever for like maybe those 4 years. But like after those 4 years, I could just see some fucking like satanic dude getting elected, and he's like, okay, now everyone's satanic. You know what I mean? It just like flip flop real quick.
Yeah, I hope not, man. If we ever get to that,
I really hope not.
Yeah, so now the whites, the British especially, have another problem. They won't say it, but I will. And so do the whites in America. Because of the heartfelt things that the people have done to other people, right? There's a bitterness there. Now, it's not your fault. You didn't do it, but your ancestors did. So the black people have a deep-rooted resentment against whites. That's what it is, you know? It's what your forefather has done. Like my culture has the same thing with Turkey, bitter hatred for thousands of years, you know? It's sad, but that's just the way it is, man. It sucks.
But it's also based on a half-truth. So the history of like slavery, especially in America, well, first of all, in England, that we never had slavery, right? And we actually never had it in this country. You might say that the British government did it abroad. Yeah, they did. But what you realize in America is if you're actually paying attention, slavery was actually never based on race. It was always based on ownership of people. You had black people owning black people. You had white people owning white people. You had white people owning black people. You had black people owning white people. And
yeah, but the English did it too, though.
Easy to find. But the point is that there's the narrative itself is wrong, and the resentment is based on a half truth.
Yeah, it's sad, man. It's sad the way things are, but we've always exploited. Man has always exploited other man. Now, even in the past, blacks were slaving blacks, whites were slaving blacks. Yeah, that's a fact. But the most recent one is, unfortunately, the whites were doing it to the blacks. There's no getting around that. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that the blacks in Africa were rounding up people and selling them to the whites. Now, that doesn't get said a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
So everybody has blood on their hands, you know? Everybody.
Yeah. I can feel the blood now.
Now people got to heal and realize it was the ancestors that did that. We didn't do it to each other now. We're not doing it to each other now. So now we got to break the chains of bullshit of the past, of our fathers, and just start living together, all races, all colors, and all religions. It's not your fault that somebody had a black slave 200 years ago. It's not your fault. You didn't do it. But yet the resentment of that black slave's grandchildren and children, and, you know, there's some discrimination. And of course, I mean, it boils over, obviously.
I'm right back.
Oh, and that's how the leaders manipulate us, right? Perfect. Religion and race. What could be better, right? Pit one race, one religion against the other and get what you want. Simple. They've been doing it for millennia.
Religion, race, sex, gender, all of that. The postmodern Marxist lens has there's no limit to those things.
Yeah, and it works well. I've been to the States. I went to some areas and people were telling me, "Are you crazy, man? Why'd you go there?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" "Well, that's a black area." And I'm like, "What?" I had no problems. I went there. I spoke with some black people. I went to forgot one name. I didn't have any problems. And they're like, "No, you're crazy. You can't go there." It's like, huh? When I first experienced that in my 20s, I was like shocked. "That's a black area. Don't go there. You'll get robbed, beaten, killed." Well, I wasn't. I actually made a friend. Now, of course, you don't want to go into gang area, right? That's a whole different story. But this wasn't like a gang area. So here in Canada, we don't have that. We have everybody lives together, mingles together. But in the States, it's like you have whites, blacks, and Hispanics, and they're all like at each other's throat. You know? Why? Get over this shit, man. Well, that was a conversation killer.
No, you're right, Issy. Bad things happened in the past. They've been rectified. Let's get over it and get on with it.
Yeah. And by the way, Americans are good people, huh? All I've experienced white, black, Puerto Rican, they're all good people. There's no difference in between them, I found, at all. Well, maybe because they saw me as an outsider and they treated me like without malice, let's say, right? They knew I was Canadian, so they treated me without malice, and I got to see all the people how they are, and they're all the same, man. They all want the same thing. They all want for their children. They all want a good life. They all, they want a house, a car, like everybody else.
I had a situation, and Memphis is probably 90% black as far as the city of Memphis. And I stand in a campground in my camper on the river, across the river, by West Memphis, Arkansas. West Memphis, Arkansas is probably 99% black. And Rosemary, we got settled in, and Rosemary went to the dollar store to pick up some things in her Jaguar. She had a Jaguar. And this old man, pushing his buggy out the front door to his car, loaded his stuff up, and he walked over to Rosemary's Jaguar and shoved that buggy into her car and dented her fender with it for no other reason than she was white.
Wow.
Yeah.
And acts like that. I wonder what's in that man's heart that makes him feel so much hatred that he had to do that thing.
Well, I can tell you, he holds the white man responsible for his predicament. Probably poor guy, experienced racism, couldn't get a job somewhere, whatever, right? I'm sure he didn't hate for nothing, for no reason. There was a reason why he felt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't justify what he did, of course not.
Yeah, things have changed, and he's facilitating his own oppression by acting that way.
You think?
He's wallowing in it.
This is a touchy subject, and you know what? The politicians fan the flames. I'm telling you, man. That's their game. That's what they do. Just look at Europe. Just pick up a paper and read Turkey and Europe. Just for 1 week. Just see how many threats Turkey issues towards Greece and Europe and Syria. You'll blow your mind.
I think right now, like, the big one is the KKK psyop that's going on online. Like, they go to any server and then psyop it and then bring up a bunch of racist topics and then fucking, they'll gang stalk a black person, and it happens. And, like, I can imagine some, that dude having that happen to him and then doing some fucking stupid ass shit because he's having a manic episode, pissed off at the world. I'm just pointing out it's bad. The internet's facilitating hatred.
Yeah, it works so well with the race, right? They did it with the religion. They know it works great. They know it works with the race. But now they're doing it with gender.
Yeah,
this is another attack of division. And this one is going to kill our society, man. There's no question about it. If this goes through, forget about Western culture. It's gone. Gone. Bye-bye. You better learn how to speak Mandarin. Once man can become woman is a normal thing. Once a child can transition from 5 years old, right? It's game over for our society. Gone. Birth rates are going to decline, number one. Number two.
That already happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard.
It's going to be the end of our society. So
You should be free to express yourself in any way that you want, unless it means keeping our civilization intact. Then maybe we should have some heterosexual sex every now and again. But most of the time, let's rebel against God.
Yeah, that's number one. Yeah, God has to go as well, for sure.
What?
So, you can't have humans unless man and woman fuck. Okay? But if woman and woman are only fucking and man are only fucking, then who's making the people? Okay? So, I'm making fun of people who think that they're, special so they can be different and choose to be gay. Oh, everybody should just be able to express themselves. Yeah, well, if everybody was gay, no one would be created. So, there you go.
No, I mean the whole like anti-God thing. It was just that's what I was saying. What about?
Oh yeah, and then the God thing. Yeah, they don't like God either.
You guys hear about the whole thing about like the King James, the king taking out parts of the Bible, and one of the things he took out was and changed was it used to say man shouldn't lay with a boy, and now it says a man shouldn't lay with a man. And they say like that's where the whole like anti-gay thing is coming from.
I feel like I agree with both of those statements, though. Man or boy, just don't be laying down like that. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look who's making those laws. The gays. They're all fucking gay, the priests. Child molesters. What the fuck, man? Don't you guys see it?
Well, nobody cares. That's the thing. They're like, oh, they're already in power. They're already doing their job. Yeah. They diddled a couple kids, whatever, but they're still doing a really good thing out there. Okay, guys, that's why we haven't taken them down physically yet. Okay.
Well, a lot of them are going down like recently. Like a lot of them are going down. The whole like Trump thing really stirred up the pot, which I enjoy. I like just sitting back reading the articles of them getting caught and prosecuted finally.
An institution of child abusers. An institution of child abusers with money, with power, with control. Just think of how
Democrats,
many
Republicans, they're all
lives
going
these
down.
fucking scumbags ruined. Just think how many young lives.
Yeah, but see, and I agree. There, the number of priests within the Catholic Church, I think there's a disproportionate, excessive number that makes that look suspicious. But do you really think that the Catholic Church is run based on that, or is there a few bad apples?
No, I think it's run on money. I think
I think Satan rules it.
It's subsequent. So the child abuse is subsequent to, it's just a bank out there, guys. They're just making money.
Yeah, but think of it like this. You guys are not seeing the big picture. There are a bunch of child abuser homos, and I have nothing against homosexuals. This is the facts, though, because they're not allowed to marry. What do you think would happen if you tell a man that he's not allowed to have sex with a woman, and you put him in a situation where there's all men? What do you think is going to happen? Tell me.
Well,
Yeah,
you
that's
interject
right.
the human aspect of it. Some bad shit probably going to happen, but they make that choice and they make a commitment, and they just don't hold up to it.
Bro, burn the whole fucking thing down. Burn
Yeah, I
every
want to know
church
because
to the
listen,
ground.
they got cities
Burn it
built
all
of
down.
gold. Listen, the Vatican is built a lot of gold. How? What's the melting temperature of gold? Thanks.
Isn't it like 114 degrees or something?
Whatever the temperature is, we need to take it to the Vatican. Do you feel me?
Yeah,
I
bro.
think it's
It's the
140 or
devil.
something.
It's the devil institution. The Catholic Church, I'm sorry if you're Catholic. No, it's not my fault. You are supporting the devil.
I remember hearing something about the Vatican coming out saying that that Satan's throne is at the Vatican or something like that. And then they named that telescope. It's called like Lucifer or something like that. The Lucifer scope. It's a new scope they put on a telescope, and I guess they said like they could see like spaceships and shit. Like they can't see that far because there's so many spaceships and air traffic in the space. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but everything about it's like super satanic though.
Of course, man. Of
Well, I
course.
mean,
This guy's
But you gotta understand, like that's what Satan wants. He wants to collapse their original aspect of God. Like he attacks everybody that's the origin of God because he's attacking God, right? So he goes after everyone that's for God. That's just how it works.
yeah, but they're claiming to like fight Satan, right? Like they're not afraid of the word Satan and using it. I mean, just because they name things like Satan's eyeball.
They are Satan, bro. They are Satan.
And you're just saying that.
I
I
can
don't know.
tell you
Vatican,
right
tell us
now,
this.
the Pope is one of the evilest men alive, right? The throne of the Pope has killed more people than you can possibly imagine, has disrupted countries, families, famines, murders. Yeah, the Pope. Yeah.
I hear you saying that. Yeah.
That's a fact, bro.
Don't worship
Kill them
man,
all.
worship God.
Kill them all and let God sort them out. That is a Pope saying when the Crusaders were going out and they asked them, how can we tell the Christians from the non-Christians? Pope's answer, kill them all and let God sort them out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I disagree with that idea.
Yeah.
So these are the people that, you know, if you're a Catholic, this is the people that you're supporting.
What about the 1,000 good things you said? They don't count.
What good things have they done? Name me one good thing they've done. Go ahead.
Yeah, they donate money to help cure cancer.
Oh yeah? Dress yourself as a homeless person. Go to the nearest church. Knock on the door and tell the priest you're hungry. See what happens.
You get food, like guaranteed.
Yeah, it's all a fucking sham. All of it.
I mean, if that's your proof, then I mean, you're guaranteed if you go to a church, knock on the door and ask the priest there for help, you're going to get help.
Go do it. Go try it. Don't take a shower for 3 days. Stink. Don't wash your hair. You know. Make sure you smell really, really bad. Go knock on the door of a priest. Tell him you're hungry. See what he does.
Yeah, I mean, you already know what he's going to do. He's going to say, "All right, let me see if I can get you some help."
Really? Go ahead. Go
What do
try
you
it.
think? What do you imagine is going to happen in this medieval movie that we're watching in our heads right now?
One of two things are gonna happen. He's either gonna call the cops on you, or if he's really generous, he's gonna point you to where the nearest homeless thing is. He won't give two shits about you.
Yeah. And he's
That's
just a
not
human
true.
being. Yeah.
You're talking about the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, apparently, he's
Oh,
going to
and that's not
put a
just
hood over
one
your head.
religion. That's all religions. The
Where do you
Muslims.
think the good people go then? Obviously, the evil people are going to corrupt these institutions, but where do the good people go?
The good people go in thinking they're gonna do good, and they get corrupted, just like politics. Same thing.
They're going to be at that church, though. They're not going to. I mean, yeah, the evil person might be at the top, like the Pope, and many of these people will infiltrate.
Okay,
But where do the
let's say
good
now.
people go? Like, if I want to
Right.
go
Let's
find
say
a good girl, yeah, go ahead.
no. Go ahead. I think I interrupted you. Go ahead. I thought you were finished.
I'm saying, like, if I were to want to start reading the Bible and get into Christianity, where would I go? I wouldn't go to the synagogue of Satan. I would go to a place where I thought this is where God lives, you know?
Yeah, but Jesus said that you don't need a place to worship me. You can stand in any corner. You can stand next to a garbage dump, and you can pray, and I'll hear you.
Yeah, and I agree with you that the church is corrupted completely. Like, that's where Satan would corrupt. That's the target.
He's taken over. It hasn't corrupted, bro. They molest young children. They molest
For sure,
young
he's in
children,
charge.
and when
Well,
they're
just
caught,
because
they're put in other churches.
I mean, maybe who knows, right? What one person did, right? But I mean, so
No.
we're saying that.
No. It's not one. It's institutionalized. Institutionalized.
It happened to one of my friends, actually. Him and his brother. It happened to him in a church. It's really sad.
There you go.
Yeah, why is it happening? Yeah, I mean, there's a reason beyond whatever you're assuming. But the you said that Satan would target the church. Why?
Exactly.
Why would
Are
he
you asking
target the
him or
church?
me?
I guess anybody.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to target where you want to corrupt, obviously. Where are you going to target?
What is he trying to corrupt?
First of all, I don't know about no devils or anything like that, right? I'm talking reality. I'm not going to go into devils and angels and that. I'm telling you what's happening on the ground. You have Catholic priests and they're molesting young children. Once they're caught, they're put to another parish. I think that whole institution should be burned to the ground.
Well, it's not just that institute. It's anything that has power. So narcissists and sociopaths will try to get into positions of power. That's why you see a lot of Discord server owners that are narcissist sociopaths, is because these type of people go after positions of power so they can manipulate people, so they have control, so they have these benefits. Those are the type of people that are politicians, that are leaders, that are coaches, that are all these things, and they do fucked up shit sometimes because they're all fucked up people that try to gain these positions.
Yeah, but other institutions don't have a law where you can't get married, right? That right there alone should convince people that this institution is inherently evil,
That
because
you can't get married? What's married? Just like be with somebody? You can be with whoever you want to be with.
you don't know that priests can get married. Seriously.
Oh, priests cannot get married? Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that they marry people.
No, the priests cannot get married. Why? Just ask yourself, why would an institution deprive you of a family?
Well, they're asking you to devote your entire life to God. Yeah.
Exactly. Not to God, to them.
Well, I don't think that's what they ask, but
no, that's
as
exactly
a
what
consequence,
they ask.
maybe you're
They
saying.
tell you you're serving God, but you're serving them.
They're
When did
gatekeeping.
God say don't? Doesn't it say in the Bible, be fruitful and multiply? Doesn't it say that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
one of
so
the things.
like naturally, I mean, that's where I see the correlation is that these priests who cannot be with women and not get married, they get like perverted inside. Yeah.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Your number one being for a human being is to get married. I mean, it's natural. You see a woman, you get attracted to her. Why? God made it that way, the creator, right? So you're eliminating the number one urge of a man. The number one urge. You want to stop that. And,
Well, if you
and
could
what could
control that, that would
possibly
be
go
great. But
wrong?
if they could control it, that'd be great. And so a lot of them can, I imagine, right? But a lot of them cannot.
Of course.
Also,
someone-
most of them are selected by like Jesuits.
I heard someone say that where do you go to find someone good, and where do the good people go? According to the text or the Bible they hold in their hand, or if they do open it up, no one is good. So you have to define what's good, right? And only the sick go to a what people call a church. But what I'm most interested in is how they have usurped the authority of Messiah. So what I'm really interested in is how they started and why they call Peter the first pope. We could clear that up in like 2 sentences, but it's Peter being the first pope and them doing these things is just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, it's really, really sad. And I don't know, man. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't fucking be. I bet you right now, as we speak, one of these motherfuckers, and I hope you're listening, is abusing a child. Right now, I bet you anything. Right now, a child is being abused.
Why are you putting that into the ether, man?
Yeah, I was gonna
Because
say.
that's what it is.
You're like affirming it.
That's what it is, man. I'm giving you the hard, cold facts. That's why people love me so much.
You're focused on Catholics and Christianity. It's like, yeah, Christianity is the reason why we know Satan rules this world.
Well, I
What
focused on
about the
Christianity.
Satanists and the Satanic Church, dude? What about them? You don't think they're sacrificing children, diddling them?
100%, yeah.
most people get infiltrated. We have people in authority. We have teachers who are child molesters. We have police officers who are drug dealers. We have, church leaders that are lying and being pedophiles. All these different things. Of course, we know that every institution or every organization gets infiltrated. We know that. And to the gentleman, where do we go? I would go to the one you're trying to have a relationship before I would walk in any building and test it out to see how I feel when I'm in the building, because that's just feelings, right? And anyone can have a feeling in a building, but yeah, to where do you go? You go to the author of the word that they're speaking on, right? Or the creator, or whatever you want to call them.
Also on the fence with SE, like I'm not sure if SE is saying that these are people doing these things, like just regular people, or if it's actually like demons.
It's an institution of corrupt men that are not allowed to marry, that have sexual feelings, and somehow, because they're not allowed to be with women, somehow, some way down the line, it became okay to have sex with men. And then, well, they have children running all around, right? So then children got mixed up into the mess. Now, I don't care how you say it, how you slice it, it's wrong. And don't try to say, oh, because that institution does it and everybody gets corrupt. No. Other institutions, when somebody gets found, like an executive, they'll get fired.
No,
Right?
the Jehovah Witnesses did. I mean, they didn't get fired. I mean, they're molesting children, and the people in the United States that are Jehovah Witnesses, they don't even know about the Australian, the lawsuit in the Australian Council or whatever it was called. So a lot of organizations have this within them, and guys, everybody gets infiltrated. Don't we have crooked police officers and people who are supposed to be stopping drugs, but they're selling them themselves?
Any
So
position of power,
yeah,
anything that gives somebody power and control, narcissists and sociopaths will go in that direction.
Yeah,
Yes,
if
but you
I were
guys are
like
not going to get
the
away with this like this. No chance in hell. Not with me here. No, you're not going to brush aside other things doing it and then say, "Oh well, everybody gets." No, everybody. It's not like that. No, this is a particular dangerous molesting child institution area where it's controlled, where everybody knows it's happening and everybody turns their eye. And I'm bringing it out in the light. And I'm not going to let you do that, man. No,
if I were
this is
like the
extra.
you
if I
should
were
bring it
like
out in the
the
light.
yeah, if I were like the
Everyone
devil,
knows it's happening, like public schools, or
yeah, everybody knows, right? So like if I were like the devil, they say like this evilness is like sexual, like starts with sexuality and doing sex acts and stuff, right? But if I were like the devil, right, like or trying to plan this evil and make everybody into these like fornicating sex things, right? What I would do is I would kind of do what's happening now.
Stop.
I would show how look what happens when you try to devote yourself to celibacy and to God. You'll turn into a perverted sex animal. So what you need to do is let nature take its course and be completely free sexually and fornicate freely. And that's the way to God. That's the way to be a truly good person. And
So
I
Try,
would I
try
would
to do
release
that
that
up.
I would
doesn't
release
even.
these news things of showing priests and being sexual predators, and that would in turn you would obviously the way to goodness is to be sexually active. Yeah.
So there
No,
actually
I
are
mean,
people who practice celibacy, and it's not that they turn into sexual perverts or anything. Uh, People, and this is going to go back to how you're born and environment and the influences of your environment. A lot of this behavior is taught and it's learned. So
everything is taught. Everything. A child does not just do something or have something. They're always taught this like a lot of these problems are stems from like an early age trauma. Like almost everything is that's bad basically.
Yeah, it's a big problem, man. It's a big problem, and
It's
nobody
huge.
talks about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. Like gender thing, nobody wants to freaking talk about it because they're afraid they're gonna be called racist. Well, I don't give a shit. I really don't. Call me what you want. I'm going to say it like it is, my friend, whether you like it or not.
You're fucking racist, dude.
This trans thing trend that's going on right now, that's stemming from early trauma. A lot of it is, at least.
Yeah, because abusers tend to abuse. You guys heard that, right? If you're molested as a child, you're going to end up most probably molesting somebody in your lifetime. I mean, I didn't make that up. That's what the things show. People that are abused, and not only sexually, verbally, physically, it changes your whole life, man. Fucks you up.
So it all comes back to sex, then. That's what I'm saying. So this whole celibacy, it's all about sex.
Yeah, bro.
The
Put
church.
100 items on the table, right? Marshmallows, chocolates. Put 100 items. Forbid one item. Just forbid peanuts. You can't have peanuts. Guess what everybody's going to go for?
Marshmallows.
If you're allergic to peanuts, you're not going for peanuts, bro.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, pick something else,
So
right? The forbidden fruit, right?
well, if there's a consequence, that's the point. If there's a consequence, you're not going to do it. If death is going to be the outcome, of course you're not going to do it. And there's not enough, in my opinion, there's not enough public canings or public whippings or public executions for some of these pedophiles and things of this nature. There's not enough of that. There should be that in America and everywhere in the world. There should be that. Well, that would
Nice.
be
Now
quite
you're
a
talking.
deterrent. Right? That would be quite a deterrent right there.
Fun
There has to
fact:
be a
Wisconsin and Georgia have warehouses that are filled with guillotines that are just stored because they bought them back in the, I think it was the 1800s, or it might have been 19. No, it was 1800, I think. But they stored them because they were going to make it legal to do public executions. So now in Georgia and Wisconsin in the United States, there are just warehouses filled with guillotines. Fun
Wow,
fact.
are they still operational?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a good start right there. Next priest that's caught abusing a child, you chop his head off in the main square at noon. Yeah, I'm with you there, bro. I'll pull the lever.
I didn't say
I'll pull it.
I didn't say it.
You know, the French.
Everybody has a conscience and doesn't want to do it. Call me. I'll do it. I'll be the first one. Motherfuckers. Yeah.
Be wearing a black gimp mask.
No, I'm gonna have my face open, shining lights on it. I want everybody to see that it's me that started it. Enough is enough, man. You know, come on.
I get it. I ain't gonna judge you.
What do you think the percentages of this happening?
Just look at a priest, man. Look at a Catholic priest when he talks. You know he's gay. You can fucking tell, man. They're all feminine. They're all fucking gay. They're all freaks, man. Most of them.
I've never seen that. I don't think feminine.
Really? When you hear a priest talk, does he look like a man to you? Like a man?
Not in that robe.
Man. They're fucking wimps, beta males, gay fucking sickos.
Okay.
Not because they're gay, I'm calling them sick. Don't get me wrong. They just happen to be gay and sick. There's a lot of good gay people. Productive lives. Nothing against you.
True.
Well, we're not naturally gay. Are we naturally gay? I don't know. I mean, we're not designed to be gay.
Yeah, well, a few percent of the population is born gay. I have no problem with that. And lesbian. They've been with us through millennia. Productive citizens. No problems with them whatsoever. Zero.
Well, it gets confusing.
You said like unnatural. So.
It gets confusing with men, though. Men are equipped with a weapon. We're born with weapons. We are, you know what I'm saying? Like, penises are weapons, dude. There's a huge responsibility being a male.
Yeah.
You say that there's no problems with these guys. I'll share a different opinion with you. Now, people who are believers, right? They believe in the Bible. The Bible says that people who practice such things are covenant breakers. They're backbiters. They're haters of the Creator. All these characteristics are given to those people who do those things. So Could you show me business dealings that have went on for more than a decade with one who has practiced such behavior and how it was such a good business deal? Or did they break the deal? I would like some evidence provided for that, please.
I don't
Need
think
another
I'm
question.
tracking with you there. Has anybody else got
No,
what he
I didn't
said?
understand the question. No.
He's asking if there's any gay people who've been successful and productive members of society
Have
for
you have,
Of
decades.
have
course.
you no, that's not the question. That's not the question. The question is, have any of you who do not practice that behavior had business deals with people who practice such behavior for more than a decade and everything went smoothly?
Yes,
And
I
if
have.
so,
Yes,
could you
absolutely.
provide
Yes.
yeah, and if so, could you provide the evidence? That would be nice.
Provide evidence. I've had employees that are gay. I've dealt with business people that are gay. Never had any problems. Zero problems. Ever. Never had a problem with a gay person or a lesbian person in my life. Never.
Haven't you seen the same gay prostitute for like 20 years, I see?
Well, besides him,
He's
yeah.
never had a problem with him.
Never had a problem.
Besides
Yeah.
him, I'm confused.
My gay lover and I never had a problem.
Right on, I'll be back.
Somebody will soundbite that.
I know. That's why I said it.
But you're right about productive members of society. Leonardo da Vinci, I think he was homosexual.
He was bi. I don't know.
Well, there's no evidence he was bi, but there is evidence he was having sodomy with men.
Do you know John Wayne was gay?
Yeah.
Leroy.
Newton too,
The
right?
Duke. Yeah. The Duke was
Yeah, no
gay.
wonder he spent so much time in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, I got no beef with the
Every
Duke.
time on
With the
set,
Duke.
that's all he was doing was he was in the bathroom all the time.
Get you some of this Duke. Get the Duke.
The CEO
Like
of the
the
biggest
Duke.
company, the CEO of the biggest company on earth is gay.
Well, there's a lot of CEOs who are gay.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I'm not saying they're not successful. Hey guys, I don't want to get my point misconstrued. So I'm not saying that people who practice such behavior are not successful themselves and in their own community. I'm not saying that. People who love their behavior and enjoy seeing it and all these different things, of course, they're going to be successful. My point I'm putting across is, if there's anyone out there that does not practice their behavior and doesn't think it should be thrown in their face and all these type of things, have they done business with them and been successful and went smoothly, and no one broke a deal, no one backed out of a contract, or there
Said
was no
Hollywood
Yes,
really
I
liked
have.
John
I
Wayne.
can give you, yes, I have myself personally. Yes, I've both had employees that were gay and I've dealt with gay business people and I've never had a problem. I can tell
but
you that. Yes.
you just said you're gay, right?
What?
Yeah, soundbite. Yeah.
No, I'm not gay. Let's get that straight. I am not gay.
But do you enjoy watching people who are gay or homosexual? Do you enjoy watching their comedic
No, dude.
routines
What would
or their
ever give you that
readings?
idea? No, absolutely not. It repulses me. But that
So
doesn't
why
mean
would
I
you do
hate them.
business? So why would you do business with someone whose behavior repulses you? Is it just for gain?
Sexual behavior repulses me. If they do it in the privacy of their bedroom, I couldn't care less what they do. That's none of my business. What they do sexually is none of my business. As long as they're not abusing anybody, none of my business, bro. What you
Well, how do
do
you
in your
know they're gay?
bedroom, I don't care.
How do you know they're gay then and do a business with them?
How do you know they're gay? You're kidding me, right?
No, I mean, how do you know
You don't know a
they're
person
gay?
that's gay. Well, some of them you can't tell, but you can't tell a gay person. You can't tell a gay man from a straight man by talking to them.
Well, unless they show it to you, right, into your face, how are you going to know?
How about if you see them with their boyfriend?
Yeah, SC,
Oh,
have they ever
behind.
put their dick in your face and
So that
you weren't
repulses.
repulsed?
So wait a minute. It repulses you to see another man with another man, but you're going to do business with that man,
No,
right?
you asked me if I watch gay pornography, dude. You think I don't see you slithering in there, bro? You think I don't know
No,
your
I've asked
tactics?
you. I've asked you quite a.
What kind of a
SC,
question is that to ask a man? That
SC, I
tells
just
you
I
Like,
just asked
come
you a
on.
few questions, man. I've asked you a few questions. You said that the behavior repulses you, right? And I asked you, why would you do business with someone whose behavior repulses you? If you
Yeah,
think
but
that that's not
you hold on. You did it trickily. You asked me if I watch gay porn, dude.
no, I did not. When did
Yes,
I
you
say
did.
that?
You said if I enjoy
No.
watching
A
men doing a
comedic
sexual
routine.
act. You said that.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I said a comedic routine. I said, do you enjoy? Now, I never said that. If anyone wants to play it
Comedic
back,
You didn't.
routine.
He
What are
didn't.
you?
He didn't.
When did
He
you say
didn't.
comedic routine?
I
It was
said
leading up to it, but he didn't say it.
I
Of
did
course you
not say
didn't.
that. Yeah, see, I did not say. I did not say what you're saying. I'm saying I have no idea where you're getting that. So you're not listening to me.
Hold on,
So
hold on.
I don't know. I don't know if
Let's
you can
hold on.
understand the reasoning that I'm trying to put across. But what I'm saying to you is, if it repulses you, the behavior that they do, why would you do business with someone? How do you look at repulsive? Something
No,
that's
you're not gonna get
repulsive.
away with this, dude.
Is it
You asked
productive?
me. No. You asked me if I enjoy watching sexual acts between men.
I
That's what you
never
fucking
asked
asked
you
me.
that, bro. I never
There was a
asked you that.
confusion,
Have
man.
you
I
lost
heard
your
this.
mind? I
He
Guys,
never
asked.
The
asked.
word
am
comedic
I
He
the only
routine.
one
I
didn't.
that
didn't know
heard
He
what
that?
that
didn't.
meant,
Not
bro.
at that moment. He did not.
He asked you about watching like things like comedic acts or just like.
No. He didn't say comedic
No, he did.
acts.
He
Somebody
did.
play it
He did.
back so the
I heard you
man don't try
mishearing.
to.
He did. He did.
He did
Somebody
say it
Look,
play
earlier.
it.
I
if
didn't
you
know
said
what it
comedic
meant.
Play it
acts,
back
then I
for him.
apologize. I
SE.
misunderstood you. If you said comedic acts, if you said that, I didn't hear it.
You
So
talked
let me.
over. You guys were talking over each other. That's why.
Okay, so let me just try to get you to follow my reasoning. So the reason I asked you if you enjoy watching their comedic routines or comedic acts or their readings of poetry or whatever, the reason I asked you if you enjoy that is because there is things written about people who practice such behavior and people who take delight in the things that they do. Okay, not that they practice the same, but they take delight in the things that they do. Okay, that's the reason I asked that, because I lump them all in the same group. And that's
Okay,
why
let
I'm
me make
saying
one thing
that's what let
crystal
me just get
clear.
this reasoning across to you so you don't, misunderstand what I'm saying.
Okay, let me
So
talk now. Let me make one thing crystal clear. I don't enjoy watching homosexual acts of any kind. Is that clear?
that's clear. Okay, so now if the behavior repulses you, SE, as a man, why does it repulse you? And would it repulse you in the sense that you think it's not productive in society or family, and you would not, you would not put forth an effort to um, build upon that thing they're doing and do business with them? I mean, what does it mean that something repulses you? Don't you stay away from it, or do you do
I think
business with it? Make money
No,
off
this
it?
is a
sexual
sex.
conduct and being a business person are two different things.
Yeah, thank
How
you,
do you
Lafayette.
separate
Yeah,
your
I
belief
mean,
from your
think about it
actions?
this way: you or everybody in here has either had professional conduct with someone, or has directly, done business with someone that will be incredibly extrovert in explicit sexual behavior in a bedroom that would or may repulse you, but you just don't know about it. The two are completely separate.
Let me put it to you in this way. I've always had a problem with our country doing business with its enemies, right? If someone says death to me, I'm not buying anything from them so they can sustain
Different.
themselves.
That's
I'm
not
not
even. That's not
building.
anywhere close to
So
equivalent.
no. It's really, it really is where I'm coming from, because these two opposite people that I'm portraying or trying to put forth to you are enemies, right? Because you have people in the homosexual community that are enemies with people who say that behavior is abominable, right? And you have
No,
the
only
people
you
who are.
guys are enemies with them. Only the Christians, diehard like you, who think they're sinning.
I'm
Those are
just
their enemies.
presenting. Look, I'm not trying to hate on anyone. I'm just presenting two different arguments that are obvious to everyone, right? This is obvious, right? That they are enemies. Am I correct?
No, they're
No.
not. You're incorrect. The only enemies that the gays have is people that are so religious like yourself that take this abomination to heart. That's the only enemies they have. I'm not enemies of gay people. I couldn't care less what they do. As
Let
long
me
as they
ask
don't
you this.
molest children, I don't
Here's
mind. Do
another.
what you want.
I see.
I'm just presenting what's written, right? I'm not presenting you my my case against it. I'm just presenting to you
No,
the
everybody
existing.
knows what you're presenting. Everybody gets what you're
Bro.
presenting, but you're
So
presenting something that
the existing enemy is already written. It's not that I'm saying it of myself. I'm telling you there's an existing written word, right? That says these people are enemies. And it
And who
says
wrote that word?
That's what you say.
look, it
That's your
says,
opinion.
no, it's not what I say, bro. It's what's written. You can
yes,
read
but
and I can read.
anything can be written.
So
Anything can be written by lesser men.
So everyone who goes to read this book, there's a great population of people who read this book and believe everything in it, right?
That is their failing.
So when those people read the words, and it's not they're saying it, it's they're reading it. Okay, so they're reading and it says those people who practice such things deserve death. Not only those who practice such things, but those who take delight in those who practice such things. I'm presenting something that's written down by an author, by someone else. And I'm saying that this is in our world. We look around us, these two opposite views are enemies of each other, are they not?
I disagree with
If they're
that.
not,
I
if they're not,
disagree with
okay,
that.
so if they're not enemies, then I don't know where you're going, bro. They must be all together.
North. Listen, that book clearly says they're enemies. Absolutely, 100% agree with you. It also clearly states how it endorses slavery and how you should treat your slaves and treat slaves differently if they're Hebrew slaves. And then it gives you caveats whereby you can beat them, but they can't die. If they don't die within 3 days and they die on the 4th day, you're clear of any wrongdoing. That book also says commit genocide against another population. It says a lot of things that come from the minds of stupid, primitive, controlling human beings that wanted to control a population. It does not represent today. And I'll tell you something else. If you look at the statistics of the United States, more crime, serious crime, in other words, serious, grievous bodily harm or death, comes from practicing fucking Christians than it does the homosexual community.
So when you brought all that out, right? And a lot of these Christians don't even, read the Old Testament, which I'm sure you're putting some of those things in there. And I'm not asking anyone to believe in the Bible. I'm not asking you that you have to believe in it or, trying to convince you to believe in it. I'm just presenting what's obvious to everyone. I'm not trying to make enemies in the room. I'm just presenting something that's obvious to everyone. So if it's obvious to everyone that these people are enemies, right? What are we going to do with that?
Not obvious. That's not obvious.
Not obvious, bro. It's only obvious to you and the religious fundamentalists, bro.
Right? The other man I was just talking to, it's very obvious to. So he said that there are enemies, right? So if he says that they are enemies, then I'm having the conversation with him now.
No, I did say, what I said was it came from the minds of lesser primitive men as a way to control others. I actually do, if you want to ask me to assign a probability, it will be incredibly high that book and the authors, the very human, deceptive, evil human authors of that book, they would have through those words wanted to declare some kind of declare that act incredibly evil and against God's law and all that kind of stuff. I agree with that, but that in that same book it has other guidelines that are utterly fucking irrelevant today, that if you followed them you'd be in prison.
Okay, so can I ask you, you said something about a practicing Christian. Can I ask you what that is? Because if they're not practicing according to the text that they're going by, right, the one that they profess, if they're not practicing what it says, then would you call them Christ-like? Or would you call them counterfeit Christ-like men or Christians?
That's like saying if a load of random people decided how to control a room full of people by writing shit down on a piece of paper, and then other people thought, hey, let's add some more stuff to that through time. That paper from the very first outset was fake. So anything that comes from it, whether they practice that paper or not, is utterly fake, whether you follow it to the letter or not.
Well, let's understand something. So, if how much change do you think there is in the Bible and in these churches throughout 100 to 200 years? And what do you call a practicing Christian? What is a practicing Christian? Can you give me some
I wouldn't
characteristics?
say practicing. I'd just say devout and true, which means following the word of all those books to the letter.
And you see those places where? Where do you see those places at? All these Christians you're talking about.
Well, I watch YouTube channels and I see that a lot of that is in the United States. Luckily, most of Europe has moved very much beyond primitive religions, so we're all right.
Well, we described, one, being the Catholic religion. And SE, I'm with you on that, man. I mean, if I could say anything to the Pope, I would say spero che tapatiti mangenio culo. And so, I hope the rats eat your,
Well,
So
now you're talking my language, bro. Exactly.
I do understand you on that point, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I would stand with you on that. Now, that's what I'm trying to put forth is these people that we're all angry at all these counterfeits. I can have a bunch of $100 bills in my pocket, but if some of them look a little funny, then they're not all $100 bills. You understand what I'm saying? So when we talk about practicing Christians and Christians are the reason and believers are the reason, and those stupid people who believe in a creator and they read this old book written by primitive monkey men, these guys are just stupid. So don't listen to them. But what I'm saying is a lot of these people don't read this book and they're not practicing the things prescribed in the book. So I wouldn't call them a Christian, just like I wouldn't call every $100 bill, a $100 bill. You
Look,
understand
I
what
hear
I'm
you,
saying?
bro, and I can tell you're a good man. I know I can tell by the way you talk that you're a good man and you wouldn't do harm to an innocent person. And there's many people that I respect that are very religious, like Rakia, my mother, right? Like I respect these people a lot, right? Eh, but eh, but the thing is, that's not who I'm talking about. I ain't talking about my mother or you or Rakia, the good Christian. I'm talking about the institution. The institution, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
So, question, Rakia. Or sorry, SE. Apologies.
No worries.
Yeah, before I agree with you when you said we shouldn't hold, for example, whites responsible for what their ancestors did. Why do you hold the current pope or
Mike went to shit.
Well, that's easy.
for what another one did?
Well, that's easy because it's an institutionalized system, right? And he's at the top. Now, with one, like, let me give you an example. He ordered the return of some marbles stolen from Greece. He just said, give them back. He ordered it, right? That's the power he has. Now, the Pope tomorrow can sign a decree and say, all priests from today forth will be allowed to marry. He can do that. He can do that. But he doesn't. So I hold him responsible. How's that for an answer?
They're all responsible. I mean, in a sense, I mean, if we think about it, I could answer that question quickly. If we go back to the teachings, and we go back to, Peter was supposedly the first pope. Upon this I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail. Right. So this is where they get this whole the pope. So if we look at that. Even non-believers can do this, right? Even non-believers can read. So, and they can, some of them can read a lot better than I can. So if we go to the text that these people profess and show them they're going contrary to their own text, right? Because what he said, I'm going to build my church on, was Peter's statement, not Peter. But he had asked Peter a question, and Peter answered the question. And he said, you are the Son of the living God. And he said, upon this, I will build my church. So is it upon Peter and Peter the first pope, or is it upon the statement Peter made? That's the whole point. So this whole authority that they've usurped from the said Messiah in the book, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why doesn't the
Don't
Pope
worship no man.
rectify the situation?
SE, I think we can solve it. I think we could get the Pope to instigate chemical castration for any Catholic priest, because they're not going to need it anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
I bet applications would fall in quite big numbers.
Yep. And give them saltpeter every morning, like they do in jail. Yeah.
That doesn't stop the abuses that none, right? I mean, they're still going to do it. It is true what you said about people who want to do that and get away with it are going to, they're going to receive such power, sure. But it's not like they're turning into that.
It's really hard to hear that guy. So I want to point out the reason why the Catholic Church policy is the father's priest or whatever, they don't get married, is because when they die, then the church would have to take care of their widow. So they're pushing, this incentive for sexual misconduct for financial reasons. And that would in itself would dissolve the church, in my opinion, if everybody were honest.
Yeah, it's an outdated institution that has to go. Period.
The very idea of a unified religion, means that, basically everybody has to agree to this, which is absurd and should tear down the church, that by itself, because everybody has an individual right to practice religion as they see fit or not to practice religion, and conforming to one guy's idea of what it means to be, religious, that's stupid. So organized religion, it's caca.
Here, here.
I think it's losing anyway, so we're winning that fight. But we still need to hold them accountable and give them less power. The church and the state, not in Canada. Well, maybe in Canada. There's too much power, and then on the
Now, if people want to make private associations and have like meetings in the woods or at the lake or on the mountain or in the privacy of their own homes, I don't really have a problem with that, like especially if it's ran like a book club. But when you're running it like a for-profit business, but you're a non-profit organization, and it's like all these conflicts of interest where you're supposed to be a shepherd for the people, but you're contracting with the state, and the state is like the largest collection of wolves in the world. I mean, come on. That within itself should tear down the church.
Yeah, if you're 501c3 incorporated, if you see that INC on their literature, what has happened is they have went directly against the text they profess. So they're supposed to be living stones, and they're supposed to have one head, the said Messiah. Now, when they become incorporated with the state becomes the head. They control the matters of the church, and so they can control what you say, which is where we're getting this hate speech from Canada. But they become dead entities unto themselves to be incorporated. So they're no longer living stones with one who has authority over them. Is supposed to be Messiah. It's the state instead. So yeah, all of those guys are fake. I mean, that's easy to see, and it kind of goes back to Messiah going into the temple and them asking him, do you pay the temple tax? He didn't have to, but he did, right?
Yeah, you got to turn the tables again, bro. This is it. You got to turn those freaking tables again.
Yeah, they want that. They want to not pay taxes, but the one they follow paid the tax, right? What's their problem?
And this is not picking just on the Christian religion. The Muslims have just as much blood, if not more, on their hands. They've done terrible deeds. They've slaughtered mass people. They enslaved. They've done everything in the name of the Muslim religion. Why? Because God ordered them to go to do jihad, spread the faith, just like the Christians with the sword, spread the faith. Those damn heathen Indians, convert them, right? Just think of how much damage religions have done to people, man. And not just the West. The Muslims have just as much blood on their hands as the Christians do it. Just as much.
Well, you got to look at the state first. State-sponsored genocide is the #1 killer in the world in history, right?
Yeah.
You got to look at what people do to their own people, like Mao in China, all these, mass murdering fuckheads, Pol Pot, Stalin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? All these mass murderers, it's the state, right? And people registering their church with the government and basically gifting their church to the government and having like a government subsidy organization, like that's really weird. There should be separation of church and state completely. It should be none of the state's business what goes on in a private church, but the pastor makes it, or whoever's in charge of the church makes it the state's business, and then they can no longer criticize the state, right? Because they would have to retroactively pay back all the taxes for the watch and the car and all the stuff that the pastor needs. Jet airplanes like Creflo Dollar. I mean, that dude should be tried and found guilty of fraud. But he
That's
told
very
everybody
good.
what he was doing, and they paid him anyway, so he can't.
Yeah, bro. I didn't think of the tax exception. That's right. They're tax exempt on top of everything else.
No,
Yeah.
the church should have nothing to do with government, but the government can ensure that the church follows.
No, you have the right to freedom of religion. The government can eat my shorts. What you do in your private property, if you have a building and you invite people inside the building, the government has no jurisdiction in the private. The government only has policing powers in the public and in commerce, especially. So, freedom of religion, government's dismissed. Kick rocks, pound sand.
If somebody abuses a child, close doors and
Yeah, that's different, bro. Someone abuses a child, that's a public offense.
exactly what persons do behind closed doors. They need to follow the law.
Of course. Yeah, you can't abuse a child and be like, well, First Amendment. No, that's not how that shit works.
You said the opposite.
Bro, I can't hear you very well. But I got gamer headphones on.
Claim that you said the opposite.
No, the first thing I said about the government interfering in religion, that's totally different than someone abusing someone in private. Like, once you abuse someone in private and you commit a crime, that's a public offense, even if you do so in private. So you have to understand, public and private don't mix, right? The cops can't walk up in your house and be like, what you got in your refrigerator? Oh, I'm going to take this. This looks nice. I'm going to take this steak home and cook it. Yeah, they have to have a warrant, right? And a warrant comes from a judge, right, who's got a court seal stamped into the paper and an affidavit or a claim, right? Cops can't just come up in your house. But if there's a claim,
I think the military
like this,
can. I think the military,
no,
under
that's the Third Amendment. I don't know what
circumstances,
country you're
can
from,
seize your
but
property.
the Third Amendment says no.
I'm pretty sure they can. Like, I forget what
Read
the
the Third
term
Amendment.
is. Eminent domain, maybe, or something.
What about emotional abuse? Is that
What, like
allowed
somebody
behind
said
closed
something? Somebody
Is
said something?
emotional abuse allowed behind closed doors?
Chucky Brad Boy is saying something about emotional abuse.
So are you talking about, like, I don't like your hair, your haircut's weird?
No. Is that emotional abuse to you?
Yeah. A girl could get
Oh,
really
well.
emotional real fast if you say that you don't like her hair. Girls are prone to,
Okay. So you think
trauma.
emotional abuse? You think that's emotional abuse and that's okay behind closed doors?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to say that you don't like somebody's hair.
Okay. Did I make that comment or did you make it to be a jackass?
Well,
No, I'm not
here's
being
the
a
thing.
jackass.
Here's
I'm
the
saying
thing
what is
that's
considered emotional abuse.
here's the thing that
Telling
solidifies
somebody
that
they're
is
useless
you're
for
you're
closed doors?
responsible for your own feelings. No one's responsible for your feelings, Chuck.
Yeah, that's right. I would consider that emotional abuse.
Oh. So trying to put blame on someone because of how you feel is pretty insignificant.
Does the government or the laws make rules as to emotional abuse?
You gotta fix your mic, bro. It sounds like it's all fucked up. I heard you clear for like literally 1 second a few sentences ago, but that was about it. Maybe it's under your shirt or something.
Laws.
Yeah, I don't know, Chucky. God doesn't want you to be hurt.
So,
Sounds like your microphone's in a coat pocket in a closet somewhere, and you're in the living room.
So bottom line, there has to be consequences for actions, right? Why do you think people fear the mob or they fear gangs, right? Because they know if you mess with them, you're gone, right? There's no second chances here. But if you're in the Catholic Church and you rape a little boy, no worries. You know, you're gonna go to the next parish where there's other cute little boys there. For fuck's sakes. Yeah.
That's true.
Consequences, man. Consequences. That's what it's all about.
There, did you guys read it?
What? The Third Amendment?
No. The comment I just made because you can't hear me.
Oh, I can hear you now, bro. Speak, please. I want to hear what you have to say.
Do we have laws about emotional abuses, and should we enforce those behind the church's closed doors?
Well, it depends. Are the laws just? I don't know what laws you're talking about. Because we're seeking justice when we're talking about laws, right? So if the law says, I can't tell my, child that I don't like the way that they went and had their hair cut when I wasn't with them, and that's somehow emotional abuse, I mean, I don't really think that should be enforced, right? And I know that's an argument at certain, but you're talking about a very subjective thing. What is emotional abuse? I see people get emotional over the smallest thing. I just watched a video of a grown-ass man with a camera on the sidewalk take video, and another grown-ass man thought he had the right to come up and put his hands on a camera and break it. So,
Yeah, here's
to
the
me,
thing, man. Your emotions don't trump my individual freedoms. So when you want to claim emotions and feelings, that's a personal thing, dude. You're in charge of your emotions and feelings, no one else. If you want to allow your feelings and emotions to be triggered, that's on you.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing before we get too far away from a point that SE just made. And I wish North was still here because I don't want to speak for him. But I think one of the points he was trying to get across is when you're talking about those pedophile priests and all of that. I think one of the things he was trying to say is these people are not brothers in Christ, right? These are not Christians, even though they wear the garb. And I think that's just one of the points that he was trying to get across and may not have been succinct in doing so. And I don't want to necessarily put words in his mouth, and I don't want to speak for him since he's not here, but I think that's what he was trying to say. And I think most people would agree with that, right? But from the outside, many people look at Christianity as those people sometimes, right? The people who are wearing the garb but are doing the improper acts. Those are not Christians, just to be clear. And then
Well, I
we
won't
go back
let
to the
that slide.
emotion.
No, I won't let that slide at all. Because
Christians in general.
this is an institutionalized thing. If it happens once here, once there, no. They've paid hundreds of millions of dollars in reparations. It occurs time after time, and they get shifted from one parish to the other. Sorry, bro. Usually you make sense. I'm going to fight you on this 100%. Wrong.
But that's what I'm saying is I think he was trying to basically say that institution would not be of the spirit of Christ, meaning they're not Christian, even though they might claim to be, and they have this apparatus. I think
the
that's
difference?
kind of the point.
You know the difference between Catholicism and Christianity? Christianity, you're allowed to have an individual relationship with Christ. In Catholicism, you're not. All of
Nailed it.
that is ordained through the Pope.
You nailed it. So I got to say something. Montreal, usually you make a lot of sense, but I think this is an emotional argument for you. People have the right of association and disassociation. Would you agree to that, bud?
Absolutely, yeah.
Excellent. So when you ask a Catholic, are they Christian or Catholic? They tell you they're Catholic, right?
Yep.
And when you ask a Protestant, are they Catholic? What do they say?
No, I'm Protestant, of course.
Right, right. So a lot of times I see people using the pin the tail on the donkey fallacy with this one. You can't charge Christians for everything that Rome does when Christians are protesting the authority of the Catholic Church. That's not to say that Protestants don't commit some of the same crimes, the exact same crimes. But
Absolutely.
it's very clear to distinguish the difference between someone who is protesting something and someone who is, the unified theory or whatever.
I hear you, bro. Let me give you a little bit of my background. I was born Christian. I was an altar boy. How'd you like that?
You were born Catholic
No,
and
I was born
baptized.
Orthodox, and I was an altar boy in a Christian Orthodox church in my youth. Never been molested, never had anything with a priest ever, because Orthodox priests don't molest young men. What they
You can
do
tell
is,
us, SE.
listen
It's
to this,
okay.
though, I'll give you their sin. What they do, though, is they have affairs with married women. How do you like that? Many times been
Yeah,
caught.
that's disgusting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
anytime someone is knowingly participating in extramarital affairs with someone else's wife, that's that's a crime in my opinion. Because he
Absolutely.
has no right. Now, if she tricks him and doesn't say anything, right, that she's married and takes off her ring and gets in the tanning bed, and you have no idea that she's married, and you think it's just a fling, right? Then he's off the hook. It's all on her.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I'm just telling you, they're not. I'm not just saying. I'm not just putting other denominations, Catholics or Protestants, or I'm even telling you the sins of my thing. But at least in the Orthodox religion, they don't abuse little boys.
Well, I don't see you as the type of being abused because you have such a strong will, and I'm pretty sure you've been that way your whole life. Kind recognizes kind.
Yeah, but like I said, you cannot find an instance where, well, maybe you can isolate it. I'm sure there has been, but I mean, if you check the Orthodox religion, you're not going to find all these cases of priests abusing young men. What you will find is a lot of priests having affairs with women, married women. I mean,
About the
it's a
Pope
common
coming out
thing.
publicly saying Christianity is a mental disease.
I don't know about that, bro.
Yeah, he
Well,
did. And this was going back to what I said about a personal relationship with Christ versus an ordained one, and that's the significant difference between the two. And they perceive us as being crazy while they're doing what they do behind closed doors.
Yeah, this is a real big problem, a real mishmash, and people get offended, and yeah, it's not a good topic. Let's put it that. But it has to be said. It has to be said for the children. If the only reason is for the children because they have no voice. This is really depressing. How about we change subjects? It's a little bit of my fault. This one. Hey, Dice
Do you
Low.
think? Go ahead.
No, you go on.
Oh, you were going to ask me something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Did you look further into this ether flow
No,
energy, radiant energy?
no, I haven't. Honestly, man, I apologize.
No, no need to apologize. Whenever you get a chance. Because you would be one of the people I'd like to talk about this because you and Witsit, of course, are into the ether thing. So you were one of the people and Witsit that made me start looking into this. Remember, we had a beef about it and this and that, and yeah. So I figured,
I think we've had
I'm going to
several
talk
throughout
about.
the years.
Sorry.
We've had several beefs throughout the years on this topic.
Yeah. So I figured if I'm gonna talk about this, right, I better learn about it more. You know, if I'm gonna argue about it. And yeah, I found some remarkable things, man.
I asked you a question about that. I don't know if you ever addressed it or if maybe I just didn't catch it, but I was asking you what you sent me was that someone's interpretation of what Tesla was saying, or was that Tesla's words verbatim in what you sent me?
Yeah, that's Jerry Vasilopoulos, something like that. He did a thesis on this. That's when I first heard about this.
So I'm assuming he quotes like Tesla and some of the things Tesla says to support what he's saying.
Yes.
Basically a biography, huh?
Well, kind of like, it's like when you do a thesis on somebody, right? You research his work. So he goes on from the guy before Tesla. I forgot his name. Was it Brown or something? He was like one of the first who kind of started talking about this stuff. Then we have Hertz. Hertz
yeah,
came
Rene
into
Descartes was the very first one to propose the word ether, and the context of how it's discussed today. He was the very first one.
Yeah, the guy that I said, Brown, I think his name was, right?
Rene Descartes, and then from there
it's
it just
Descartes.
kind of persisted. Yeah.
I'm not sure, bro. I think there's somebody that not Descartes. I heard another name mentioned. Anyway, that's not really that important, you know. But I think I heard another name mentioned.
Actually, I think did Newton believe in the luminiferous ether? That's a good question. It's how to establish. I actually asked this question before. At what point was it established that the ether was this necessarily prevalent medium throughout which everything had to propagate? And it's an interesting question.
Well, let me just finish off this with
electromagnetism.
Dice Low. Let
Sorry,
me
go
just
ahead,
say just one thing, and then we can go on. Dice Low, what I'm talking about is this guy who something about the periodic table and the noble gases, and he was talking about gases before the noble gases, and
Might
that's
be
where
Heaviside. I think Heaviside had his own periodic table, how he perceived reality. So I could be wrong, but I know what you're talking about. There was someone else who proposed a different table of elements and perceived it through harmonics rather than particle interaction.
Well, actually, no, it was a gas. He thought of it as a gas. In other words, the and even Tesla believed that the ether was a sort of a gas, believe it or not, and it was produced. Get this, Dicelo, from a spark gap. Okay, it's crazy.
From a what?
Spark gap? Did you say?
Electricity flows.
You're roboting.
There's a plasma arc.
Is this any better?
Spark gap. Did you say a spark?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
A spark gap. Yes, Pete. Yeah.
Very good. That's so
interesting.
interesting.
It's an arc.
That's so interesting.
They call it an arc form.
Yeah.
I've heard that it referred to that a lot. Like arc technology, like a generator is an arc.
Yeah, so check this out. You're going to like this, bro. Basically, what he did was he separated electricity. This is what he did, man. Now, how did he do it?
Into what?
He ran a current. He separated electricity. I know it sounds crazy, right? But this is what he did. This is what I found. He took a current flow and he ran it through a powerful magnet.
Yeah.
Now that separated. What he found was he saw a stream of electrons, which were bluish, in one side, but then he noticed that there was this white, another stream of white flow, like cold. He called it cold, whatever. And that is the energy that I'm talking about, the ether flow.
I
Right.
don't feel you're doing it justice there. What cold, whatever. I mean, what did he separate it into? Two different bands of frequency or something like that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. This is the interesting part, Pete. Now, this white energy that he called it ether flow, right? It had remarkable properties. In other words, it was cold to the touch. Another property that he found when they reproduced it, they found that it can go through anything, just about. It can go through steel. So it doesn't behave like electromagnetic wave where you can block it with a piece of metal, right? This thing goes right through it.
So that's ether then.
Yeah, well, he called it ether flow, radiant energy. Now
Do
you
you
have to
believe that?
understand. Go on.
I was just going to say, do you follow that? Because if you're researching this area, then you'd have strong views on what ether may or may not be. But do you believe that that's what's happening with electricity?
Well, yeah, because I've researched it even more. That's why I want to discuss it with Dicelo
This one, okay.
and anybody, though, because yeah, it has remarkable properties. One of the
So,
properties I'll tell you is it has a germ killing property.
nice one.
Oh, this
In
is
other
where
words,
you
you
and
can.
Whitsitt got into the monatomic gold discussion, and it kind of
Anything that
deviated from
kills
there.
the Germans has to be good. Anything that kills the Germans. We saw what happened the last time they got angry. Okay. That's
Well,
a joke
there's
from
good
me,
and bad
so.
germs. So does it kill the good ones? Because you have good gut bacteria, right?
This
You
is
have
the
good
beauty of
bacteria.
it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. This is the beauty of
Okay.
it. This is a pulse energy. Okay, so you can adjust the pulse to either interact or not interact with various materials.
Wow. So it touches on each individual thing's frequency and can either interact or not interact. So that's interesting.
What's the source of the electricity that's separated? Is it like just a normal, like a cable plugged into the
No, a
mains?
magnet, a simple magnet.
Yeah, but it's the magnet is the thing that's doing the separation, right? It's separating the electricity. Are you just talking about it separating the air itself, electricity in the air?
No, DC power. It has to be DC power. It doesn't work on alternating current.
Yeah,
for whatever reason. It has to be
okay.
direct current.
So it's an electromagnet. So, but it's actually, so what's the thing that it's separating then? Is it separating the air itself?
No, it's they call it, you're gonna freak out. They call it splitting the positive.
Okay, I'm not going to freak. I didn't freak out yet, anyway. So splitting the positive. Okay, but what
Yeah,
is it
that's one
splitting?
of the terms they use.
What I'm trying
In
to
other
get at.
words,
So you have
they
this-
found that you can split negative and positive and use either one. That's another attribute, but that's getting confusing. This white
That's what.
energy is not electromagnetic energy. That's what you have to understand first and foremost. It's not electromagnetic energy.
So, but hang on. Let's just get a little bit more grounded here. Anyway, yeah. So you have this contraption. It's an electromagnet in essence, right? A DC current, and you place it. What do you do? Place it in a vacuum, or do you place it in a electricity-rich environment, electrified environment, if you like? I don't know. Or what do you do? And how do what's the separation then with this blue and light? Blue-white streaks. You know what I mean? What has been separated, or where is this to be found? At the surface of the magnet, within the air surround? Yeah.
So a magnet is separate from magnetism itself. It's a magnet is just ab extra to the phenomena. But when you're talking about electricity, it's two components interacting. It's the magnetic field and the dielectric field, which creates this electricity. So I would say that it's probably closer to the dielectric side, probably being something like electrostatics. But that's just my interpretation.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Dicelo. Was it something in the air itself? Because the air is charged. We know that. So is it some sort of separation which this contraption, when operated, causes within the air ether? It's the ether itself, isn't the ether is all pervading? So is it? That's what I'm asking, or that's what I'm just looking for clarification on.
I can tell you from what I've researched what they say it is.
Yeah.
So
Splitting the
it's
positive.
it's splitting energy. It's splitting electrical current through magnetism. Now, for whatever reason, when you put current through magnetism, this happens, but it has to be under certain conditions. In other words, it has to be DC energy, number one, and the magic happens at a spark gap. In other words, the energy has to be interrupted somehow, and that's where the magic happens. Like it's very, very complicated, and I just touched upon it, but it has to do with they call it the air bursts and it turns into a gas, and that gas is called ether flow. So you got to think of this as a gaseous state of matter.
So
it's crazy, man.
Do we
Oh, very
still
good.
have this
So-
device today, or is this like just lost in the testament of
Yes,
time?
when you're done seeing this, Dicelo, I'll send you an experimentation of it. They actually reproduced it, and you see two light bulbs, one produced by ether flow, and the other one produced by regular electricity. It's fascinating. You're gonna freak, bro.
Well, I'm glad you're taking a accelerated interest in ether. So the one thing I would say is, just in terms of my own mind, or just my own thinking, been in this arena for a long time, is yes, ether. What is ether? Well, what they tell us, according to official story, is I talked about this the other evening. Luminiferous ether, something universally accepted as a necessary medium in order for everything to operate within. But it was set against the ball Earth setting, right? So they had this, whatever the extent of the known universe at the time, they had it, which was obviously a good enough distance anyway. Some was a big distance away, whatever. Was all prevalent. Ether was all luminiferous ether was all prevalent. Now coming back to flat Earth, this is what I'm saying. In an enclosed system, now we still have this all prevalent ether, but as opposed to what they told us, it's not stationary, it's not static, it is in motion, and also it is not unconfined. It is enclosed. So yeah, this is the essence of what electricity is, I think.
Before we go
go ahead.
No, go on. And I want to say something that you're gonna really like after that, Dicelo.
Well,
that you're
it's
excited.
kind of changing the topic, but it's really not. It's just kind of perceiving the same topic from a different perspective. So go ahead. I don't want to disrupt.
Okay, so check this out. Both Pete and Dicelo and everybody else, of course. I'll give you another characteristic of this ether flow, radiant energy that's gonna blow your mind. Apparently, when you run a circuit with it, let's say you're running a light bulb or a machine, when you turn off the power, the machine or the light stays lit for another 15, 20 seconds.
Didn't blow my mind again, so don't be making these false.
That didn't blow your mind. You heard that before, Pete. You heard that before.
No, but at the same time, I heard many wondrous claims, and that's not so wondrous in a sense. I don't think.
Oh, really? Really?
Yes.
That's pretty that's pretty amazing. That tells me that this energy is being supported and sustained by something separate from the circuit itself.
Yeah, it's like
why is there?
It's freaked out.
Why is there a time limit?
Well, why I say it's not so wondrous, SC Montreal.
The
It's
amount
not
of capacitance
what you
that's
have to
built
say.
up.
It was just in sense that I already know the ether is in play. But yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, you're saying it because
capacitance-
I said it. That's why. If anybody else would have said it, you would have said, "Oh, wow, man! Oh, really? 15
No, I'm
seconds?
saying that
Oh,
I
man."
already know.
Wait,
I'm saying it
what?
against the context before Brad comes in. Against the context, I already know where that ether is in play. Remember, I was just talking about ether versus luminiferous ether. So in that sense, but my mind wasn't blown. But I guess just anyway.
What has
your mind blown?
capacitance there, Dicelo?
Was your mind blown, Brad, Chunky?
No, not at all.
Has any part of you blown recently?
Your mind's not blown by a
It's a
circuit.
Sunday. It's a Sunday, so I'm gonna not answer that question.
Listen to how these people like take in new information, man. Just it's
Okay, so
astonishing.
It's
yeah,
very
we ask
telling.
questions
Yeah,
about it.
I'm not
yesterday
getting
I
wrong
was
end of
in
the
Jim
stick as he
Panda's,
wants to
right, and they were
go.
complaining because I was talking about the cutting edge of science. It's like, where do you want to be? Like at the other end, right, where it's been, outdated and outmoded. Like science is continuously changing, so you want to keep up with the cutting edge because that's where the real science is.
I don't even think you're at the dull beginning of science, Larry.
Yeah. But Larry,
Why
that's the
would you say
problem
that?
here.
You
That's
have
the
any
problem
evidence
here
for
that
that?
the cutting edge of science
Yes.
is a reference to all. Hang on, Brad. Already things established 100 years ago, if not beyond. You know what I mean? This is the cutting edge.
So
Yeah,
this
but the
actually,
thing is, the uncertainty of the fringe science does not negate established known science.
Yeah, you
I
know what the
agree. That's
funny
why you
thing
should
is,
stay. Hold
Left
on,
Lane?
hold on. Let me respond. Yeah, I agree. That's why you should stay away from like the theoretical, hypothetical science that's fringe, and you should go with like the established science that's from and derived and utilizing the scientific method.
Yes,
Thanks.
it's
That's what we
grounded.
say all the
Very
time.
good.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
Now,
what would you say if I
So
that's
told you
my
this is
point, is that you don't even
100?
understand the scientific method.
So
this
I
kind
don't
of
understand the
segues over to
scientific
what I
method.
wanted to
Let's
say
go over that.
originally.
So
This
the
Yeah,
kind of
let's go
scientific
over that
method,
quickly.
right? Yeah, the scientific method uses the power of deduction, right? By isolating the variable that you want to manipulate, you can show that when you manipulate this isolated variable, that there's an established cause and effect relationship between the dependent independent variable. If all of the variables are controlled, that deduces all other explanations. For the
But
time
science
being,
is
of
not
course,
science
it's
is not
never
limited
settled.
to cause and effect.
I'm not done. I'm
Right.
not done. So it's never limited. Somebody can every day come with something else, say, hey, I actually see this, right? And they can demonstrate it. And then, hey, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, let me take a look at that.
You're,
We'll like to see your demonstration. So
you're,
it's never
you're
settled, but you
taking a.
got to settle the
Are
orthodoxical
you
views
preaching here, or are
are
you fucking having a
shut up,
discussion,
I'm
Brad.
Larry?
trying I'm
He's finished
trying to
now.
get
He's
it
good.
out.
No,
You
you're
didn't let
fucking.
me.
You're
I'm finishing up.
preaching, and I
I'm
gotta go,
finishing
so
up.
I don't give a shit.
Your
I just
All
addressed
right.
your
See you
orthodoxical
later,
realized
Brad.
views
Now
position.
go
are
on mute. No one
impeding
wants to
See you
hear
later,
you.
Jesse.
Bye.
science.
Bye.
Yo, what is
Bye.
going on? Can you let him
All right.
finish
See you later, man.
what he's
It's
saying?
football time.
Football time. That's how interested Brad is, Hank, in
Thank
what you have to
God.
say. Very good. Continue, Hank. Please finish.
Yeah, I was just saying that the orthodoxical views, right, and what they're doing is actually impeding science from its flow, right? Because it's supposed to be free to think, ask questions, and if a man can't ask questions, he's not free. If a scientist can't ask questions and explore these new avenues of thinking outside the current, MO of the funded propaganda police, right, then they're not going to be free to endeavor in new scientific experiments and discoveries. Thanks.
And you're look. See the way Chunky went off. He's football to watch, so he interrupted you, Hank. You're making a great point because he can't answer it. Nothing to do with the spinning ball, or it's got to do with science. Can't test fucking
So
anything. It's all
I
philosophy.
wanted
Can I
to say
finish,
something
please?
that I've been
1
waiting to
second, please,
say.
guys. Slow. I was talking. You heard me talking. I'll keep it short because I know others are trying to get in. Very good point, Hank, and it's the fundamental basis of their whole model system. This tells us about the fucking topsy turvy, upside down nature of this reality. Off you go, dice slow.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that science is looking for this GUT, this grand unified theory, and what they're doing in searching for this is essentially saying that nature doesn't work, even though we know nature works. Right? Nature works pretty fucking smoothly. Nature's already unified. That's the problem. They're trying to unify what's already unified, which should tell you that they have no clue what the fuck they're perceiving.
Right. Now, I would say there's more steps to go. The true scientists that Hank mentioned, they're not the fucking fluff scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of just official dealing with known technologies. They're the ones who are commandeered by the military and all the higher corporation powers who are working on technologies behind the scenes. But very interesting. Just going to mention this. It's such a clue. Science tells us nature abhors a vacuum, but yet science at the same time tells us that our whole universe is fundamentally a vacuum. It's hilarious if we think beyond you know what I mean. If it's encoded, if everything, all the stories delivered to us are there for decryption, decoding, but then we can look at these contradictions. You know what I mean? These paradoxes. What is
All
declared
right,
in principle
Pete.
as opposed to what is practiced. I'm done.
Here, Dasla.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that, but
Of course, he just comes in and he changed the whole conversation. Now we're all over the place.
Don't
Fucking Pete nonsense.
unmute.
You're breaking up, bro.
Him.
yeah, you're breaking
Okay,
up a
don't
bit.
unmute him.
I want to read something. I want to read something when you guys are done. So I'm going to read this real fast. There must be no barriers to freedom of inquiry. There is no place for dogma in science. The scientist is free and must be free to ask any question, to doubt any assertion, to seek for any evidence, to correct any errors. Our political life also predicates on openness. Well, we know that the only way to avoid errors to detect it, and that the only way to detect it is to be free to inquire. And we know that as long as men are free to ask what they must, free to say what they think, and free to think what they will, freedom can never be lost and science can never regress. Quote by Robert Oppenheimer.
I agree with every word of that.
Nice.
I posted it as a meme.
Well, I'm glad you glad you said that, Skylane. So you don't have a problem with us having open discussion and dialogue about these topics?
No, that's so the problem that I have, and I've said this from the get go. It's great to question. You should always have a critical mind to think things.
So
But
where do we
But
draw
to
the
say
line?
that something is wrong, absolutely wrong, without any idea of replacing that idea with it's wrong. I don't know why it's wrong. I just know that it's wrong. I disagree with that.
Okay, so what you're saying is something could work but be flawed, and instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, even though you know that something's inaccurate, yet still accurate enough to do work with, you're saying that you want something to replace it that works before you change how you're perceiving.
Well, space time, dark matter, and all that. I don't think that we should negate the fact that Newtonian physics works just fine within engineering within our solar system.
Then why is there dark matter in the solar system if it works just fine?
And it's not a unified theory. It doesn't mean
Oh,
that
you cut out,
Newtonian
bro.
doesn't work. Yeah, Newtonian works fine. Oh, darn it.
Why is there dark matter in the solar system then if Newtonian works fine?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Because it doesn't work fine. That's why.
Newtonian, yeah. We don't deal with dark matter here on the Earth.
But that's where the
Sure
theory
about that?
came from, is men on Earth, right?
They
I
spent
don't
billions of
know
dollars
that.
trying to extract
Well,
dark
Earth is the
matter
only
here
place.
terrestrially.
Sorry, bro. You go ahead.
Well, he says we don't deal with that here terrestrially, but we've got labs that are, millions, if not billions of dollars to extract this stuff terrestrially.
I don't know. I had never heard any of that.
Yeah, you can go on YouTube right now and type in the most expensive substance, and it'll pop up. It'll clearly show you that. I think the headline of the video says this stuff's worth $1.2 trillion per gram. Talking about dark matter.
I think that's antimatter that you're talking about.
Oh,
Because
is
there
it?
is no such thing as dark matter. It's something they made up as a placeholder. In fact, the competing theory
I think they're
is dark
synonymous, aren't they?
gravity. No, sir.
Aren't
So
antimatter and dark?
No, sir. They're two different things. So if you look at antimatter, if it's a real thing, right, it's something that apparently we can possess, but it has to be just, in a vacuum. If it comes in contact with matter, it'll annihilate everything, allegedly, right? That's what the movies say. I don't know if it's what the scientists say. But the thing is, there's no perfect vacuum. So when one atom comes in contact with this, alleged dark matter, then it's game over, man.
Well,
Everything's
they call it.
destroyed.
Yeah, they just call it dark matter because they
will
don't
annihilate the same
understand it.
amount of
It doesn't
antimatter,
fit.
not in an unproportionate amount.
Well,
So
one
you're
atom,
kind of
right,
coming in low.
has a lot of energy in it, right? Don't you?
Yeah, but like an anti-electron will annihilate an electron, and then that's the whole. That's the entire event.
But what are you
Anyway, we're
really
not talking.
saying? What are you really saying with that statement? You're saying anti-electron, like as if it's a thing, even though the statement contradicts that outright.
Would that be a proton? Isn't that what an anti-electron would be?
Think about it. Antimatter. That's saying that it's not physical, but still has properties of matter. That's literally what that's saying.
So I don't have any knowledge claims when it comes to antimatter. It's not really my subject.
Well, I was just trying to show you the connection between anti and dark matter. Dark is just a cheesy way of saying antimatter. It's anytime you hear dark coming from quantum, that's essentially saying that it's outside our scope of perception. It doesn't fit within how we perceive things to work. So they just call it dark because it's
No, it just means it's unknown. And
Unknown.
the same way as X-rays, they're called X-rays because they were unknown at one point. They found out what they were.
Sure.
But I stepped away, so I didn't hear if somebody was responding to what I said. But that did also respond to what you said. Dark matter is not a part of quantum mechanics, and also it's an unknown phenomena. The cause of the phenomenon is unknown.
What are its properties?
And antimatter is known and observed, and it's something totally different.
There's no phenomena to dark matter. What are you talking about?
Even antimatter.
Dark matter first was noted when the galaxies were both rotating faster than expected, and also the inside and the outside of the galaxy rotating at the same rate. So they knew there was this. They don't know what the cause of this is, but the strongest hypothesis is it's some exotic matter that doesn't behave with the electromagnetic force. So
Anytime anti precedes the word that you're putting after it, it's literally saying that it's not that. So when you say antimatter, it's literally saying it's not matter. It might have similar properties and characteristics, but there's no physical Cartesian presence to be had.
Well, in
That's
this case,
correct statement. Okay, what element is it then? If it's made of matter, what element is dark matter made of?
He's asking about antimatter, and antimatter is
it
just has
outside of that conversation.
Charge. Yeah, no, but that's
I
what
we went back to dark matter.
said. He just said something, right? And he was talking about antimatter, and so it's
an oxymoron, is what I'm telling you.
It's not an oxymoron. I mean, the two words, one of them is not even a word, but it's the definition of this word does not mean that it's not matter. It just means that it's got opposite charge of matter as we know it.
Yeah, I don't have any beef with antimatter.
Of matter.
I don't have any beef with antimatter. Dark matter is where the crux of the problem lies.
Same
yeah,
shit,
let me
you.
correct Osho on what he said. Right, he said something about the galaxy spiral. Right. What he didn't mention to say was the current scientific understanding Newtonian, right, was wrong. They were absolutely wrong of how these spiral galaxies should behave, according to them, because they're behaving the way. Please don't interrupt me. I'll be short. They're behaving the way they're supposed to behave. But according to their calculations, they got it wrong. And instead of saying they got it wrong, they just incorporated like 37% of the stuff we see out there to conform with their wrong physics. I'm done.
24.
Yeah, as a layperson, my understanding of dark matter is not that Newtonian physics is wrong, but that there's something out there causing an effect that we can't see.
No,
Einsteinian,
not Newtonian. It's way beyond Newtonian.
No, but that's the whole point. Is it's unknown. Yeah. It's unknown. It could be
that's right. It's unknown.
Yeah, it could
but
be
you guys
one.
Are claiming that it has to be there for gravity to work.
It could be one or the other. It could be that the theory of gravity is missing something, or it could be there's a missing unknown matter. These are two different reasons for why this is observed, but they don't know. They don't know the exact reason just yet.
I think you guys should just absorb the electric universe theory. That way you can keep your dark matter and still look like you can hold some sort of relevance in the conversation. But without
listen to the arrogance, bro. Listen to the arrogance. They're saying that they knew how these things out there, millions of miles away that they say, they knew how they should have operated. Just don't
ask
bypass
Kosho
that,
a question.
Right?
Let me ask Kosho a question. Kosho, do you think nature is working? Does nature work on its own, like without man supporting it?
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to what you said earlier too, because you said something about nature. We're trying to find the theory of everything.
Grand unified theory.
Yeah, grand unified theory, and
Right.
nature works on its own. First of
Right.
all, nature works on its own regardless. That's besides the fact of what we know. So what we are doing with science is we're trying to, as you guys always say, like reverse engineering. Science is basically a investigation that's trying to reverse engineer nature and trying to learn the inner workings of it all. And it has
That's the
nothing.
problem.
It doesn't change. It doesn't change how nature works. So nature
That's the
works, and
problem, though.
that's already complete. We're trying to figure out how nature
Right.
works.
Right. So you agree nature works. It's already unified on its own, but for you to be trying to unify how you're perceiving it should tell you that you guys aren't perceiving it accurately. Anyone who has honesty, at least. But and then furthermore, you mentioned something else. I'm trying to remember what it was. You kept going. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you said that you're trying to reverse engineer nature to understand it better, but you guys are doing the opposite of that. You guys aren't working backwards, like retroductive analysis. You guys are using, if anything, at best deductive, but you guys are going the opposite direction, trying to understand. You're not looking for the base root of causation. You guys are working from the opposite direction. That's the
It's the
problem.
preservation of the theory, bro. That's all it is. It's the preservation of the current bull. That's what they're doing. That's all they're doing. Gap hole.
Well, we
Who's the
got
guy
these
who was talking
scientific
before?
theories that are understood, see that we have principles that we utilize that have utility that benefit humanity that we are
It's not
using.
scientific.
We can't throw those out just because of dark matter.
I'm not
It's
asking
not
you to throw those
scientific.
out. I'm not asking you to throw the practical things that we have: medicine, technology, computers, cars, bridges. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to rethink your cosmology. This is what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah,
Rethink your
just
cosmology.
at least use logic when you're going to define something or trying to pinpoint something to be as. At least have some sort of logical framework that you guys are perceiving reality based on. And that's the problem is you guys get out way out into the weeds.
Hi, Slow. I just posted something in the chat. You may have already seen it. If so, I apologize, but it's 25 minutes after the hour. So right after the paragraph, there's a Scientific American article that you might want to take a look at. But since you were talking about the mathematical unification theory, right, also known as the M theory or string theory, the theory of everything, it goes by a few different names. But it's basically, trying to get gravity work at the galactic level and at the solar system level and at the quantum level, which the math doesn't work out for. And that's where the vacuum catastrophe, also known as the cosmological constant crisis/problem, gives us that number with 120 zeros. That's what the Scientific American article is about. And I would like for you to take a look at it at your own leisure if you already
Yeah,
seen
I've heard you
that.
talk about it. If you could send it to me directly, just because I'm scrolling through the chat and I'm seeing a lot of like shit talk. So I can't find your particular thing here.
No problem, bro. Just get parked. Right.
And just to address what Chucky Bradboy said in the chat, that I was confusing antimatter and dark matter. You would have to be able to accurately define either one of those two things before making that decision, and that's the whole problem. Is you guys haven't.
Yeah, define dark matter. We want to know what it's made out of, what, periodic table element, because if you
And I
can't
don't
do
disagree
that,
that
then
I
you're,
got it wrong from their perception, but ultimately, I don't think there's a difference between the two.
yeah, just show us, one and the other. And then, once we see dark matter and then with antimatter, right, we can compare them both side by side, then you can make that statement. But as far as something being in deep space and you're like, that's not what that is, how do you know, bro? Do you go to deep space? Come on.
But
So I
yeah,
just like
I'm
to ask
aware
all
that.
the
Go ahead.
like to ask all the pro cosmology people in here, if everything in the universe was in one spot before the Big Bang happened, and including matter, antimatter, right, and dark matter, dark energy, right, all this stuff was in one spot, right, plus all the antimatter and matter that annihilated each other. If all this was in one spot, how did one single helium or hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well? Thanks.
It's a good question.
You see, this is what you
Who's
do.
this?
Like
Who's
Jace
this
just
Jesse
did.
Gordon guy? Who's this Jesse Gordon guy? He's like talking about me. I don't even know if I've ever even interacted with this guy.
Yeah, he's been in here quite a bit recently.
Huh.
Yeah, he's the new guy. He's yes, it's funny. Yesterday, he was saying in the DMs that my grandpa said, or I think my grandpa would have said, or something like that. He alluded to his grandfather would have said something along the lines of, "A man who can't make an argument on his own isn't really no kind of man," or something like that. It's like, I've been making these arguments for like 7 years, and the whole time the ballers are like, "You're just a pizza guy. What do you know?" And then I post Scientific American. It's like, well, you can't make any arguments, so you're not a man. It's like, it's same thing at Pandas. If I quote something and cite the source, I'm just cherry picking the sentence, right? But if I cite the whole source and tell you it's in there, you're going to say, oh, you're hurling elephants. So no matter what we do,
We're all supporting ourselves on the progression of what others have done in the past. I mean, unless you've discovered, created, invented, have done something on your own to support your claims, then we're all parroting at the end of the day. It's just, who do you choose to parrot? So for them to say that is, a bold statement, unless they've done something on their own and have created new terminology to perceive reality, which they haven't. They're all using the same terminology we're using, just different ways of perceiving it, I guess.
Yeah, so if I make the argument, I'm just a pizza guy. If Scientific American makes an argument, then it's not scientific and it's not American, right, Jesse?
Is he in here?
I don't know. You said that he was talking to you or something.
Well, he's in the chat. He's talking shit in the chat. That's why I was curious.
Oh,
Like, I don't ever
yeah.
remember engaging this guy.
I don't fool around with chat skanks.
Yeah, I don't have time for that either.
I mean, I get it if you're at work and you can't really communicate, but I'm at work and I can't get in the chat. So, maybe when you're off, you can get into the voice chat. Or when I'm off, I can get into the text chat.
Hey, I challenge any of you guys, man. The thing that I just posted, try watching it. Try watching it. I really want people to really understand what this new energy is. What's not new, it's 130 years old, suppressed technology.
How long's the video?
It's long, bro. It's freaking long. It's like
Yeah,
2 hours.
There used to be these videos on YouTube. I can't find them anymore. It was called "Technology is Retarded." And what they mean is that the military has had like all this technology for years, and they didn't release it. And how they had like the perfect plane for flight, and then they discontinued it.
Yeah, I believe in McTech for sure, man.
So, what was that plane that looks like the Batwing? It was like a stealth plane.
The B-2 bomber, I think it was called.
SR-72?
I think it was the SR-72. Is that the one that's like
No,
black?
no, not
shape?
that. No.
Yeah, that was designed by Skunk Works, I believe.
Well, anyway, the thing was about how when we make like models of this plane and we fly them around, they're like perfect. And this design has been discontinued, but no one can really say why, because it was like the perfect plane.
No, bro, it's the opposite. Those planes inherently cannot fly. They need a computer system to fly them because they're not stable.
It must be another plane then. Like I said, it's an
Yeah.
old YouTube video that I saw like 7 years ago, and I can't really remember what was on it. But I just remember watching it. You know, it's like all the things that we had, like something called the Locust, where you just like hop in it and you can like fly around, and other devices that we should like. Okay, Zeppelins, right? Oh, the humanity. Like to me, that was like a psyop, right? They didn't want us cracking water and getting up there and routing the air currents, and doing business in the air. Like
Even though they're
if we,
still using unleaded gasoline in all their fuel.
but yeah, I think we should all have, some sort
Sorry,
of
not
chest
unleaded,
and
leaded gasoline. My bad.
yeah, I know. Trying to get a lid on this. Where's it at? Where's it at? There it is. There it is. But yeah, I just want, good science, right? Just like I'm not anti-government. I'm pro-government. I just don't like corrupt government. So if we could stop corrupting the science with these unfalsifiable theories and then treating them as if they're, like absolutely settled science, like I don't really appreciate it when people do that. And I think a lot of people would agree to that. So if we could just stop treating, unfalsifiable basis assertions as settled science when there is no such thing as settled science, we get the dogma out of science and just go back to the old scientific method, I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, man. I think science should get back to explaining things concisely instead of just describing things that fit within their mathematical paradigm. Like they gave up for answers and left off with prediction as being like, the ultimate goal. It's a problem.
The problem is we're run by industry and invested interests. That's the problem. The technology is there, but it's just being suppressed. It's very, very, easy to understand, right?
Right, right. Yeah. The powers that be don't want people how to be able to think clearly on their own. They just want them to be able to be good workers and do the task that they've been put to do, not think about reality.
Like
That's what they've
imagine,
created.
yeah, imagine the things that have been going on for the past 2 years, which I'm not going to mention. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right? Well,
Oh,
imagine
that
if there
thing.
was a machine that you can turn on, it would create like an ether flow in the air and it would kill germs. Imagine if there was such a machine. Oh, wait a minute. There is. Huh.
Right.
There is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that
Crazy
alone,
fucking world we live in.
yeah. So that alone, Dice Low, if that's a property of the ether flow, just imagine the possibilities. Just that one thing alone being suppressed. Never mind the
Right.
energy possibility. Yeah.
I want to make a quick comment on something you just said, Dicelo, where you're talking about descriptions and explanations. I think lots of times what's taking place right now is we are accepting mathematical descriptions, or I'm sorry, we're accepting explanations that come with mathematical descriptions. As long as the mathematical description is correct, we accept the explanation behind that mathematical description, even though the explanation might not
Right.
necessarily be correct.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what I told
people
these
tend to
guys the other
confuse
day.
the two. People tend to confuse the two, right? They think, well, we have this perfect mathematical description, therefore the explanation is X, Y, and Z, even though that they kind of confound the two together, and I don't know, it's weird.
That's what I told somebody the other day. I said flat out, man, I do not refute the mathematics that you guys provide. It's 100% accurate in my opinion. Also, I think your observations and your experiments are 100% accurate. But the explanation is where the contradiction lies. The explanation behind said experiment is where the problem is had. It's not at the mathematical level or the experiment itself. It's rather behind it, and that's where science has fallen short. It's logical and concise anymore. They've
Right.
used descriptions of mathematical assertions to support the existence of things, And that's why I say that they're all hammers. And if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So if you're a materialist, everything looks like a particle, and they're perceiving reality through these foggy lenses of materialism. And that's why they're never going to get to a grand unified theory. Nature's already unified. Their way of perceiving it is the point of contention.
Yeah, exactly. There, and something you said very eloquently earlier is in those same regards, right? If nature is perfect and unified, but you can't figure it out based on how you're perceiving it, then it's your perception that may be incorrect, right?
Right.
Absolutely. That's the whole point of this dark matter, dark energy thing. They had a theory, they had their beliefs, space-time fabric thereof. This galaxy should behave like this, and it didn't. So instead of saying we got it wrong, no, they invented dark matter. Then it's the expansion of the universe. They got that wrong, right? What they thought was happening wasn't happening. So what did they do? Well, they invented dark energy. Simple. They didn't have the expansion wrong. No, by no means. It's insane. Any rational person doesn't see that. I mean, something's wrong with you. Sorry. In other words, they made up 95% of reality so they can say they're not wrong about the current understanding of cosmology is. How could that be? How could the majority of the people believe that 95% of the stuff out there was made to conform to current cosmology? How can you? I mean, how? How have people been fooled? I'll tell you how. The schooling system.
Yeah, I was just going to say we get taught theoretical ideas as factual to kids at a very young age. So we teach kids at a very young age that may not possess the proper discernment or critical thinking skills, that certain things are factual based on science. We teach the kids the scientific method, which is empirical, follows along a cause and effect relationship, and then we say science has proven or science shows us that this big bang took place, right? But we don't tell the kids that it's theoretical science, and typically they lack the comprehension skills to understand at the age we start bombarding them with these concepts what the difference is between theoretical science and the scientific method science.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's in the institution's invested interest through funding. Like the whole system is corrupt, you know? The whole system from ground to top is corrupt.
And like I said, man, it's completely corrupted. But it's intentional. It's not like it's not the product of circumstances. This is all intentional.
It's all based on peer review. And I don't have to say anything else, right?
This goes back to Catholicism. Look at the first university. First university was a Jesuit university, and that's who created the whole academic system that we have to perceive reality, which governs every facet of our reality. And that's why I say, like, the battle is at the doors of academia rather than political or legality. Like, it's all predicated from science. Science governs everything in our in our realm here currently.
Yeah, they're joined at the hip for sure.
Right. You can't do law without it. You can't Can't do anything without it. It all comes from first religion and then science. But right now, science is essentially the thing that governs everything.
Yeah, it's all about
I'm
the
gonna
authority convincing the masses, right? So was the church before? Now it's science. If a scientist says it, they believe it. Simple as that.
So I'll share a video on my screen if you guys want to watch it. But this is essentially touching on what I was talking about, that tool of retroduction and how to perceive reality accurately. And this is what Tesla, Newton, Walter Russell, Plato, Aristotle. This is what all these guys used to come up with how we perceive reality today. So if you guys want to watch it, it's a pretty important video, I think, to
So
with
science is
our
like
reality.
the opposite of what's being described. Literally, your authority. Say you're another scientist and you're talking to me, and you're trying to make an argument from your authority. Well, that really means nothing to me. Your argument has to stand on the merits of the evidence, the data and observations you can present. Your title, your education, your authority, your position means absolutely nothing to me.
Well, data doesn't perceive itself. It requires an interpreter. And that's the point of contention, is how you're interpreting the data at hand and miscategorizing things in falsehoods and dogmas to support your materialistic perception of reality. And this is what we're refuting.
Well, it's a
So I'm
lot
going to
of,
share this.
it's a lot of claims and fun words and stuff, but
Okay.
it doesn't really mean anything.
Well, that's fine. It doesn't have
What
to
is
you,
there?
but
What evidence can you provide for something outside the material?
what evidence can you provide for something outside the material? Is that what you said?
Yes, you said we interpret materialistically or some nonsense like that. So what evidence can you provide that we should be interpreting things outside of the material?
Can I just ask real quick, Jace, are you looking for material evidence of the immaterial? What would be your idea of evidence of something
That's a
immaterial?
great question. That's a great question, because the only way they deem anything to be real is again if it has some sort of a Cartesianal presence that can be quantified.
Ooh,
And without that, then
Cartesianal.
without that they say it's
Fancy words.
non-existent and not real, maybe anti or dark. They'll slap one of those
I'll
labels on.
be flexible. I'll be flexible on this one. Anything that's compelling, just present something that's compelling, that's convincing that we should be interpreting things outside the material.
Yeah, Larry provided it a few days ago with the Over Unity device, where they created a vacuum and still had some sort of a reaction take place.
Dyslo, I would give him something simple like a rice experiment.
Yeah, but I think that, I mean, depending on who does that, they could always point to some sort of a botched experiment, like maybe they didn't sanitize things properly. I mean, who's to say, right? There's too many variables there.
True,
Not that it's
but
not a good one.
I feel like it's been done enough to where there's some sort of.
Did you say the rice or the ice? Please
Rice.
tell me you didn't say the ice.
Rice.
Duncan.
Well, they do it with ice as well, so it could be said either
Oh
way.
no! Oh no! Come on, guys.
Yeah, talking ugly to rice will make it right.
Do you know the guy with the ice, right? You're talking about the guy who said that he formed these crystals. He said like nice words to some of them and harmful words to other.
Yeah, to sum it
other
up quickly,
samples,
one had
and
a
they
geometric expression, and the other was just chaotic. So depending on the intent behind it, kind of had a different outcome.
yeah. He's scamming you. All he did was change the temperature and pressure conditions of the ice that he was forming.
That's
and
why
some
I
of
said
them are
rice.
just snow.
Let's talk about the rice experiment, which many people have repeated quite a bit. Have you done it yourself, or would you be willing to do the experiment, Jace?
What is the experiment? I know about the ice experiment. I don't know about this rice.
So the rice experiment is basically having 3 jars with rice in it. You know, you cook the rice, you put the rice in 3 jars, exact same jars, same lighting within a the same exact parameters, and you put a label on each. One is basically like hate, one is love, and one is neutral. So when you get up every morning or every time you look at these different things of rice, you project the feeling of that emotion that is labeled on the rice to the object itself. And then over a period of time, it seems to show that the rice that has the good phrase or the loving phrase doesn't seem to rot. The one that has hate written on it, where you give it hateful or vindictive or bad vibes to, for lack of a better term, that one tends to mold very quickly. If this was the case and it was repeatable, what would be your thoughts on what may be causing this?
I would suggest to take 2 petri dishes and
regardless,
blow blow. No, but listen,
thing,
this is serious. Blow on one and cough on the other one, and see which one grows stuff.
Yeah, I
What would be
agree.
the point
I
of
think
that?
it's a good.
But we're talking
It's a
about
good
jars of rice that are
starting point.
sealed, right? There's nothing affecting the environment. Same batch of rice, same environment, same lighting conditions, same everything. The only thing that's changing is the intention that you're projecting towards each specific pile of rice that's in a specific jar.
Well, all right. Well, what I'll say is that just on that end, the types of bacteria that's going to grow on the rice is kind of going to be at random. So even though you have the same environment, there can still be different kinds of bacteria that are, the primary bacteria on the rice. It just depends on what gets there first. But I will say it's a good starting point. But for it to start to creep towards having more legitimacy, you would need to be doing much larger sample sizes and have many people able to repeat this and do some statistics on it.
Right. Well, it seemed to have been
But it's a good
repeated
starting
quite a
point.
bit, right? It seems to have been repeated quite a bit of times by many different people all over the place, getting pretty consistent results, right? That's the thing. I mean, I understand Left Lane trying to say, well, let's do a different experiment. Or you saying, well, maybe we'd need more of a large sample size, but I feel like that's kind of already been accomplished. Or maybe it's something that even this community could take on. Everybody kind of do it individually. It's pretty simple experiment. Rice isn't that expensive. I don't know. Maybe people need to purchase jars. They're not that expensive. And see what this community comes up with. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I'll give it to you. It's a great starting point. I don't, I've heard people mention it before, but this is, the first time I've ever talked with someone about it in detail. So I don't know what kind of, like write-ups and documentation has been done for this, if they've done, sample sizes large enough to actually discern that there's a statistical significance to what they're seeing. If you could get that, then there would be some actual merit to it. But it's a great starting point.
Yeah. So I guess that would be my question, right? So you were asking about evidence for the immaterial, right? And I asked you, what would you consider evidence for the immaterial? Would you need material evidence? And it seemed like that seems to be the only way that people will accept some sort of evidence of the immaterial is maybe material evidence in some way, shape, or form. So that's the only thing that I could think of So my question to you would be, if this experiment has been conducted or does get conducted very rigorously to the point where somebody like yourself who works in a scientific field would accept the results of the sample size and all that kind of stuff, would this indicate the possibility of something immaterial existing? Or could you think of any other variables that would be taking place that are material that could explain the phenomenon?
I heard some of that because somebody walked by with another dog and they were kind of barking. But so, right, like I said, I'll be flexible. Like, we don't have to stick to the normal definition of evidence. We can be a little flexible here. And you know, anything that's compelling or convincing, I would accept. And so, but you brought up the rice thing, which, you know, we are kind of dealing with now the interface between the material world and, you know, the claim caused that these emotions or feelings, these immaterial things, are affecting the material, the rice. And like I said, it's a good starting point. I only heard a little bit of what you said before, so that's probably why I didn't quite respond to it properly. But so if you want to re-say what
find
you
it
said.
interesting. Sorry, I find it interesting that proponents of the dark matter theory need like material evidence for non-material things.
What's the dark matter theory?
I've said 2 times now that I'm willing to be flexible on this, and it doesn't have to be the strict definition of evidence where it's just material things. I said anything that's compelling or convincing doesn't have to be objects, doesn't have to be material. Just, I'll even give you arguments in this case. Any argument that's compelling and convincing, I'll take it as evidence in this case.
Cool. That's really open-minded of you. I appreciate that, honestly.
Compelling is a bit subjective, though.
Well, what I mean by that is anything that's, you know, logically consistent, where, you know, one statement follows from the prior statement, and they all are true in a sequence, and they all follow after each other.
So the moon being non-physical is not compelling evidence. The claim.
Well, that would be the claim. Then you would have to provide, you know, the logical framework to make that claim true. It would have to be the conclusion of multiple statements that were all true, that, and then what follows from that is that the moon is non-material.
Hey, Jace, Larry posted this, I'm not sure, it was like something about Einstein's field equations yesterday. I was thinking maybe, and we couldn't really get into it because it was, there was you know, you need to have a associated with the university or something. But I was wondering if he posted it again. Do you think you can get us access to that paper?
Yeah, I could get it for you. Post it.
If you still have it handy, Larry.
Yeah, if you just post it, I can get it for you. I can't do it right now because I'm walking my dog. But when I get to my computer later, I could go get it for you.
What's his name?
Jace.
J-Ace.
J-Ace.
And by the way, I found it. I don't know if because it's not really a journal. Like the journal is let's see what it's called. It's called Journal of Scientific Exploration from the for some group or whatever. But this is where Emoto published a paper, but it like I said, it's I haven't been through it, and it's more of a like I said, it's not necessarily a regular journal. It's been known to promote like fringe ideas and stuff.
So, Jay, Ace, if you could hear me, I just thought I would read it to you real fast because I know you're busy at the dog park. Because this is an honest question. This isn't a gotcha. I just don't understand what it means. So basically, it says coordinate systems to the computational domain. This dual coordinate method is used to perform stable numerical evaluations of a black hole spacetime using the generalized harmonic form of Einstein's equations and coordinates that rotate with respect to the inertial frame at infinity. And I didn't understand what that meant, and I thought it was funny. So I posted Buzz Lightyear just to make a little joke, and I'm saying that I have a limited understanding of what that means.
It sounds like it's a fancy way of talking about Brandstrom Nordic, I think it's called, the Brandstrom Nordic metric, which just describes like a charged rotating black hole, describes the space-time around a charged rotating black hole.
That's very accurate to the article that I posted. If you read the whole thing instead of just the cherry-picked part that I mischievously, deliberately, picked out to misrepresent. Yeah, that's what the rest of the article was talking about.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's just a fancy way of saying they're going to talk about certain aspects of that kind of metric.
Yeah, so I don't always understand the lingo because I'm but a layman. But yeah, I try to understand things before I attack them. But the black hole thing, I think it was in Einstein's original equations. So I think even back then they knew that there was like a gravity problem at the galactic level.
Yeah, well, so a metric is just typically in the sense of general relativity and gravity that we're talking about. Metric is a tensor. It's a mathematical object that tells you how to take measurements in that type of geometry. Basically, it gives you the formatting for taking measurements. And now with black holes, even before Einstein published and proposed general relativity, even with Newton's equations and stuff, people had proposed that black holes were real things, or that they were at least possible, though it wasn't really accepted at the time. It wasn't until Einstein published general relativity, and then Karl Schwarzschild, who was a German soldier officer in World War I, actually solved, like, during his free time in World War I, he solved Einstein's. He was the first person to solve Einstein's equations, basically. And he solved them for like a non-rotating, non-charged spherical mass. And that's the first kind of black hole solution. And from there, the idea just gained more traction when people saw that these solutions were possible. Einstein's equations that represented black holes.
So I don't have any problem with finding solutions. It's just how do we test those solutions once we find them, right? Because anybody can come up with an explanation of something of what they think that they're seeing and describe it mathematically. It's like, okay, well, there's a problem here. It's like, okay, well, let's find the solution, because that's what mathematicians do. They find solutions to problems. And I don't negate any of that. The validity of what they're proposing is what I'm questioning, right? I want to know, like, this solution that you have, it works out on paper, but how does it refer to reality? Because I can describe mathematically how much force, how many newtons it would take for, Superman to jump over a building with a single bound, right? But what does it refer to reality, right?
Well, I think the things that really started, because like I said, these ideas weren't accepted. It's not like someone proposed them, Schwarzschild proposed it, and everyone was like, all right, sounds good. We're just going to take this on. they were quite contested when these ideas were proposed. But over time, people started noticing things like stars and other astronomical bodies seem to be going around, orbiting regions of empty space. There was also like predictions for if there was a black hole that was accreting something, the matter that's being accreted should be giving off X-rays with a characteristic wavelength. Whereas if there was no black hole there accreting the matter, then there shouldn't be these X-rays. The matter shouldn't be at a temperature that these X-rays would be given off. And people looked and measured the wavelength of the radiation in these regions they thought where black holes could be, and they found these characteristic X-rays. And eventually to the modern day where we can now take images of black holes, the M87 the Sagittarius A star, middle of the Milky Way.
Wait a minute, you can take an image of something that's in the center of the galaxy that's black?
Yeah, you never seen it before? Post it for you.
Well, it's not actually black, and it's not actually a hole, but yeah, Ken Wheeler actually predicted what a black hole should look like through a magnetic field, showing the dielectric portal and the certain geometry of expression. And as predicted, the picture that they say is a black hole aligns with the prediction. So I thought that's interesting, but yeah, you'll never hear any of these Globers admit to that.
How did he make these predictions? Like, what were the predictions exactly?
He showed what a black hole would look like through a magnetic ferrocell, and within a magnetic ferrocell, you can see the interaction between the dielectric and magnetic field, and the dielectric is what was perceived to be this black hole, the dielectric, and the geometry of that expression is analogous and exact to what was predicted and shown within the result of the photo provided. So yeah.
So, like, he's predicting the accretion disk, like its shape and velocity and stuff, with magnetic fields.
He didn't predict numbers and all the other extra shit you added. He showed what it looked like in a ferrocell and said that would be the dielectric portal, which is analogous or which by definition is a black hole. And that same image that he was showing was the very same image they showed in the picture, the results of the picture that you're talking about.
You talking about the blunt, the Snoop Dogg was smoking the cherry of the blunt?
It's kind of like a red, like a red ring where things are converging.
I mean, to me, a black hole sound. Oh my bad, I thought you were done. To me, a black hole sounds like the most powerful force in the universe. I don't know where there's any other force that would be so strong that light can't even escape it. Is there anything else?
No. Black hole would be that.
Oh, you haven't heard about the white hole, Jeremy?
That's not. That's
Yeah,
where
that's a new theory.
light's shooting out of that, though, right?
Well, a white hole
ever
is
heard
just
about
what
that,
you
Jeremy?
see on
For
the
real?
backside. That's just the backside of a black hole, also known as like a galactic jet, and that's where all the matter that's being recycled is being emitted from the back end. And essentially, it's being broken down into this fundamental particle, which is essentially protium or just a hydrogen nucleus. And
but is there any?
and
It's
it's
all
essentially
theoretical.
light.
But
So what you're seeing,
relativistic
no, you can see
jets-
it. You can see it. Just type in galactic jet. They'll show you.
Yeah, but
You could say it's
relativistic
CGI. I
jets.
mean, it could be.
No, you'll
Rel-
see something. It's just like you'll explain it as they do, as something
Right.
that's just, I mean, seriously,
Well,
a black hole?
Come on,
relativistic
guys.
jets contain more than just hydrogen or the protium isotope of hydrogen. And with black holes, we can see that there's nothing coming out the other side. Like
this would literally
there's
be
active galactic
my bad. I thought
nuclei.
you were done.
So
The
where does all
jets,
that matter and energy go, right? It can't just disappear.
the jets
It can't be
come out on
destroyed.
the side of a regular active galactic nuclei. But yeah, right. So that's one of the things that's still being researched. What happens to basically the quantum information that goes into these black holes when they accrete matter?
You just saying that, you think that you actually know what you just said there, that actually happens. But it's just an observation. And then what you just said added to it.
Yes,
right?
I see.
I can just as easily say there's a tear in the fabric, right? Or I can come up with another story. That's ether. There's a big amount of ether there. And the
That's
ether
exactly
swallows
what it
every,
is.
I mean,
So
yeah.
the ether that I've always claimed is the interaction between these two fields ultimately creating the one field. So the one field is premised off these two fields, that being the dielectric and the magnetic. So the dielectric, essentially, a magnetic field is just the loss of the dielectric field, right? So ultimately, there's only one field, being the dielectric field. But for anything to be anything, it has to be Cartesianally existent, which the dielectric isn't. And a black hole is essentially just the dielectric overtaking the magnetic field completely, as if it were an arm wrestling match between one arm being the dielectric and the other arm being the magnetic. The dielectric is the one winning, and being that it's winning, you get this field that takes over, and that field is essentially counter spatial, and that's where you're seeing counter space essentially. That's what that is.
And that makes sense to you?
Yeah. What do you think? The
So,
electrons are like riding on the copper? Sorry, bro.
To me, like what you just said just sounds like you took some sciencey words and you like stuck them together.
Well, do you want to explain it, bro, or should I?
That's what's explained by Ken Wheeler, at least, and that's what I subscribe to. So, I mean, you take it how you want.
What's your
Fine.
understanding of dielectric? What does that word mean to you?
Well, you would see it as an insulator, but that's not how it's being perceived here within how I'm using it.
Well, the root of the word die means two, electric obviously means electric. So what it means, like in chemistry, when we talk about dielectric, we're talking about a dipole, a region of separated charge. So a region of positive charge and a region of negative charge separated from each other.
Yeah, so there is no such thing as negative charge. It's only positive charge that actually exists.
Then how does chemistry happen then if it's just positive charge?
Well, positive is positive is the opposite of the negative. So you have the positive charge, like when somebody is positively charged with something to do, right? Charged with a task. And then the negative is the thing that's not charged, because in this duality machine, we need a positive and a negative. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's a spectrum.
Yeah, but in this case, charge, if it's charged, like a positive charge and a negative charge, both have charge. So
yeah, there's two.
The negative is the absence of charge. Do you guys not get that?
There's two distinctly separate charges. If you take a positive object and you deflect it with a magnetic field, it'll deflect one way.
What we're talking about.
If you take a negative object and you deflect it with a magnetic field, it'll deflect the other way. And a neutral, non-charged object won't deflect at all.
Your opinion has been noted.
All right, so about the counter space thing. So when you have a what I call an alternator, right? It's basically a generator, right? And when you have smaller wires and you wrap them around the coil, there's more counter space in between the wires. Now, the mainstream understanding of how electricity works is that the charge is flowing from negative to positive, and the electrons are actually in the copper wire. But we know that there is an electromagnetic field around the wire. So it's not just electrons, riding the copper roller coaster from negative to positive, right? We
Yeah,
know there's more
it's the
to it than that.
fields. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
it's fields.
fields.
Right. So there's more to it than that. So these fields, right, and you might call them, magnetic fields or electromagnetic fields or whatever you want to call them, right? They're basically the counter space in between the wires. So the wire is the space, and in between the wires is the counter space. Does that make sense?
Okay, but with that statement, you're just taking the electromagnetic field and just calling it something different, which is fine, I guess, but
We don't think
kind of
that it goes
pointless.
from negative to positive, right?
Then what does it go from?
Well, negative is just like a what do you call it? Arbitrary classification, kind of like the North Pole. It
Yeah,
could
it's a
very easily be
convention.
called. Yeah, it's a convention. We could easily
Yeah.
call it the South Pole, right? And
Yep.
the ice wall would be in the north, right?
Yep.
To refer to a movie that I saw once on TV.
But that doesn't
So,
change the fact that there's two distinctly different charges going. Whether it doesn't matter what you want to call positive, what you want to call negative, matters is that there's a distinction between the two.
The three of us agree with each other. I think it's everybody else who was speaking up that were saying something different. They were saying, there's charge, and then there's, when you lose that charge, basically. They said there's no negative, there's just positive.
Yeah, someone before was trying to say there's no negative charge, which means chemistry is impossible, and it's obviously incorrect. Chemistry is literally
so basically,
tracking movement
there's
of
no
negative
such thing
charge.
basically there's no such thing as cold. It's the same concept, right? Because a charge is on a spectrum, right? And cold is relative to what you think is hot, right? So me as a creature, 96.8 degrees, right? Because 98.6 is just an average, right? I have a fever at 99. That's what I consider a fever. If my temperature is 99 degrees, I feel like shit, right? For you guys, the rest of people that average, 98.6, if you're 99 degrees, that's pretty close to normal for you guys. You're probably just hot and sweating and in the sun, right? But for me, if I got a temperature of 101, I'm not going anywhere. I feel like fucking hell, right? So it's all relative. So what you're saying, there's no such thing as hot or cold. It's all relative. So there's no such thing as a negative or a positive charge, right? There's just a charge from,
Thank you.
No, but it's very different than that.
Yeah,
It's
it's not analogous to that. The negative
So is
charge
electricity a
acts
spectrum?
differently than positive charge does.
Is electricity a spectrum? The charge can be up or down, right?
It's not really a spectrum. There's fundamental units of charge.
Yeah,
they come in discrete units.
So
Now, when you have a
electricity is not a charge?
macroscopic object, there can be a spectrum of charge in the macroscopic object, but that spectrum is made of discrete individual units of charge.
Yeah, your magnitude can be positive or negative, and the absolute value of the magnitude is the actual magnitude of the charge, and the sign in front of it just determines if it's one of two types of charges. Like it can be positive or negative. The magnitude is going to be the absolute value of it, and they're going to behave according to their sign. So if it's like signs, then they're going to be repulsive or whatever.
Yeah, it depends on if the electric field is emitting from the object, or if it's ending the object. So if it's a source or sink, determines what charge it is.
There's only charge, discharge, and capacitance. what you guys are equivocating as this charge would be the dissipation of energy. So there's no called electrons because electrons are not particles, and nor are objects or subjects, but dynamic principles of discharge. So there's no charge carriers, and fields are not particles, nor are they electrons. So
Well,
you
no
guys are
one,
just making
no
false
one's saying that.
equivocations.
The second part, no one's saying fields are particles and
You're talking about
jazz.
charge, and you only
But
know charge by a charge carrying
the
particle.
first part, if that was true, chemistry wouldn't be possible, dude. Do you not understand that?
It's not true.
Right?
Yeah.
The
It's
exchange of electrons and atoms between is premised on the negative charge and the separation of charge. The negative regions are attracted to the positive regions, and that's why chemical reactions occur. These charges
That's
move
not true.
around.
So yeah,
Of course it is, dude. This is basic chemistry, bro.
Sorry, bud. Then
So Kenneth
explain
Wheeler
Lamar
is.
precession.
Go
Then,
ahead, bro.
if you understand that, if you understand chemistry, explain Lamar precession.
Yeah, Lamar precession is used in NMR. It's one mental aspects
You're
of it,
breaking
but
up a
that's
lot.
is it better?
I mean, you're just in and out continuously,
Is
so
it
it's
is
hard
it
to make.
better?
It's hard to say, dude. Only time will tell.
It's
Okay,
better
well,
now.
all right, so Lamar precession is used in what's called nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, which I do almost daily in my job, and but that's pertaining to the nuclei of molecules and aligning the spin of those nuclei and then misaligning them with radio frequencies in the spectrometer at their Lamar frequency. They will precess at a specific frequency, and that's called the Lamar frequency.
I don't know if I mean I'm sure that's how you learned it, but
The
that's not
Lamar.
necessarily how I would explain it. But nonetheless, that's how you get
Well,
a
it's not
chemistry
how
reaction.
I learned it. It's how it's used practically today by hundreds of.
Even though I respect Kenneth Wheeler a great deal, this guy is, in a job, and I trust him, to be honest and is talking about the practical application of it. I would just recommend that anybody who's interested in learning, Kenneth Wheeler puts his stuff out for free, published books for free. And I think it's really interesting to look at it that way, because if you're looking at the world from only one point of view, like an atomist, and you're not really looking at other possibilities, I think that you're limiting yourself. And I would assume that nobody would want to limit themselves, even if you don't buy it, you don't believe it, and you think Kenneth Wheeler is a fat tattooed monkey or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. You should look at it anyway. Just my opinion. I don't agree with everything Kenneth Wheeler says, but he's probably smarter than me. So
What I like,
Well,
is the fact that he simplifies ways of perceiving reality rather than overcomplicating it.
Well, I agree. We should be open-minded, and of course, people in science definitely are, but we shouldn't be so open-minded that our brains start to fall out. When you can directly observe and even nowadays take images of atoms, you should accept that. You shouldn't deny it and just continue to be wrong. Just
how long have we
because
been taking
you
pictures?
want to give a fair share to some other idea.
He doesn't
doesn't
deny
make
the atom.
sense.
So,
Hold
I
on,
mean,
hold on.
that's just kind of a straw man. Nobody
How
denied
long
the
have we
atom.
been? How long have we been taking pictures of atoms?
Probably since about, I would say, 2005-ish was really when the technology
fair
was
enough.
developed, and it really
pictures.
nowadays, like 2015 and on, is when things really got further engineered and developed to where we can really use these technologies.
But now we know that there's actually subatomic particles, right?
Well, that's been known about for since like the days of Wolfgang Pauli and stuff
God,
in the 1920s.
So there's
or
small.
even earlier than that.
It's
Yeah,
been
so
known, or it's been
well,
hypothesized, or
it's been hypothesized.
theorized.
Well,
Right,
Thompson and them with their cathode ray tubes and all that.
Yeah, didn't they do things with electrons back then?
Yeah, and
With
Rutherford with the gold foil experiments. It's like there's so much different
I mean, it's funny. Every
evidence.
time you
It's
guys are
just
proven wrong,
insanity.
you just pop in another particle or subatomic particle to support your narrative. I mean,
How did you prove us
it's
wrong?
completely infalsifiable.
How so?
Because you guys are just perceiving everything as being particles, and even when there's no way of perceiving the particle, you just account for its existence because everything has to be.
Well, most of these, what you're considering particles, were postulated beforehand, right? They were these objects that were defined by specific values of like momentum and how they would hit a detector, the energy that they would have, and the types of either nuclear or chemical reactions that they would come out of. And then people did experiments and they saw, holy smokes, these results match almost to a T what either I predicted or what so and so predicted.
Is it like the most accurate prediction in science was about the electron dipole moment?
Yeah, the anomalous magnetic dipole moment of the electron.
Hey, Daslow, I sent you something. It's a Think Big article. They proven the Schwinger effect to be true after 70 years. I think it's really interesting. If you know about that, great. But basically, they
only
pulled.
because of you. I was there when you were talking about it a few days ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for sending that. I'll definitely look into it.
Schwinger. You know, Schwinger, the boy, was pivotal in the development of quantum electrodynamics.
Yeah,
and gets a lot of credit for that, but he was helped by a lot of people, including Dirac, about half a century earlier, and then people like Schwinger, another guy in Asia.
Well, Tesla wouldn't have been able to do what he did if it wasn't for Carl Friedrich Steinman. So we all are kind of on the shoulders of giants, if you don't mind the pun. Yeah, so it's really important that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that's one thing I agree with you guys on. But I think maybe we should examine the baby and make sure it's a fucking baby.
Well, I agree with that sentiment. The problem is things like atoms and molecules and particles stuff have been examined to death. Like literally, if you wanted to look at all the studies and all the evidence for these things, you would have to sit there even like the rest of your life just constantly reading studies about these things. You wouldn't even get through like a percentage of what's out there. And so trying to say that these things are wrong is it just absurd.
Wait a minute. I'm only talking about theoretical astrophysics and cosmology and astronomy. I don't really question a whole lot of applied science, right? Like if you're saying you're doing this in your lab and this guy is not in a lab, this flat earther guy or electric universe proponent, I'm not really sure where he stands, but he's got the right to question it. But if you got the applied science and you're experiencing it every day, I'm going to go with the boots on the ground, first-hand experience every time.
Yeah, I hear you. I would make that choice too. But there were people before, like Dyslow, another guy I don't know who was, but denying the existence of charge and negative and positive charges. And
I think he's just describing it in another way that you're not used to, right? I think I described it very, very well. The temperature is a spectrum, and the only thing that you can really consider cold, in my opinion, would be absolute zero, right? Other than that, there's no such thing as cold. It's all relative, right?
That's something different than what charge is.
How? Charge is a spectrum, right?
Heat is only a single thing, and you can have different magnitudes of heat, but charge specifically, there's like two opposite types of charge. So it's not It's not just a.
Okay, so it's bipolar, right? Right? There's two poles.
Yes,
It can either go negative
dipole.
or positive. Did I say bi? Anyway,
That's fine.
so basically my point is like, well, if I'm a human, I could say, 20 below Celsius is really freaking cold, right? Because I'm the center of the pole, right? And then anything like 120 degrees Fahrenheit, like that's really hot, right? But it's all relative to me, right? So I, in this analogy, would be no charge.
Yeah,
Right?
but that's what I'm saying. That's why the analogy makes less and less sense the more you add things to it.
Yeah, because in that analogy, you would have to be both, if you're trying to analogize it to electromagnetic charge, you would have to be both the source and the sink, and that doesn't make sense.
Well, I just know that it doesn't make sense that electrons would flow from negative to positive. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, again, that's kind of like a rudimentary understanding
Define charge,
of
or are we just throwing
electricity.
words around?
Yeah, charge is energy.
I asked what's his
sorry.
face? Jay.
Yeah, so like in things like quantum field theory, it's the coupling of an elementary particle like an electron to the electromagnetic field. It's defined by the Z component of the weak isospin plus 1/2 of the weak hypercharge defines what the electric charge is.
Yeah, sure thing, but
Yeah.
that's not a definement of something. That's you
Of course
just
it
gave
is.
me your paradigm. What is
Yeah,
charge?
that's how it's defined in the paradigm. You
And
don't
what's
agree
charge?
with that, you're free to provide evidence against it.
Yeah,
Then you
that's
have
what I'm talking about.
charge.
Just ignoring, just rejecting things out of hand without any reason. That's what I disagree with.
Without any reason, you have no way of perceiving this. This
Okay,
is
What's your reason?
Here's a reason, right? So he's talking about quantum field theory. Sorry, hold on just a second, bud. So this is a Harvard link. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So if quantum field theory does actually work, then that means gravity doesn't work. Or if gravity works, then the quantum field theory doesn't work. So there's your evidence, Leftlane.
I've had this conversation with you like 2 times.
I know
already.
it wasn't for
you.
you.
Have
It
like
wasn't for you,
amnesia
bro.
or
It
something.
wasn't for you. It wasn't for you, bro. It was for Leftlane. He said we're just saying that it doesn't work without any evidence.
Yeah. Well, I
We're
mean,
talking
what you
about
said there
electric
doesn't make
charge.
any sense.
And it's also, it's not
Harvard
pertinent to the
said it.
topic. We're talking about electric charge. We're not talking about the
Oh, you
interplay
mentioned quantum field
between
theory.
quantum field theory and gravity, which that statement that you made was wrong anyways, and I told you 2 or 3
I
times.
didn't make the statement. Harvard did. Right? And it says that there's a discrepancy between quantum field theory and gravity. So pick your poison. Do you like quantum field theory?
You drew a conclusion.
That's fine.
I've
You drew a
explained in great
conclusion in which he
detail.
disagrees with.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I've
that's fine.
explained in
You
great
can disagree
detail
with it.
why those statements aren't correct.
Okay,
Right?
well, take it up with Harvard, bro. I'm not even trying to argue that with you right now.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
now
you're
that
just trying to use their authority to make your argument. And I've already dismantled why that argument doesn't work. It doesn't matter whose authority it comes from. Harvard, Yale, Brown, Princeton,
So you
Einstein
changed the
fucking
goalpost on
self.
me. You
Doesn't
changed the
matter.
goalpost on me because at first you said you're disregarding it without any evidence. Now I bring evidence, and now I don't understand words.
Yeah,
What do
that's
you think he
not
means?
evidence
Hold on,
against
bro.
electric
What do you
charge,
think
bro.
he means between the discrepancy between theory and observation? Did I really not understand what
It
discrepancy
means
means? Are you
nothing.
all
It
Globers
means
like Inigo
nothing
Montoya?
about electric charge. That's what
I
it
don't think
means.
Yeah,
that word
I
means
want you
what you
to
think it
explain.
means.
No, hang on, Larry. Explain to me how what you said has anything to do with positive and negative charge.
The quantum field theory, right? We're talking about subatomic particles. What do you think it has to do with? Come on. Use your brain.
That's don't spare the details, bro. Fill us in.
Okay, so quantum field theory is trying to rectify the problems with gravity at the quantum level, right?
Not even close.
Here, I got
Okay.
this. Do electrons
Go ahead.
exist in the vacuum of space?
Sure.
Jace, that's for you.
Yeah, sure.
Can you support that?
Yeah.
Provide citation.
Well, I'm walking my dog right now, but you can easily Google things like the Casimir effect, the Lamb spectral shift, electron self-energies, the anomalous magnetic moment of the electron. All these have to do with the existence of what's called positrons and electrons popping into and out of existence, where really they're just negative and positive energy fluctuations of the vacuum.
So now you just debunked yourself. That's what you just did. You just literally said electrons are popping into and out of existence, which are nothing more than such and such, which contradicted your original
Well, we're
position.
talking about virtual electrons. We're not
Okay,
talking
so
about electrons and
okay.
atoms.
Hold on just a second. Just to be
boy.
clear, you guys said that quantum theory has nothing to do with gravity. Is that what you said?
Quantum field theory was not developed to fix some kind of discrepancy between gravity and general relativity. That's not what it is.
Well,
It's not what it was
if you look
developed
at
for.
if you look at what I posted here, quantum physics and Einstein's theory of general relativity are two solid pillars underlying much of modern physics. Understanding how these two well-established theories are related remains central open question in theoretical physics. Over the last several decades, efforts in the directions have led to a broad range of new physical ideas and mathematical tools. In recent years, string theory and quantum field theory. Now, what is string theory? Is in quantum field theory, are they related? Because it's the theory of everything, right? Trying to make gravity work at the quantum level. I don't think you guys understand your fucking words.
Larry, you just literally
Ugh.
explained how what you said wasn't right, and then you brought up string theory, and then acted like
I didn't bring it up, bro.
because what you said is
Listen,
true about string theory.
it's MIT, bro. It's MIT. Take it up with them. If they're not
Let's
related,
get
why are they
back
in the
to
same paragraph?
we're going way off in the weeds now. Let's get
Yeah,
back
because you
to
guys are
electric
losing.
charge and what I said before, right? So what's been observed is that at a specific energy scale, so in particle collisions inside particle colliders, at a specific velocity or energy that these particles have, electric charge completely disappears. There's no such thing as electric charge at this energy scale. It reunites with the weak interaction, the weak nuclear interaction. And that interaction has what's called weak hypercharge and weak isospin. So when the temperature or the energy scale cools down to what it is today in the normal world, electric charge then emerges from that as the symmetry breaks, and its value is exactly the Z component of the weak isospin of the particle plus half of the weak hypercharge of the particle equals the particle's electric charge. It's defining statement.
I got nothing to say. I'm not real good with electrodynamics and all that stuff. So
I mean,
what
he's
else?
just throwing out bullshit, dude.
That's
Not that
bullshit.
Yeah,
I agree.
observed
I agree. That's
reality.
what they tell
Such
you.
bullshit.
But your way of perceiving is just pure indoctrination, dude. And anything outside your indoctrination is false, dude.
Yeah, empty claims.
Hilarious.
Yeah, there's no logic to support it. I asked him very concise questions that should have been easy to answer, and he keeps
Like what?
jumping. You keep jumping fucking through hoops to try and fucking pervert
I
the
was
conversation.
elaborating on the statement I said before, hoping that maybe you can understand it if you break it down into extremely simplistic terms. But
Yeah, but you
apparently
didn't do
not.
that. You didn't do that. You want to have this overcomplicated conversation to fucking hide from the fucking question at hand.
I have a question for Larry. So his article brought up the Center for Theoretical Physics. What is theoretical physics? Is that real physics to you?
Well,
fake, bro.
it depends, right? So that's a broad question, right? Something could be theoretical physics, and it could be scientifically validated, right? So when you're talking about such broad terms, I can't really answer a question like that. So there are things in theoretical physics that could be and have been scientifically validated, dark matter not being one of them. So I'm
Oh, really?
talking about gravity. Yeah, bro, can you science dark matter in a lab?
Yeah, I posted a bunch of articles before
So you got dark matter.
documenting dark matter.
Can you
No,
send
dude.
me some in an
No, we
envelope so I
don't
may
need your
inspect it?
very hyper specific
So you
standard of
don't
evidence
have it.
that changes
What
per each
element is dark matter
phenomena.
made out of? What element is dark matter made out of?
No, we have
Is it
observational
a gas?
evidence due to its effect. No one's
Oh,
saying
its effect.
that we have
It has the same effect as
particle
gravity, right?
or the substance that it's made out of. That's just a standard that you're imposing
So
that
let me go
changes
back
from
to
phenomena to phenomena.
who was asking that question? I couldn't catch
That
your
was
voice.
that was extremists that asked about theoretical physics. If that's what you want to know.
Thanks, extremists. Yeah. So if we're talking about scientific theory, then I'm completely down with that. Yeah, I don't question that a whole lot. Like if we were talking about, let's say the theory of what this guy was talking about, charge, I'm not really into questioning that because if it's, working out physically, I'm not going to question. Plus, it's not really in my field of research. If you guys notice, I don't really know Ohm's law. I don't talk about electricity a whole lot. I don't talk about math a whole lot, even though I am a proponent of some of the stuff the electric universe people say. I try to stick with what I've studied, right? And I kind of have a wheelhouse, and when I get outside of that wheelhouse, like mathematics, I tend to shut up or ask questions.
Well, we all should do that. It's a good philosophy, but I would argue you don't necessarily do that because you take concepts like you're trying to say that quantum field theory and gravity are somehow linked together, and it was developed to try to explain why gravity doesn't work with quantum field theory. And you bring in things like string theory.
I might have
You say
misspoke.
that
String
dark
theory is the
matter and dark
unification.
energy don't
The theory.
exist.
String theory is the M theory, is the theory of everything, right? Right.
Well, if you
M
don't
theory.
interrupt me, I can tell you really what those
I
theories are
apologize.
trying to do. So, right, there's this idea, like I said, with the electromagnetic and the weak nuclear interaction unifying at a specific energy scale that we can verify in our particle detectors. Well, that continues on when you have the unification of the electromagnetic and the electroweak, or the weak nuclear, into the electroweak interaction. That can unify with the strong nuclear interaction to become the electro-strong interaction. So that's three of the fundamental forces all unified together: the electromagnetic, the weak, and the strong. Now, when you bring gravity, when you unify the electro-strong interaction at a specific energy scale with gravity, that's where string theory comes into the picture. And string theory is that it's one of the proposed theories for how that unification of the four fundamental interactions, when they're unified together into one, how that behaves is proposed by string theory.
Can you show me magnetism not being the arbiter of any of those four things?
Well, we can completely get rid of magnetism, like I said, at the electroweak scale. At the electroweak scale.
At the electroweak
particle
scale. So what you're
accelerator.
saying is you can have electricity without magnetism. That's what you're saying.
No, you can have particle collisions where before the collision, the particles are being steered by magnets because they're under the influence of magnetism. But in the collision, the energy becomes so high that the electromagnetic and the weak nuclear interactions unite, and magnetism no longer exists. So the resultant particles cannot be controlled, steered, directed by magnetism anymore. This is directly observable in a particle accelerator.
Well, I didn't ask about a magnet steering anything. I asked about a magnetic component being involved in any one of those four phenomena that you stated. And anytime you have matter, there's always going to be a magnetic component involved, being that it's the core of every phenomena that we
Well,
see.
like I just said, in that specific case, magnetism, completely eliminate magnetism, becomes a totally different kind of coupling charge.
Magnets, what the fuck are those things?
I would disagree with that. You can have matter that's completely neutral with no charge.
Yeah. He's talking about the magnetism, even with neutral, atoms and molecules and stuff. They still have magnetic components, even if they're not directly affected by like a ferromagnet or a neodymium magnet. There's still a component of magnetism to the atom or molecule. But in these electroweak scales, that no longer exists. It's a totally different kind of interaction that's going on. It's not magnetism and it's not electricity. It's a combination of electromagnetism with the weak nuclear interaction.
But again, you just said it yourself. There's still a magnetic component involved.
Yeah, I said for normal atoms and molecules. Then I proceeded to say that under these interactions in particle accelerators at these electroweak scales, that no longer exists.
Is it a conjugate relationship between the weak atomic, I think is what you said, and the electromagnetic at that scale?
It's a symmetry. Under our normal conditions of everyday life, the temperature around us, or the energy scale of the background around us, the energy scale of the background around us is so low that the symmetry between the weak nuclear and the electromagnetic force is broken. So they're two distinctly different forces. But if you bring the energy of the background up, like you can in a particle accelerator, that symmetry will restore and they become the same interaction.
Yeah, anything pertaining to energy always follows the same geometric expression as the magnetic field. Like Charles Proteus Steinmetz did a fine job at presenting diagrams while he was still alive, and you could see the resemblance between them both are identical.
Well, we have to remember that energy is a property, so we shouldn't give it like substantive or anthropomorphized characteristics.
Well, I mean, you alluded to the background medium.
Yes, it has a property of energy that has a value, magnitude, scalar value.
But what I'm saying is that the energy is always there. It's only known by its points of value upon that chart that you guys are distinguishing it. And that's why I say that all energy is literally just the dissipation of energy, because pure energy is always at rest, i.e. that background medium.
Well, again, saying pure energy is always, everything was right about that except the statement that pure energy is always at rest. Because like I said, energy is it's not a substance. It's not a thing you can grab, hold, touch, feel, or see. It's just a property that objects have.
So in an analogy, I would say pure energy would be analogous to the softball-sized lump of plutonium, where you would say the explosion would be energy. And I would say that explosion would be the release of that energy in its potential state.
Be more like the effect of the explosion is the energy in that kind of analogy.
Well, it's the loss of energy. Energy is at rest, being that softball-sized lump of plutonium. And the dissipation of that would be the release of that energy, being the explosion itself. And that's the difference between how I perceive energy and mainstream perceives.
Fair enough. I just think we're getting in a dangerous territory where we start trying to give.
Well, that's the only logical way to support the
properties.
existence of things popping into and out of existence. I mean, that makes no logical sense unless you have this logical premise that I just vaguely touched on.
Or you have these quantum fields that, due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, their lowest quantum state is not zero energy. There's tiny fluctuations around zero that these virtual particles per se, can, for very, very, very small amounts of time, steal some of that energy. So if the value is like 0.0001, they can take 0.0001% of that energy from the background field to be a particle for a very small amount of time, and then that energy
There's not
transfers back to the
Background
field.
Yeah, you've got all these different fields. You're completely going against natural order. You've got quantum fields. You've got background. You got all these different fields. Nature
I was
doesn't
talking
work
about
that way.
quantum
There's
fields.
not all these different fields. There's only one field, and it's only perceived differently through its expressions based on
Yeah, but
temperature and
that's
pressure
not true.
mediation. There's only one field.
Temperature and pressure are emergent thermodynamic they're emergent properties of thermodynamic ensembles of molecules and atoms. So how can they have anything to do with fields, quantum
Anytime
fields
you
in
have a
this sense?
perceivable phenomena, it's always based on temperature and pressure mediations. Only when you start getting into your fantasy world that can never be verified, maybe it contradicts itself, but that's only because the way you're perceiving it.
Well, again, temperature, pressure, resistance, all these things are all macroscopic properties that come about from that emerge from statistical ensembles of atoms and molecules. So the quantum fields that we're talking about here, obvious that we can verify are there, obviously cannot have these things you're talking about, because it doesn't make any sense.
There's no such thing as a quantum field. There's nowhere in nature you can point to and say there's quantum right there. Quantum
Yeah,
doesn't
no
denote
one's
anything
saying,
in
no
particular
one's
rather
saying
than
that.
just a convention.
No
Yeah,
one's
you
saying
are. You are, though. You keep invoking quantum fields as if there's something to be perceived.
Yeah, but no
That's a
one
problem.
ever said that I can grab a piece of the field and show it to you and have you touch it and
You're
those kind
basing
of things. That's
perceptions
not
off of things that are
what it is.
unsubstantial.
It's very substantial.
It's
Named a
not.
few
There's
of the
nowhere in
effects
nature where
before
quantum
that are
exists.
predicted exactly by quantum fields.
Nature's not based on mathematics or your predictions, dude. It works as is.
Sorry,
Nature
bud.
works. It's unified. It
Yes,
doesn't
and
need
when
all
we
these
can
different fields.
predict how it works, that means that the prediction is correct.
Science's main objective is not to predict rather than to explain. If you can't explain, what good
Well,
is your
that's not
prediction?
right. Now, prediction has utility to it. That's what
Yeah.
makes us able to use it.
Only accurate information has practication. Should
Only
never
for a
forget that.
mathematician is that practical. And that's why I say all
Mm.
scientists today are nothing more than mathematicians. They're not seeking to explain reality. They're actually just describing it through mathematical interpretation.
Yeah,
And
but
that's a
we're not
problem.
talking about mathematicians, dude. We're talking about
That's what
chemists
you're doing.
and physicists who use the properties of quantum field theory all the time in hundreds of facilities that have particle accelerators to do biological materials study, nanomaterials study, particle physics, nuclear study, all just basic chemistry in general. And you're trying to say that they're all wrong.
You're saying chemistry
And
didn't
that's
exist until quantum came around?
no, I never said anything of the sort.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so sorry, bro, just real fast. You do understand the difference between, biochemical scientific testing, right, and theoretical, mathematics theory tales.
Yes, and I do biochemical studies of proteins, enzymes, nucleic acids, and carbohydrates all the time. Lipids too,
Okay,
sometimes.
so you're an actual scientist.
Using the principles of quantum field theory and special relativity built into quantum field theory.
Okay, it might be a useful tool in whatever it is that you're doing, but when you're talking about space-time, right, and things bending and warping space-time, so space-time is
Dude, you said it real
supposedly...
fast, bro, and I'll let you go. You're changing the
Yeah,
subject.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm trying to respond to what Dysel said. About when you say about the predictions and somehow taking away its importance of it. one of the main tools of science is coming up with a model, for a proposed way of how nature is working, and the way that you verify that model is through its predictive ability and the results of that. So it's
I don't
like,
have a problem with predictions. I mean, sure, it's a useful tool. All right, it's fine, but that's not the ultimate purpose of science. The ultimate crux of science is to get to a cohesive explanation that supports logic and rational thinking, not these mathematical assertions of fairy tales to support your illogical paradigm.
The
I mean, this is
logical.
what this is. It's
Oh,
completely
dude.
illogical to say something pops into and out of existence. You can never isolate it. You can't even
Because that's a
quantify it. You can't
layman's
even perceive it. Excuse
explanation,
me, I
dude.
wasn't done. I wasn't done. You can't
Well, you're
perceive it.
straw manning.
You can't perceive it, but it has to be there in order for your mathematical equation to balance out. You guys are literally supporting your mathematical assertions rather than using natural order and logic to support science. This is a problem.
Two physicists that don't say to each other, they don't go to each other, hey man, these virtual particles are popping into and out of existence. They don't say that to each other. That's just an oversimplified method of explaining something that's a little bit more complicated for the everyday
That's not an
person to
explanation.
understand.
That's
So
not an
you can
explanation.
debunk that all you want. I debunk it all the time, but that's not the scientific principle that's actually being alluded to.
Einstein said it himself. If you can't say things in a simple enough way to explain it to a barmaid, then you probably don't know it yourself. So it
Yes,
just
and
goes
that's
to
the
show how
simplified
irrational.
way. That's
Where
the
the part-
simplified way, dude. Saying virtual
Where's the
particles
part?
pop into and out of existence is the simplified way that
Really? When
physicists
you
explain
got
things
Feynman,
to the average
saying
person.
their existence is questionable at best, they're often used to support
Exactly.
mathematical equations to help them balance out.
Yes,
You
and
don't.
that's an
Are you saying they're
argument.
You're
not?
going to stand by that. That's
That's
funny.
an
Are you saying they're not
Die on
argument.
that hill.
That's an
Are you
argument
saying they're not
for
coming?
the invalidity of that
Yeah, every time.
oversimplification.
Okay, so are you saying they're
Jeremy had
not
a question.
coming? Nah, never mind. Never mind.
No,
Go
it
ahead.
sounds like Jeremy's asking, it sounds like, are you
Don't
saying
ask
that
my
they're
question.
not
It
popping
doesn't
in and out
sound
of
like anything
existence?
Tosho is saying. Don't ask my question.
Are you saying, yeah, I'm going to pretend I'm Jeremy. Are you saying that they're not popping in and out of existence?
Is that
Jace?
towards Jace? Yeah. Okay.
It's Jeremy's question to Jace.
Give me a second. Sorry.
He's picking up.
I've had
it's an
Rumpus explain this to me very clearly that the particles are coming in and out of nowhere. They literally come from nowhere and go into nowhere.
So it's
Great.
more like this. According to the big,
That's right back to the fundamental premise. You see how illogical? If I were to say, "Can you show me nothingness?" they would point to virtual particles and photons. It's a fucking problem, dude. And you're willing to die on that hill, Jace? That's pretty sad, but
I don't know how many times I have to say that I myself debunk that all the time.
what are you talking about? You're the one who invoked it. I asked you simple conversation about charge and electrons and all this shit. You're the one bringing up fucking into and out of existence.
Yeah, and
i.e.
then I
virtual particles.
clarified after. You must have missed that part.
Did you hear Jeremy's question?
You're the one
Well,
saying
what's-
science is right, and what's there to clarify? You have a different understanding than what's being
Oh yeah,
presented by
it's
mainstream.
much more.
Don't worry
more
about my question. I'm
complicated.
not getting involved in this thing here. I gotta go.
You already said you didn't want to ask it, Jeremy. You want to ask it? Go ahead, man.
What did he ask to do?
Tosho
Virtual
keeps
particles
trying to bring it up.
Do virtual particles pop into and out of existence? No, they don't.
Okay, you want to further
that's
elaborate,
not
or do
what's
you just want to say
actually
that?
happening.
Cool.
What's actually happening?
It's the.
I don't
like I said,
is
it's
my mic fucked up?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm sorry, brother.
You're
Please
good.
continue.
You're good, Jeremy.
Go
That's
ahead,
why I don't want to
Jeremy.
get involved in this. That's why I don't want to get involved with this. Just go ahead
Well, we're
Hey,
trying to give you the
I'm
space to.
sorry, bro.
Okay, well, no, they don't pop into and out of existence.
Okay, that'll be the fourth time you said it. So do you have any further elaboration, or are you just going to stand on that?
Yeah, right. So what's the theory called? It's called quantum field theory, not quantum particle theory. So what physicists actually put in the scientific literature and amongst each other is that there's these different quantum fields, one pertaining to every particle that we perceive. So there's an electron field, photon field, a positron field, quark fields, etc., right? These fields are energy fields. They contain energy values at every point in space, a scalar value that just has a magnitude. And in the fields have quantum states, and the lowest quantum state, because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, does not correspond to zero energy. It fluctuates positive and negatively around that zero value of energy. And now the electron field can take energy either from a positron field or from a photon field. It can take some of that energy of the zero value state that's hovering around that zero value, take it into its own field, and then that is what's perceived, or what we call, a virtual particle.
You get that, Jeremy?
You're saying it's a fluctuation in the
It's these,
field.
yeah, it's these
Not
energy
interested versus
fluctuations. It's these energy
Go for it.
fluctuations that the electron field has a specific value for what a real electron that we can detect has. There's a certain state in the field
So are you
that
trying to say that
represents that. But
you trying to say that
you
it was
can
always
have
there?
lower, the electron field can gain energy that's lower than the real particle value energy. And so we can't detect those because the energy is not high enough, but it still has energy and it still can cause effects. And so these positive and negative energy fluctuations, these energy states it can acquire, are what's deemed virtual particles, because that's much simpler to explain.
So you can't verify it because it's not perceivable, but it's there. It's always there. It's just fluctuating.
Yeah, as I said, it causes effects, and I listed a bunch of those effects before.
Again,
I just
that's a
want to
belief
say,
system, bud.
it sounds to me like you're trying to describe a perturbation and fluctuation of the background medium, but you don't want to say ether at all costs.
Well,
He
you'd
did
be
say all the other
right about perturbation. It comes about from perturbation theory.
He did say all those other things. He just didn't bring up ether. Yeah.
Right. You just didn't want to call the background medium what it's been called for hundreds of years. You
Well,
just
there's
wanted to call it-
different fields. So which one's ether? Is it the electron field? Is it the positron field? Is it a quark field? Which one?
like you're saying, there's different fields. Agreed. There's different types of ether, right? So in my opinion, like there's amalgamation of all these different fields, and we know that because the inverse square law, that this light or electromagnetic radiation never actually goes to zero. So Mr. Chen in China has a Wi-Fi signal that's passing through my living room right now. I just can't detect it, but it never actually goes down to zero. So this background radiation is part of the medium that we're calling ether. And you can call it quantum field, you can call it virtual particle, call it whatever you want, but you're talking about the background fields that exist in reality.
And also, that's sort of correct. And also, I was going to caveat that I probably didn't explain that the best. If you really want to understand what this quantum field theory thing is really about, you have to dig into the literature, because I do my best to try to explain it in simple terms, but I'm not always the best
That's
at
all
it.
it is, a fucking story. You can't, you said it
Yeah,
yourself.
you
It's
should look into
non-perceivable. It's just
the
fluctuations of the
experiments.
energy state.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
Never validated. It's infalsifiable, as I originally told you.
what is the proper field
How is that
modality? What is the proper field modality of what we call water? Is it solid, liquid, or gas?
Well, again, these solid, liquid, and gas are states of matter. They come about, as I've said, broken record, because of statistical ensembles emerging out of thermodynamic properties.
But are
So
those three
fields
things?
don't
Are those
have
three things
these.
different? Are those three things different?
What do you mean, solid, liquid, and gas?
Ice, liquid, water, and steam. Are those three things different?
Yes, the intermolecular interactions
Which
between the
one's
water
water?
molecules are different in each of those states of matter.
Is steam water?
They're all water, all H2O.
Okay, cool. So all your fields you're talking about, all of them, they're all ether.
Yeah, but they interact with
Yeah,
each
but
other.
that's not how
Yeah, they interact with each other. Does water interact with
the
its
problem
environment differently
is
when it's a solid? Does it interact differently when it's a liquid and when it's a gas?
the problem is, and I've said this before to Witset, is that like you don't need you can throw on top of the normal quantum field theory explanation. You can call the combination of all the fields the ether, but that's not needed to explain experimental results. It's an extra assumption you're adding on to it, and that's fine to do, but it's not scientific to do that, right? That's not what we do
Nature's
in science.
already unified.
We don't
Nature's already
add on
unified. It's you that's
we don't add on unnecessary assumptions that we don't need to explain experimental results. We don't do that.
nature's not premised off of your feelings and beliefs about it and how it works. It works just fine. It's unified.
Yeah,
It's
exactly,
you and your
Daiso.
methodology that's completely illogical and ununified. And that's why you have all these different fields and are going against natural order.
And you just stringing together a bunch of words that you think sound scientific into a sentence, you think that's more
I don't claim
logical,
scientific.
better
I don't even think
representation
you
of
know what
reality?
scientific is.
So you're not making scientific claims now.
I
But
never
Jason,
claimed science.
hold on, Jason. In order to refute Deisler, you can't just say you're just throwing words together that sound scientific. You need to try to figure out
Well,
what
that's
those
what he
words
does.
are, how he's using them,
Well,
and then find out
why I
whether
say
they're
that.
Jace, don't overtalk me, but just to find out whether they are actually relevant and what he is saying is coherent. You can't
Well,
just say
why?
you're just stringing words together.
All
Show
right, you're
him
going
his
on.
fault if that's the correct.
Yes, the reason that I say you're just stringing words together that sound scientific is because I know what those words mean. And when I decipher them, they don't make sense together. They're just him throwing scientific words
Wait a
into a
minute.
sentence.
How do you know what he
Meaning is
means?
supported. Meaning is supported on validity, not belief, Jace. And when I throw the words out there, they're supported on empirical validity, not some irrational quantum field perception of perverting natural order to support yourself. That's all you do. You get in this over convoluted, complicated way to express yourself that no one can validate. We just have to accept it because that's
Validated
what
all
the
the time.
authority is. That's what the authority is at this moment.
Your inability to validate it isn't my problem, dude.
Again, if you can't simplify it enough to explain it to a layman, you probably don't understand it yourself. And
I
if you
think
think
I
you
have.
understand quantum, you probably don't.
Oh, wow. Good classic Richard Feynman quote.
Yeah, buddy.
1960s.
Wake up.
Kosho, do you have a decent understanding of the things I've said to you, Kosho? Or are
Yeah,
you
I mean,
just totally confused and I can't simplify it enough and I'm just terrible at explaining it?
And what you said about charge was almost, other than the stuff about you said about the weak force and all stuff. That's basically what I was going to say. Was it's the mediator? It's a property of matter that is the mediator between it and the electromagnetic field. It's how the electromagnetic field influences and dictates how it's going to behave and interact with other particles with the same property.
Yep.
It could be a positive or negative. And I mean, he said it in a more correct way. That's the only difference.
Thank you.
Right, and when you say everything is the magnetic dielectric that's in the counter space, and the counter space is in between the magnetic and the dielectric, none of that makes any sense, dude. Is it just
There's only two
words strung
dimensions, Jace.
together?
There's only two dimensions. It's that simple. You have dimensional and non-dimensional. It's that simple, Jace.
A dimension is a coordinate. So you're telling me you have a coordinate and a non-coordinate, and that's supposed to mean something about reality?
Well,
Yes.
don't you guys
Yes.
have that in your own worldview, right? You have the three-dimensional, and then you have time, which is not dimensional, right? So even in your own worldview, you just use
That's
different
not
words
true.
to. So what's the dimension of time? Is it X, Y, or Z?
It's the time coordinate. X, Y, and Z are spatial coordinates. T is a temporal coordinate. Together,
Right.
they
So
make up
that's spatial
three.
and counterspatial.
They make up a 3+1 space-time. Okay, if you want to assign the meaning that spatial is the space coordinates and
I'm not
counterspatial is the
assigning
time
that.
coordinate, you
I'm
can
not
do that.
claiming that. I'm just saying you guys have something very similar that doesn't really make any sense, but you guys claim it. But when you hear someone else claim it that's similar, because it's not what Einstein said, it all of a sudden doesn't make
It
sense.
makes perfect sense.
So,
Like,
Dude,
if
we
you-
have
so tell me,
coordinates that have
what is
values. They're not just. We're not just saying space and
What are you
counterspace.
saying? You're
These are
saying values.
specific
You're saying
locations.
that's all you're saying is values in a certain proximity.
Yeah. So
Okay.
on the Earth, I
A
can tell you
value is a
70.
convention, and a
Dude,
proximity is something taking place within a Cartesianal system of
dude, on the Earth, I could tell you
that's
70
not
degrees
defining
north.
anything.
On the Earth, I could tell you 70 degrees north, 80 degrees west at 5 o'clock. Meet me there. Boom.
Yeah.
What
Big
does
deal,
space
dude.
and counter space have to do with
Well,
that?
that's a date. That you're talking about a
Yeah,
date.
it's,
Setting
It's
a
an
date.
event.
specified time. Yeah. If you were taking data from a smartphone, and it was a very simple smartphone, and it just had XYZ data, and it's like a warehouse, XYZ data, and time, you would get a readout of all the data, and it would have the phone's position in all three coordinates, spatial coordinates, and then the temporal coordinate, the time.
Time is just an expression of mass and magnitude, and without it, you have no way of recollecting anything. Okay, that's all time is, dude. It's an expression.
Okay,
And for a colloquial
So
sense, it's a
mass
convention.
is a property. Magnitude is the value of a measurement. So you're telling me that time is the property of the value of measurement? Because that's
Mass.
what I hear when you say things like that.
You can't have mass without magnetism, for one. Okay, and you can't have
Now we're
time
having.
without magnetism. Everything's
Oh.
premised off of that.
Well,
You
I'd
can't
agree
separate
that
it from anything.
I'd agree that you can't have matter without magnetism, but you can have time, obviously.
Time, like I said, time is just the measure of magnitudes and ultimately doesn't exist, only conventionally for beings of mass and magnitude who live in a sea of time. So time is like space. It's the attributional byproduct of magnitude, and its measure is time. And time's comprised of only past and future. And I mean that embarks upon a paradox, but time and analogy just only has meaning upon the hands of the clock. But when you get down to that axle pin at the base of the second, minute, and hour hand, it has no meaning at all, because time, in short, is just the offspring necessitated phenomena of magnetism and its byproduct being mass and magnitude.
Well, again, we're doing that thing, ascribing substantive properties to things that aren't substantive, saying it's got magnitude and it's a scene.
Like the reification of space-time, right? Like
You can't measure time without mass. If you don't have matter and mass, you have no time.
Yeah, like the reification of space-time, right? You're adding concreteness to something that doesn't really exist. It's a concept.
Do they though?
Y'all are just contradicting yourselves.
The
How did I contradict
analogies
myself?
people
When have
make.
I ever said that
I'd like to hear that.
space-time really physically existed? When have I ever said that?
Well, I think you're doing the thing Daiso was doing before, Jeremy, where you're taking where physicists are simplifying complicated things like space-time into saying it's like a fabric or it's a sheet that can bend and warp, and you're trying to
Am I
debunk
the one that
that.
came up with the space-time continuum? Am
And
I the one that
Why did you
came
say my
up with the
name?
space-time
you're
continuum?
trying
Did
to
Why did you
I?
say
debunk.
my
Go
name,
ahead,
Jason?
Jeremy.
I'm just wondering why you said my name.
Because you were doing this before with the virtual particle. You're taking the simplified version that's given out to the public, and you're trying to debunk that, and that's fine. Scientists do that all the
I
time.
asked you a question.
But you can't
Okay, I asked
then
the question.
say, yeah, well, I wasn't done with what I was saying before
All I did
three
was ask a
people jumped
question.
in. And I'm going
All
to
I
get
did
to
was
your
ask a question.
question,
I wasn't
Jeremy.
trying.
I wasn't
Right.
done with
That's
what I
why I
was
backed out, because it's
saying
not even worth
before.
engaging with you. You never let anyone get a word in.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you.
Good. I wasn't doing anything. I asked one simple question, and then I backed off because there was a lot of people trying to fucking get in, and it's just not worth it. So go ahead.
Yeah, it was a combination of you and primarily Dice, but you did jump in there with the whole virtual particle thing. Now Hank or Larry, whatever his name is doing the same thing with space
My
time.
name is
It's
Larry.
fine to debunk these concepts of how physicists simplify things for the general public. It's fine to do that. Scientists do it all the time. But to then say you've debunked the actual scientific concept or principle is where you're falling short. Because you have to actually
Properties
dig
of
into the
space, Jason.
literature. You have to actually dig into the literature and how physicists talk amongst themselves to
What are the
debunk the
properties?
actual things.
Yeah, that's fine. You want to sit here and act as if we're just not as understood as you are and as astute as you. So go ahead and define the properties of space, please. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just outlining what we're doing.
Okay, that's fine. So go ahead and give me the properties of space so we can concede here.
The properties of space? What do you mean? It's a
You want to
coordinate
invoke
system.
physical attributes to space. So give me the physical properties that make
Yeah,
up
in
space. I
general
want the
relativity.
principles.
General relativity, it's just a coordinate.
Oh, okay. So it's just a convention. It's not necessarily an actual thing.
No, it's a
Right. Why do
coordinate
why do
system.
the colleges show trampolines and putting bowling balls on trampolines and say that that's analogous, right? Because the trampoline is actually made out of physical fabric, right? And
Because
you're
they're
saying
trying
that
to
no,
help
it's just
students.
coordinates.
They're trying
How
to
are you
help
going to help them
students.
by showing them a tether ball when there's no freaking
It's
tether?
just an illustration trying to convey the idea. It
It's a
doesn't
false
Yeah,
mean
they're
Yeah,
anything.
and then you want to
You're
say,
trying to
and you want to say it's
brainwash and trick
physical.
students.
no,
You
they're
want to claim it's
trying to
physical,
give
but you can never
students.
validate it.
They're trying to give students a somewhat intuitive understanding, and they don't just leave it at, okay, this is what it is. They go into far more detail in their
Okay, give
lectures
me the
about
detail.
what it really is.
Yes,
And
give it
as
to
I
us. Go
said
ahead.
before, general relativity and Einstein's formulation is a field of coordinates.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Mic drop moment.
Drop
Can't you
it.
use tensors and
Yeah,
matrices to describe
Wow.
them?
It's a convention. Wow.
Just
Nothing
like math.
physical to be had, guys. It's just a convention.
Math is a convention too, isn't it?
So when does it turn into a fabric?
It doesn't.
Only in your
As I
imagination.
said before.
When does it turn into the fourth dimension?
Well,
You gotta add a little
if you
salt and
think that it's
pepper.
actually a fabric, that's your problem.
They're
Yeah, when
calling
does it
it a
turn into
fabric
the
of
fourth
space-time,
dimension?
and they're showing children
Skylane?
actual fabric. Come on, bro.
Does
They have a
And that's been
space-time
We're not the
bend?
explained.
ones calling it a fabric.
Does
That's
space-time
you
bend?
guys.
Jeremy.
Does space-time bend?
Doesn't it distort?
Does it
Yeah,
bend? Does it
I
bend?
think your convention is very distorted. I agree.
Does space-time
Come on,
bend?
let Jeremy have the floor. Does space-time bend?
Yes, the coordinate system.
So nothing in reality is bending. It's just your coordinate system
Yeah,
math.
it's the
Nothing.
paths.
Nothing's actually bending in reality.
It's the geodesics that other objects would take around those objects. The curvature in the coordinate system. Those are bent paths.
So what he's
So
telling you is simplex?
That's why I can't. That's why. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Well, that was
No, it's
Dinosaur.
space. Go ahead. Sorry, Jeremy. My bad, dude.
Nah, go ahead. You guys are doing great.
Don't lie to them.
Does space-time bend?
I mean, y'all are
Did
throwing out a
I
bunch
not
of
just
questions,
answer
which
this question?
yeah, I mean, y'all throw out a bunch of questions, which demonstrates to me a lack of understanding, and then you laugh at the answer, which means you didn't get it, and you think you got a position here.
Okay, so let me ask you, Left Lane. So does the warping and bending of space-time cause what we consider gravitational effects?
Sure.
So if I talk about this bending and warping of space-time, it exists in reality, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you're describing something that has physical attributes like
Nope.
bending and warping.
No,
So,
it ain't like something I can give you a cup of or anything like that.
oh, okay. So we're not referring to reality. It's just a concept.
Well, I mean, y'all just try to drag it out into a plane of absurdity, which we can't even talk about. I don't understand why y'all do that.
You're the one talking about concepts and ideas
We're
being
looking at it
physical
through
in
a
reality,
logical
and then
lens.
we're asking, hey, how do I verify this physicality of these concepts? And I'm the one being absurd, Left Lane.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you.
Okay, so hold on, excuse me just a second. I'd like to talk to Left Lane. He doesn't talk very much, right? So, Left Lane, when you go to the graveyard at midnight, are you worried about a ghost like punching you in the face?
Here we go.
What the hell kind of question is that, man? Why do you think that was
Well, I
important?
mean, if you're worried about non-physical things affecting physical things, I would say that you have psychosis, right? Because a spirit, if they exist, can only do one thing, which is think, right? They don't have a hand to hit you with, right? You guys are claiming that there's this space-time that exists in the vacuum of space where it's a near perfect vacuum and excarding the helium and hydrogen, whatever dark matter might be out there, right? You're saying that this exists out there in reality, right? But it's not physical, right? So we're not talking about physics anymore. We're now talking about, what is it? Metaphysics.
It's funny.
commentary.
It's funny because he's confusing physical with material. And before, they were telling me that we should consider that non-material things affect material things. But now he's saying you have a psychosis if you think that.
When did I say
so
that?
the contradiction,
When did
it
I say
wasn't you,
non-physical things?
it was another guy was telling me that before about the rice experiment. But now you're saying that he
Are
should
you
think that
saying
he
that
had
your
psychosis.
thoughts, excuse me, are you saying that your thoughts that come off the brainwave patterns are not measurable? Are you saying that's not physical?
No, he was saying these non-physical things or these non-material things can affect how rice grows. But now you're telling him that he should think he has psychosis because he thinks,
You're just
which
not
is quite funny.
understanding.
Well, if you
That's
can
all. You're just not
actually
understanding.
change the way the rice decays, then that's a physical thing, right? You're talking about the concepts of space and time being fused as some sort of four-dimensional continuum, and then you reify that as if it's reality, and then we're asking, hey, like, that doesn't make any sense. It's an idea. Like, can you bend and warp my concept of freedom? Go
There's
ahead.
zero logic. There's
Try.
zero logic behind the 4D
I don't think
pseudo
that's what's
fucking.
going on. What's actually said, massive objects with energy will change the coordinate system in such a way that other objects traveling by that original object will take a curved path around it. That's really what general relativity is all about, what it's describing. All these things about space-time bending and fabrics bending and all that are just ways to simplify those other explanations, the deeper explanations.
All right, it was basically what I was just going to say. Yeah, what's being talked about, these properties, is what are the properties? Well, the thing that's warping and bending, as you say, is just the positions, the positions that the paths will come across, and the time that it takes to do it. These are the coordinates in that, or the dimensions in that coordinate system, and it's that's supposedly warping or bending, and it's evident that the actuality of that is, the things moving through that space and time actually have a different path because of that.
Right, but when you actually try to measure this Lorentz contraction, all of a sudden you got a rubber ruler and it's bending too, so we can't measure it, right?
He's been listening to Witsit. No, you don't measure contraction in your own reference frame. That's a fundamentally
So your
incorrect
ruler's made
understanding.
of rubber. but trust me, it's still there. You just can't measure it.
No, sorry,
But you
man.
gotta have faith. Faith.
Keep listening to Witsit, though.
Larry, if I am in the reference frame that is contracting, I don't measure the contraction.
Right, and also if the reference frame doesn't exist, you don't measure the contraction, right?
Yeah, that would be true
But
too.
say
Thank you for
I'm
your honesty.
outside. Say I'm outside extremis's frame. I'm in my own reference frame. Say I'm in an inertial reference
Do you
frame.
think
You can
Witsit
even
came
say
up with that? Sorry, you say that
then
I've been listening to
I
Witsit.
can measure extremis's contraction. Oh no!
Do you think that Witsit came up with this? Is this Witsit's idea? Because I just talked about Lorentz, right, and his
Yeah, it's like
contraction,
a
and then you referred to
neo-Lorentzian.
witness. You referred to Witsit. Did he come up with that, or is it
Oh
Lorentz that
no,
I'm
he
talking about?
jacked it. It's a slight misunderstanding of a neo-Lorentzian
Oh, he doesn't
kind
understand
of
his words. Is your name Inigo
where
Montoya? Did somebody kill your father?
you know, you can measure contraction relative to the ether. It's what Lorentz was referring to.
Ballers are like Inigo Montoya. I don't think that word means what you think it means.
How'd we get onto
When it
this,
says you
dude?
gotta have
So
faith, I don't understand. We don't have faith.
Yo, this
Tocho says
Faith
he's got
doesn't mean what
physical
you think it
properties of
means.
space.
All of this is just projection.
I'm not the one who said that it requires faith. It was a doctor, somebody who has a degree in science or whatever, philosophy.
Back to the subject. Isn't it true, Jace? I could be wrong, but wasn't length contraction measured before time dilation was even thought up? Like the contraction in the electric field and all that?
Yeah, the whole issue with electromagnetism was known before. And part of the reason Einstein proposed special relativity, what the paper originally was called, was on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. It wasn't called the theory of special relativity. And it was to fix those contraction problems with Maxwell's electromagnetism.
So that was observed, and it still can be, and it is, just with a different.
Oh, so we're back to reifying it. Now it's real again. Now there is a fabric.
No, you guys were the ones claiming things are being reified. No one's saying that they are.
Yeah, you said space-time's physical, so we want to see the properties of space.
Who said space? You're conflating physical with material. Because space-time is absolutely physical, but it's not a material.
It's not the fourth dimension?
I don't know, man. Sure, it can be. If that's what you want it to
Not
be.
The fourth dimension? Is that what you're saying?
Space-time is a 3+1 coordinate system.
It's not
sometimes
the fourth dimension
referred to as a manifold, which is a geometric object.
So you just got new fucking ways of perceiving things that no one else does. Got
So you're telling me there's the 3 dimensions of space, and then there's a 4th dimension that contains the 3 dimensions of space plus time, the space-time, and that's the 4th dimension?
Now you guys claim there's time and then there's space, and then when you merge time-space together, you get the 4th dimensional continuum that you guys claim.
You got it.
So that's why I'm trying to ask you, like.
But it's not. Space-time is not the 4th dimension. It's the 4-dimensional system manifold.
It's the what? Sorry, you broke up a little bit.
The 4-dimensional coordinate system or manifold. It's not the 4th dimension itself.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's a convention.
Are you sure you know your model well, Chase?
Quite well.
Yeah, he
Not
thinks
to the level.
the Lorentz contraction.
Not to the level of a lot of physicists, but for a chemist, I would say I know it quite well.
Let me go
correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jace. But doesn't your paradigm say that space-time forms to make a fabric, and that is what causes things that travel in a straight line, but they actually are traveling a curved path? Isn't that what your paradigm said?
We did. It's funny how all you guys have the same understanding. We've already gone over You probably just weren't here for it. But right,
No, I've been
that's
listening the
correct.
whole time, biting my
That's
tongue.
correct in a simplistic sense. But as I explained before, it's really just mass and energy changing the coordinate system around the object that has the mass and energy, so that other objects that travel close by the original object will travel in curved paths around the
So what
object.
I'm hearing,
That's exactly what I just said, right?
anytime SE points
No,
out
there
the
was
illogical
no
mess of what you're
alludence to
saying,
any
Hold
kind
on,
all of
of
a sudden
Daslow.
it's too
fabric.
complicated.
Hold on, Daslow.
There
He's
was
been waiting
no
patiently.
there
Let's
was
let
no
Montreal take it.
there was no alludence to any kind of fabric or any kind of substance, nothing of that sort.
Yeah, but you said that something caused something going in a straight line to be curving. You just said it yourself in various different forms.
Yeah, the
So are you
coordinates,
saying,
just the values of the tensors around that object.
right, call it whatever you want, tensors, values. This thing that you combine, time and space, right, causes something traveling in a straight line to actually be curving. Now, either way you want to slice it, bro, that's just nonsense.
Sorry, man. Reality doesn't agree.
It's
What
not
you're
reality,
saying,
bro.
what he's saying in a simplified way is that non-material things, conventions, can affect material reality. That's what
Yeah,
he's telling
group
you.
together. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
I mean, the force would have to be strong with you in order for you to do.
Well, if it's not correct, then you guys have like over a century worth of experiments that needs explaining, and I would start with why the equations of general relativity predict these paths exactly, just using the variables in those equations. If it's a coincidence, that needs lots of explaining.
Except for when it comes to the galaxy, then it fails, and 95% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy.
Explain the
There's
precession
no
of the
amount
Milky
of
Way.
equations that can say something traveling in a straight line is actually curving. That's a mental disability, a mental dysfunction.
It sounds
In
like the
order for
more you
you,
believe in it, the more it
yeah,
bends.
I would say
Yeah.
the denial of experimental results is
what experiment
condition.
shows something traveling in a straight line curving? What experiment shows that? Tell me.
I think Kosho's brought up a number of experiments in general relativity, like the clock experiment.
The
If there
clock
was one
experiment?
with a photon and time dilation, those kinds.
And in
There's
what
also
way
the
does that?
precession of Mercury that's explained by general relativity.
In
I mean,
what
the
way
list
does
goes
that
on and
show?
on.
In what way does that show something traveling in a straight path curving?
You talking about an orbital path? Is he? I would say that that like the ISS is going in a straight path, but it's it's circling the Earth
While falling at the same time. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is.
There's
Psychosis.
also the
It's not psychosis.
the what's it called? The
It's going in a
eclipse
straight path
experiment.
and it's in a circle path at the same time.
The eclipse experiment, where the position of the stars background to the sun changed their relative position during eclipses. I mean, the list is it's quite staggering, the amount of experiments you guys have
I mean,
to
it seems like
explain.
everything you've laid out is things that can't be falsified or validated. You're invoking photons, you're invoking celestial objects, you're
You
invoking
can't take
everything but what
measurements.
you can actually manipulate and test them.
Is it hard for you to take measurements, Dice? You can
I don't
during
assert
an
myself upon
eclipse.
mathematical measurement.
Wow. That's your
Again,
problem
all
right
things that you
there.
can't validate, all
Yeah,
things you can't manipulate.
There was a prediction made because they saw this lensing effect. Of course, gravitational lensing is an effect predicted by Einstein's general relativity, but there's a lensing effect of a supernova being lensed around some massive object, and a prediction was made that specifically using the both equations from general and special relativity, that same supernova is going to be lensed again on a particular side of that object at a particular time, that time based on time dilation, and the position based on general relativity. And they rented the telescope. I think it was the Hubble. I don't know what telescope it was, but they rented the time of the telescope for this observation, and it turns out that they were correct. And predicting a supernova is not a thing that's done.
So we're talking about refraction, gravity,
No,
bending light.
no. I said predicting a supernova is what we're talking about. Something that can't be done under normal circumstances. Though this one was done because it was being lensed. So this is not explained by refraction. This is
refraction.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Coach. Sorry.
Yeah.
Refraction is wavelength dependent. So if this object's giving off different wavelengths of light, they will be refracted at different angles, which is why you can use a prism to break up the sun's light into the rainbow spectrum. However, gravitational lensing is not wavelength dependent. It doesn't matter. It can have hundreds of thousands of wavelengths contained in the light. It'll all be lensed gravitationally, same exact way.
And you prove this how? And you know this because an
Well,
observation.
Kosho
A prediction and an observation. No, I'll tell you. A prediction and an observation. That's all you have.
Go ahead, Kosho.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what we have is a prediction and then the observation of the prediction. That's right.
Exactly.
The prediction was based on the model.
So you don't know the cause.
No, the
You
cause.
just predicted this.
They just admitted it.
Listen, so either that they're psychics, right? Or they randomly came up with the right answer, or they rented the space and the right time because the predictions they made using the model of general special relativity was correct.
Or
cause that's given by the model of
uniformity of
general
nature
relativity
and its cyclical
led to
patterns.
a prediction
Hold on, bro.
that
Can
was
you not hear me?
verified by
Can you not hear me?
experiment. Well, I was
Sorry,
already
I thought I was
speaking,
talking.
dude.
Thought I was talking first. Maybe I was lagging. Go ahead.
All I said was the cause, which is given by the model of general relativity, leads to the prediction that was then verified by the experiment. Go ahead.
What experiment did you do to verify the Einstein cross? That it was only due to what you're saying and not anything else, not refraction or whatever. Go. How did you verify it?
Didn't Jace already say something about that? About the monochromatic nature of these events and I think that's the right word, monochromatic, and how refraction is wavelength based.
So color. This is your answer.
Yeah, your opposing model, which would be refraction in this case, would give you a prediction that you check against the experiment, and obviously you don't see what the refraction prediction would give you, where you have a splitting of the wavelengths into the resultant spectrum. What you see is that it's not split, it's not wavelength dependent, it's the gravitational lensing dependent.
You talking about chromatic aberration? We don't see that in space?
That's not what he said.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, you're talking about the wavelengths breaking down, because wavelengths travel at different frequencies. So, is there chromatic aberration in space?
Okay, you obviously were listening to a different conversation. Because what he said was, we do not see the wavelength split into different, separate, like a rainbow. We don't see that happen in space. Therefore, we can discount refraction.
Okay, can you define chromatic aberration?
Yeah.
Can you define chromatic aberration?
In these gravitational lensing experiments,
Sorry, hold on. Right,
about
sorry,
that.
I'm trying to get us to come together on terms, right? Can somebody define chromatic aberration for me? I would love to do it myself, but I'm busy.
Term you used?
You say monochromatic? Just means very pure in frequency.
No,
I don't
chromatic aberration.
But I don't think anyone is saying that you
All
can't
that is
observe.
illumination.
You can't
Chromatic,
observe.
Greek word for color. Chromatic is the Greek word for color. Aberration is a word for ghost, maybe. So
the
ghost
problem.
color.
The problem here is that I don't think Kosho, myself, Extremistus, or anyone else was saying that you can't observe chromatic aberration in space. What's more being alluded to that in the experiment Kosho described is that the mass is what this gravitational lensing effect is dependent upon. And it gives a very specific value for the mass that the object has for how it will be lensed. And when you do the experiment, when you observe the light, you see that it's not broken into a spectrum like refraction or some other kind of optic effect would be giving you. You see that it's lensed exactly how it should be if the object doing the lensing has the mass that you predicted it has.
Okay, so this is
Just a bunch of
Wikipedia.
words, bro. Just a bunch of words.
This
Meaningless.
is Wikipedia, so grain of salt. In optics, chromatic aberration is also called chromatic distortion. It is a failure of a lens to focus all colors at the same point, right? It's caused by a difference of refractive index and the lens elements vary the wavelength of light. So when I was talking about, you guys are talking about, the rainbow colors, that's directly out of Jason's mouth. And I said chromatic aberration. And you're like, I don't know. You think, what you talking about? You don't understand your words. Chromatic aberration is when it separates the wavelengths and you can see the different colors of the rainbow when an object is at a distance.
But that's
So
the problem.
I don't
with
really
what
understand that statement. You guys saying I don't know what I'm talking
So
about.
we're saying is not
because
happening.
that's the problem, Larry. That's what isn't happening in the experiment, the observation Kosho alluded to. The light is not being split into a rainbow. It's being lensed as just the white light that it is. It's not breaking the wavelengths into the color spectrum.
So why were you talking about breaking down in the colors of the rainbow? Why were you talking about that?
Because somebody said that gravitational lensing can just be refraction. And I said, no, it cannot, because refraction is wavelength dependent, which is why you can see the colors of the rainbow when you use a prism to break up the sun's light.
So
because
do we
as the
see?
light has different wavelengths, and those wavelengths dictate the angle that the light bends at. So each wavelength bends at a different angle. Thus, you can see the colors of the spectrum because they're coming through the prism at different angles. In gravitational lensing, that doesn't happen. The wavelength doesn't get split into its corresponding spectrum with the light bending at different angles. It's all bent at the same angle.
Okay, let's say I agree to that, right? Let's just move past it. So you guys are making a claim that this thing that's happening, you call gravitational lensing, is happening because of gravity. Well, see, there's this thing called the law of cause and effect, right? So in order for us to know the cause, we have to use, some sort of deduction, right? I'm sorry, Left Lane, do you not agree that the law of cause and effect exists? This is something I just made up.
How are you going to apply cause and effect to an observation in outer space?
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, observational science is a thing.
There is an application of cause and effect. That's how these things were first derived. The cause is the mass of the object, gives a very specific value for how the light will be, the angle that the light will be lensed at. And when you observe the light, you see that the mass is causing the lensing at that specific angle, the effect you're witnessing.
I think what Larry's getting at, because you can't go out there and move things around, it means it's not valid.
Yeah, well, almost no
It just
part
means
of
it's not
science.
knowledge. It's not knowledge, right? You have to use deductive reasoning and things have to be falsifiable, right? So if I claim that the reason that looks like that is because of gravity, just trust me. And someone comes along and says, well, I don't actually trust you. How do you know that? And I say, well, I don't know it. I'm just describing what I think is going on. That's what you call observational science, right?
First of all, you wouldn't, if someone was like, oh, I don't believe, you wouldn't just give them an experiment vacuum. Allude to many experiments. Gravity is the sole proposed cause that gives a very specific effect that's measured almost exactly within error margins in the experiment. But nonetheless, science isn't even just about that. Even chemistry. When I'm doing chemistry,
so what are you talking about?
I'm not physically grabbing the atoms with my hands and moving them around. So That's not, science is not just physically manipulating things. That's more engineering.
What did you say about
stuff.
vacuums? I didn't catch that
I didn't
part.
say anything about vacuum.
You didn't say vacuums in that paragraph you
No.
just spoke.
No.
Okay.
Oh, I
he
didn't
actually
mean
did.
it as a vacuum, like a a physical vacuum. I meant you don't take the experiment, like if you're trying to make an argument for something, you don't take just one experiment by itself. You give the collection of experiments that provide evidence for the idea. That's what I meant by in a vacuum. We're not doing
Okay,
science in a
okay.
vacuum
It
like
meant
that.
metaphorically. I get it. That's why I
Yeah.
didn't understand it, because I pictured a evacuated space in my head when you said it. That's why it makes sense.
Yeah, sorry.
So you're saying there's no refraction happening in space?
No, man. I specifically said that there can be these effects in space, but when you witness that the characteristic observations you would make when those effects are happening that aren't happening in the observation you're making, you can then know that that's not what's going on. When refraction is wavelength dependent and you don't see the wavelength dependency in the observation you're making, you know it's not refraction that's happening.
So therefore, it must be time dilation, the Einstein cross.
No, I
It
think
has to be.
Kosho was talking about gravitational lens.
Yeah. Well, actually, this prediction was utilizing both ideas because, yeah, it was being gravitationally lensed, which they used exactly what he was just saying to make that prediction. But they also, there was a gap in between the first ones that were observed and the one they were predicting. And it was that there was time dilation that was used to predict when that was going to be observed.
You see? I told you.
Well, no, but
It's
it was saying
fantasy.
what? Prophecy?
It's fantasy.
No, there's not a
Your
fantasy.
model is based on fantasy, bro.
No, they made a prediction and they observed it. Exactly
Yeah.
what they predicted.
That's not a fantasy. That's literally.
So did the electric universe when the new what was it? One of the planets came around in its orbit. The southern celestial pole was facing the Earth, and they predicted it would be hot, even though it's faced away from the sun for so long because the orbits were so long, like decades, right? But you guys say that that whole theory of the electric universe is a bunch of cockamamie bullshit, even though they completely explained why we see the aurora borealis, and the people at the time who were his colleagues, right? They were like, "You're a crazy conspiracy theorist," right? We made all these predictions of electric universe theory, but when it doesn't fit your bullshit, those predictions don't count for some reason. Isn't that like a little weird?
Well,
That'd be weird.
again, that's why I was alluding to, we shouldn't, when we're trying to conclusions topic, we shouldn't take experiments in vacuum. So anyone can have a cockamamie idea that could potentially be correct about one aspect. Sometime they could just get lucky. It's the overall correctness explaining multiple phenomena is what you should base your view of the idea on. So the fact that electric universe got one thing right just by happenstance.
No, it wasn't one thing. It wasn't. Okay, so it's happenstance when they do it. They get one thing right, even though several predictions that they've made have come true. But that doesn't count because the totality.
Well, you're free to fill in on predictions.
Yeah, they've made several predictions about Birkeland currents and all sorts of things, and how how they describe the universe or whatever, the cosmos, is different than what I believe. But I believe they're partially correct in a lot of it because the electromagnetic force, even in your own paradigm, is tens of thousands, orders of magnitude larger than the force of gravity, if you could even call it a force.
Well, right, that's the big problem there, because if it's, first of all, Birkeland currents were known about long before electric universe was a thing. But with what you just said, if that's true, the electromagnetic effects are so much larger than gravitational effects, then the things we witness in
You ever been
space,
to a junkyard?
then the things we witness in space should be on the order of these electromagnetic effects. They shouldn't be giving us observational values of what gravitational effects would propose. They should be giving us the values that electromagnetic effects, and those are much larger, as you to. That's what we should see if that was correct.
Well, I think we do see that. I mean, I can show you magnets and all sorts of other ways to defy so-called gravity. And even though the gravity is pulling down, the magnetism is way stronger with just, you know, what, a 9-volt battery and some
Well, no,
wire.
you're
And
changing the whole thing. You were originally talking about effects out in the universe in the solar system. Now you're talking the competing effects here on Earth between gravity and electromagnetism, which is a different thing. Of course, on the Earth scale, electromagnetism is always going to overpower gravity in that sense. But on
not
the
at the galactic
universal
scale?
scale, that's not what we see. We see that the gravitational predictions are what's observed for the most part.
So don't they both operate off of the inverse square law, and the math looks very similar?
Yeah, if you're talking about Newton versus Coulomb's law, they have a very similar composition, and it was Newton's law. It was 100 or more years earlier was Newton's law before Coulomb's electrostatic.
Yeah, but Newton didn't know anything about electromagnetism. Got to keep up with the modern science, right?
Well, I don't think they were just entirely clueless of electromagnetism. Just they didn't have the understanding that we have, because there was a pathway to get to that. But they weren't just like, oh, this other thing totally doesn't exist. We totally don't know anything about it. I'm sure they observant of these effects. They just couldn't come up with accurate ways to describe them like we have today.
How about if they hide one of the effects of part of the electromagnetic spectrum? How about if you can split it and they know about it and they've been hiding it for 130 years? What would you say to that?
Well, like, who's hiding?
The powers that be, the powers that control electricity, J.P. Morgan, for one. Westinghouse,
Yeah, but
for
like
another.
all of chemistry is based on electromagnetic effects. So like the people in my field have to be hiding these electromagnetic effects.
Have you heard of ether flow energy? Static.
Well, you sent me that video that I'll watch, and it's quite, but right?
Yeah, but what if there's such a thing? And what if we haven't heard about it? And what if it's been suppressed for 130 years? How would you feel about your paradigm, what you're explaining now, the things you know about electromagnetism in your field? What would you think? What would you say?
Well, I don't disagree that industries like oil industry and electricity industry, even the pharmaceutical industry that I definitely tries to hide certain things at times. But to the scale that you're proposing, I don't think is anywhere close to that, because there's other scientists and other engineers who also use parts of those fields, if not in those fields themselves, that don't have any initiative to hide anything. They're not going to make any profit. They don't have any reason to hide things. So there may be some little things that kind of like to be kept hush hush, but it's nowhere near the scale that you're proposing.
They couldn't hide something big like the cure for cancer, right? And the Texas Board of Health waged war on Dr. Brzezinski for like decades, trying to get him indicted over and over again, even though he didn't break any law, right? But he found the cure for cancer, and there's no money in that, right? And even though he had a really good track record, hold on, curing cancer?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Okay, how would you make money in the industry by actually causing the problem that was causing the sickness to go away? How are you going to get a repeat customer with that?
By treating the people with cancer, you would charge them money and make a profit off of it. Basic economics.
You can't make money off
What
of
if the
people, bro.
treatment? What if the treatment right now costed, I don't know, $100,000, let's say, and then, but what if you found something that could cure it for like, I don't know, $50? You think they would still? You think there's still money in it?
Hey, Larry, do you think they can cure aging?
Or just breeze right over my shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, why are you talking over Jeremy for, man?
Because I didn't care. Larry, do you think they can cure aging?
Is he serious, bro? Mute his ass.
I do have to
What
take
happened?
off, but I'll end it on the note, Jeremy. I don't think the discrepancy is that large. Like you're gonna find the treatments for cancer aren't nearly that expensive, and the cure wouldn't be nearly that cheap. I
You
just
think
don't
getting
think that the
radiated
real.
to where your hair doesn't grow back isn't expensive? That's a hell of a price to pay.
I'll ask the question.
It's chemistry. It's not super expensive. They're
I'll
just
ask,
Radiation
using
is chemistry now.
chemicals. They're using chemicals to
Radiation
cause the
is
radiation,
chemistry.
dude.
I'll ask it again. Do you think they can
Why? Why?
cure
We don't care. I don't care
aging?
about what you want to ask. I don't care.
Do you
But
think
like
they
I
can?
said, I gotta take off, so extremists can take it.
Thanks, Jason.
Do you think they can cure aging? Do you think that's possible to stop aging?
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
the
That's
average
asking
treatment,
Larry.
if you don't have insurance, is anywhere from 10 G's to 200 G's. So if you had something like weed or some pill that you couldn't, some chemical that you couldn't patent or something like that, where it was like obviously like 50 or maybe $100 or a couple $100, obviously there's now no money in it. There's no incentive to do that.
Yeah, I
You
mean
would,
the price.
in fact, go ahead.
The price of the treatment definitely plays a part, but it's the fact that you're creating a perpetual door. When you find a solution to an issue, and it's no longer an issue in a matter of years, 5 years, 10 years, however many years, then you've literally shut down a money generating system that people have built their lives upon. Think about how many doctors have dived into that field of cancer treatment. You want to take that from them in a matter of 5 years. Think about what that's going to do to all those people.
Yeah, exactly. Think about the guy who said, "Wash your hands." So the guy who
Yeah,
said, "Wash your hands," he saw a doctor. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, go ahead. Tell us about the wash your hands guy.
Yeah, so the guy who said that you should wash your hands after you touch a dead body, he noticed that a doctor had cut his hand during an autopsy, and he died of the very same thing that were killing the women. So the women that were giving birth, they would get the sickness because the doctor weren't washing their hands after digging in a dead body. And when the doctor would deliver the baby, the woman would die. She would go to the basement. They would touch her body and then deliver the next kid. He said, "Hey, maybe we should wash our hands." And he died in an insane asylum with an infection that he could have cured with brandy. We're talking about distilled wine, right?
They actually figured that out because there was a hospital. And on one side, they had doctors giving birth. The other side, they had midwives giving birth. And they noticed that the mortality rate was way lower on the midwife side. So they're like, yo, what the fuck's going on here? That the doctor should have had a less of a mortality rate, you would think, right?
There was no money in telling people to wash their hands, right? They didn't make any money. You know how much money the cancer industry brings in?
So I'm going to say this, and I posted a little link there, quick thing. But cancer is actually related to aging. And if you cure aging, if you cure cancer, you've essentially cured aging and stopped people from aging. Because if you live long enough,
that's not true.
Hold on.
How are you equating?
Let me finish what I'm going to say before you say I'm wrong. Okay. If you live long enough and nothing else kills you, heart attack, whatever, you will eventually die from some sort of cancer because it's related to aging.
How is a tumor related to aging?
Because it has to do with the way that the cells split, and it changes as you get older. And the older you get, the way that it splits and ages. Anyway, again, there's a lot of technical stuff. I don't want to. The overarching thing is it's related to aging, and if you cure cancer, you have cured aging.
No.
Yes.
So you're equivocating cancer and aging. So when a
They
2-year-old
are
dies of cancer, you're saying they're dying of old age, right?
I'm saying cancer is something that you will get in your old age. If you don't die of anything else, as you age, you will eventually die of cancer. If nothing else
That's ridiculous.
kills you.
Congestion is what kills people.
I'm just telling you that's what the science is. If you don't believe me,
Okay, well, cite your source.
look into it. That's all I'm telling you. You
Cite your
obviously don't believe me.
Okay, while
I'm
we're
just
waiting on your
suggesting that you
source.
look into it because that is actually true.
All right. Well, while Larry wants you to cite a source. While we're waiting on that, that's not necessarily.
I actually did cite a source.
There we go. It's in the live stream
Right there in the
text, right?
article. Right there in
All
the
right, thank
chat.
you.
Cancer is primarily a disease of aging. Put that right there for him.
Well,
So
whatever you
2-year-olds
said
are
before
dying
that.
of old age. I mean, cancer. Oh, it's the same thing. Never mind. I don't have to correct it. 2-year-olds are dying of old age.
I'm just saying that it has to do with aging. Now, some people age faster. You've heard of that. There's one disease where you look like you're 60, but you're actually 15. It has to do with the way the cells split and reproduce and you know, all that stuff.
Okay.
It is a more of an issue of aging than an actual quote disease. So if you've cured cancer, you've cured aging, and
No, absolutely not. Can I respond to that, please?
Absolutely
Please.
true. And if like I said, if you don't believe me, look into it. That's all I'm suggesting.
Okay, you get cancer. Your body gets cancer. Let's say you're 20 years old. You get cancer. I cure you. You no longer have cancer. Now you're 40. You get some other type of cancer. I cure you. Now you're 80. You get some other type of cancer. We cure that. You're still aging.
Again, it has to do with the way that the cells reproduce. You're always aging, so it's always going to come back at some point. It has to do with the way that the
comes back. We cure it. It comes back. We cure it. Did you see the progression of events? So the guy is still getting older.
I'm just telling you, Jeremy, this is what it is. Again, you don't believe me, obviously. Look at it, research it for yourself. Don't ask me. Look into it. That's all I'm telling you. But that's
it's not a belief thing. It's not a belief thing. It's just the guy gets cancer at 20, we cure it. Now he's 30, gets another cancer, we cure it. He's still aging in between there, right?
Again, you obviously don't believe what I'm telling you. So I'm just telling you, look into it because it actually is a disease. I mean, I literally posted the article there that said that. It is primarily a disease of aging. I mean, if you look at it and look further into it, it will tell you how the cells, it has to do with the cells that are kind of reproducing out of control. That's what cancer is. Basically, the cells reproduce out of control. Something turns on within the cells. You know, they normally have we should reproduce every so often. All of a sudden, they go a little haywire. That has to do with aging.
That's in the suppressor genes.
Yeah. But if you cure, if you get lung cancer,
go ahead.
I don't know. You want to tell us about the genes or?
Yeah, it's just has to do with suppressor genes that regulate cell growth, and they've got inputs that tell them, okay, we're full grown now, let's stop growing, and something goes haywire with that suppressor gene, and the cell starts growing again, unregulated, and it turns into a tumor, and that's basically what cancer is.
Awesome. And then we cure that. We cure that whole problem. Those genes aren't replicating out of control anymore because we cured it. Now, in the meantime, you were 20 when that happened. Now it's 20 years later. Now you're 40. Now some other cells go haywire. Then we cure that. You're still aging. It's not like we've gotten rid of aging because we cure cancer. That's not even coherent on its face.
But see, I think that some of these genes are also responsible for what we call aging or cell death. So that might be where the relationship is.
Well, if cancer is what he says it is, and it's actually aging, then that would be a good reason why they would wage relentless war against Dr. Brzezinski, right? Because if he cured death, that would be a huge thing, right? I'm not saying that I believe that. I'm just trying to entertain it because I haven't read the article yet. But it's really interesting that people would say that, right? A 2-year-old could die of old age.
There's something else with aging. It's called teals, or I forgot the exact word.
There's telomeres.
telomeres. There we go. That's the thing. If you can fix that, then you'll cure the aging
Yes,
process.
yes,
But not with cancer.
That is the simple thing. But the problem is cancer affects the way the telomere. It's like they sort of have a built-in time. You know, they last so long, and when they get near the end of that time period, then they start going haywire, and that's what tells the cells to reproduce, and that's what leads to cancer because of that haywire in the telomeres, and that's what cancer is when you boil it down. Now, again, it's a lot more. I mean, I've greatly simplified it. Okay, I mean, it's a lot more complicated, but in the end, you boil it down to brass tacks. Curing cancer essentially involves curing aging.
Okay. Do all the cells go crazy at once, or is it just a few of them that go crazy?
Again, I'm not an oncologist, Jeremy. I'm just saying that if you
Well,
look into it and simplify it in 3 sentences or less, curing cancer is curing aging. That's 1 sentence, I guess. But whatever. That's
left lane. Do all the cells go crazy at once, or is it just some of the cells, or what's up?
No, it just usually would start out at a point, and then it would develop into a metastatic situation where it does get into the bloodstream and infect other regions of the body.
So at first, it's just some of the cells go crazy.
Yeah, it'll probably start out as one spot. One cell loses its mind.
So if you stop that cell, okay, so if we can cure cancer and we stop that cell and those cells, and then you age in between, you're still aging. It's the telomeres or whatever the fuck. That's the thing you need to fix, not this cancer thing.
Yeah, degradation of the telomeres is sort of a they sort of get worn out over time. Basically, with aging, that's the only way I can think to say that.
Yeah,
and I remember this from microbiology and genetics, but it was 20-something years ago.